This story originates 92 years ago, in the fall. On that day, Deputy Sal Chkon told him that it was time to invade Junyuhan. The union of Murim and Chaos, the faction split. People inside it are now busy with the struggle for power. Therefore, while the war began between us, the Holy School of Heavenly Demon must take advantage of it and act. But it seems that Okkion was quite annoyed. He refused this proposal because at that time he could not stop the study to write his book. Thus, it has been 10 years. The deputy visited him again. He came with the news that members of the CA clan had seized several roads and entered into a confrontation with Clan Chong. He wanted to offer the idea again, but our hero refused. Then his mind was completely filled with thoughts about what the doctrine of martial arts is. Time passed quickly, and the request of the deputy did not stop. And so it has been 15 years. The deputy learned that the number of absolute warriors does not exceed 10 people. So if he gives him combat units, then they will succeed. But the man did not listen to him, because that day he thought about how to eat Tangyuk. It has passed 31 years. A stranger came to the eye. He introduced himself to Chkon Son. As it turned out, he was named at the new place of the deputy. The old man told that he found a way to cause a clutter in the rival environment without entering into battle. They only need to put a secret book of the eye, thereby controversy between the opponents. Although the man felt a little guilty, because the old man tried his best. But then he was very evil. As a result of careful research, he came to the conclusion that to rise to the level of large soldiers, it would be necessary to train more than 1 month. If our hero allows Koran Sona to take over the leadership of several commander, they will instantly break the union. But Kuoke hated such suggestions, so he threatened that the next time he will throw the deputy into the Shaolin temple for religion. And as expected, after these words, the subordinates stopped bothering him. A year later, the man realized that he had done everything on this earth all it was possible. Now he only had to join the immortal. However, even if he goes into the world of immortal, it is not a fact that there will be something more interesting than the earthly human body. OK was unable to give up his physical body. He decided to reach a high level of martial arts that no one could achieve in the history of Murim. OK seeks to reach a level that will surpass even the depth or demon that fled. Now it has become a matter of his life. A man needs to reach the level of a sacred demon, which is also called the demonic god. OK has failed, but even after them is not going to seem. He is sure that this time he will succeed. Finally, he started to go out. If his energy was the same as before, he would definitely not be able to bring his body into the air so easy. Now he only has to fly outside the consciousness into the depth of space. Even the great founder of the Heavenly Demon School fell right before entering there. If OK loses, it will become an innocent. A moment, he goes on the road, to a level that no Warime warrior has reached. From now on, you need to maintain your own and create a barrier around you. Important concentration and control. We need to purify your thoughts. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a female voice who asks for him, in which world he is now. This voice prevents a man very much, which is why he cannot focus normally. Obviously, at such a pace, the protective barrier of the eye will not last for a long time. The voice says that a man will die from her hands. The voice did not stop, and the man became angry because of it. Our hero was angry with those freaks that dared to interfere with him. He demanded that those who interfere with him show themselves. But that didn't happen. Instead, the voices subsided. Our hero thinks that they were from the world of inhabitants. Suddenly, some bright yellow rays grabbed the eye and pulled down. It was the light that grabbed it. If it goes so, the man will really become inadvertent. So he has no other choice, except for the force of weakening his level. Soon, he falls to the ground and blows his own blood. He heard a voice that told him to flee because he was looking for all over space. In a second, the main character permeates incredibly severe pain and a cry flies out of his chest. Thus, after this event, it took several months. The Ore girl quickly ran to the room. She had to find the head of the union urgently. The warrior of the Moor, named Chagall Jean, was urgently looking for the head. Finally, she finds him. The girl arrived right after she received a letter from the postal dove. Is it true that a terrible tragedy happened to the great master of the mountain raster? Unfortunately, a man must admit that this is really true. The head has already collected 9 large clans and 5 large families. The enemies have now gone to Tibet, which means that they are at the Holy School of Heavenly Demon. Meanwhile, in Tibet, when the deputy reached the news that the enemies had won even a hidden group of Steel Soul, he came into anger. They have undergone mass destruction on the 3rd and 4th advanced lines. The fighters 6 remaining continue to fight, but they will not last a long time. Let these demonic creatures, but they are still pathetic. The 3 combat detachments of their school consist of first-class soldiers, so I suggest to put them in battle and watch them. But even so, the forces will be uneven, because enemies are several times more. Does he think that in such a situation, their fighters will be able to win? All were angry with it. Panic and nerves have completely captured them. Suddenly, a barely living commander of a detachment of suicide bombers comes to the room. Arrows and blood flows from it. He tells that there were horrible monsters there. The warriors tried to keep, but the enemies were getting more. As a result, their detachment lasted 15 minutes and was broken. The deputy was angry because of this and asked if the manager knew about it. The current leader was very strong, so he was called Heavenly Demon. They will be able to survive at such times. But even if he arrives, the deputy will not be able to look in his face. He does not want to tell him about such shame. Suddenly, the old man heard rather strange sounds somewhere from above. It was very late. Demons arrived at them. It became clear that it was an enemy attack. This unknown creature broke the roof of their headquarters in a moment. It was exactly the creature that destroyed the army of deaths. Men are not going to simply watch it. They rush into battle because if they give this place, the holy school of Heavenly Demon end. Even the cost of their own lives, they are obliged to protect this place. Meanwhile, our hero sits by the river and rests. He could barely withstand the voice. When he pressed on the acupuncture the point, he paralyzed his body and reduced energy to level. But as a result, he felt unbearable pain. He was able to avoid the road into the world of inhabitants. The level of the sacred demon was very close to the man, but some abominations wanted to prevent him. Suddenly, OK hears some loud sounds and sees the tongues of fire somewhere in the woods. Our hero immediately realized that it was going on the headquarters, but did not take it seriously. It turns out that a man thinks they just started training. But in a second he sees some unknown creature in the sky which waves with his wings. She looks like a dragon. The main character immediately realized that this creature was flying towards the headquarters, and it is obvious that it was not friendly. Everything was on fire, smoke and flames rising to the sky. The man was full of anger and rage. He attempted a dagger, preparing to finish his enemy. Before him was a barely living dragon in the puddle of his own blood. Is it to kill him? And is the choice of this mortal? He did not think that the great sorcerer of Granada rivers would meet such a pathetic end. The dragon continued to behave brazenly even before his own death. After a second, a man pierces his enemy with a sword without any regret. After that, he gets his heart directly from his chest. Then he turns to the owner of the demonic world, the great demon of Ilgero. He orders him to come right now. The man wants to conclude a contract with him. To do this, he is ready to give him everything he wishes. And so, after a moment, a man appears something unknown, eerie, and what immediately inspires horror. The man asks to give him the force to destroy the dragon family. Meanwhile, the headquarters was almost destroyed. The weather was horrible. Lightning fired from the sky. An unknown creature with a skull instead of a head watched everything. His eyes shone pink. Everyone who tried to protect the headquarters died. The elders in purple crystals were pierced. The elder began to threaten them, but the monster did not wait for him to finish and just interrupted his suffering. The old man in the last breath tells the enemies that their leader will definitely punish these monsters. But the monster was not even going to take his words seriously. Soon the battle was over. The monsters were traced to ensure that no rat remained alive. Otherwise, one would need to worry about the consequences. The head orders to kill everyone immediately if they find someone indoors. The King Lich came to make news. Since they were not able to find the traces of Gold Dragon near the traces of the Golden Dragon, the magic of tracking was activated. But because of the nature of the man they felt for the first time, there were problems in search of, so they cannot track its location now. Mephisto apologizes to the king. They thought it was the only place where the Golden Dragon could escape. Even the king himself did not expect such. It seems that in this world the traditional managing method is not used so widely. If he did not receive Manu from the demonic heart, then it would not be possible to come here with such an army. From now on, it will minimize magic. Due to lack of information about this world, unexpected events are engaged, but there is still something you can talk to. Everyone who died in this place had the skills of sword masters. There are warriors who are able to kill the dragon. They grabbed the old tire, which in their opinion was the main one here. Several thousand gulls and many monsters were killed by their hands, taking into account the skeletons. More importantly, even a half-monster was killed, who fought on the front line. The king ordered to choose the bodies of strong people and lift them back on their feet. Now he will serve the king with this immortal body. But suddenly our hero comes into the room, who does not understand what happened here. Do not understand where this man came from, because they destroyed everyone who was here. Moreover, the king did not even feel this stranger about everything. How can he hide his traces of presence? Kuoke noticed Chonsun, who was already dead. It passed 31 years from the moment he came to him last. Such a law of nature, it dies weaker. However, the man did not understand why the deputy's eyes were still open. Kuoke has told him many times that he had to train, not try to capture more. But the deputy did not listen to his words, so he lost some demon. Suddenly, the main character begins to angry. Demons still do not understand where he came from here, and why does he behave so boldly? And then, after a moment, the demons rushed to the attack on the man. But the courageous man was already ready for it and hit the one who dared to attack him. Demons came to the rage that this stranger dared to hit one of them. And after a moment, a whole crowd rushed at our hero. Does he stand against them? But it seems not scared at all. Instead, he gathered all his internal energy. And immediately after that, he used a demonic attack of a bloody hand. The attack was very strong. Everything around was in the blood and lights. Demons screamed loudly with pain. Suddenly, over his head, in the sky, Oke saw some unknown creatures that looked like big bats. In their mouths, they began to collect some energy, so bright yellow balls appeared there. After a second, these monsters began to shoot these bullets right in a man. As soon as they touched the land, they immediately exploded. But it did not work, because the main character was in the air among these bats. It seems that it was not difficult for him to resist this work. He is not a map, so he immediately used a demonic attack of his small hand. He turned these creatures into crystal, which in a second fell down and crashed. Finally, the king himself, who all this time hid behind his subordinates, is ready to enter the battle. The monster seems, it is the king of cold and death, and his name is Rivers. He arrived in this world from another continent, that is in a different dimension. He went beyond his own dimension because he pursued the golden dragon and arrived in this unfamiliar place. The king praises a stranger for his skill, but says that he will still not be able to defeat his immortal army. King Rivers invites him to become a servant of this body. If he accepts his proposal, the king will give him the authority of the immortal and give him eternal life. The skeleton with excitement and curiosity looks at the stranger, waiting for him to accept this proposal. That is, at first, these freaks destroyed his house, and now ask for something similar. The protagonist says he agrees to it, but at first he wants to give the king something. This gift will be very fast, so you need to take it well. Meanwhile, the man needs his fists. In a second, Oke is strongly hitting this freak directly into the jaw, from which his teeth are poured in different directions. King Lika did not expect it that some mortal would be able to do it. The king could not think that the death of the city would be able to raise his hand. In addition, the blow was so strong that it flew a few meters back and crashed into the wall. It was very easy for our hero. Did his enemy fall from this blow? It is difficult to believe that such a failure has been here, but it was not the end. Now the king was angry and ready to take revenge. For his attack, he uses hellish flames. The main character was shocked when he saw the fire of destruction. Everything around was covered with bright flames and began to explode. After a few seconds, it all over. King Lich thought that he had won that puppy. Here their affairs were over. So King Doors told everyone ready to go. But suddenly the voice of that man was heard. Did he survive? It seems that Oke was not even injured. He was very interesting how a parasite can use the fire of destruction. It was amazing that our hero remained alive after such an install. This time, King Drick was about to erase this mortal from the face of the earth. A moment, they rushed to each other. It was a deep night, but the battle continued. And this battle was very persistent. It became clear that none of them was going to retreat. Soon, King Lika uses reverse gravity technique. The guy does not immediately understand what it is, so he will be lost at first. Because of this unusual technique, GUOK went up into the air. The objects around also flew nearby. After a second, the freak used the return, which made the man firmly pressed to the ground. Although it was difficult, our hero gathered all his strength to stand this blow. Then OK decided to use too strict equipment. The king of the like immediately tensed because he could not understand that his enemy thought. After a moment, Kuoke used a very strong attack. She flew to the king who did not expect it. This flash shone very bright. And so, in a second, they were faced. Strong dust came up. The main character flew directly into the wall and left a strong dent. Dust gradually began to settle down. Unfortunately, the Chubanma completely tied him in his hands and feet. By making all the efforts, OK was able to get back on his feet, although it was difficult. King Lick and could not think that he would have to fight such a difficult struggle in this dimension. Moreover, I did not think that he would fight this struggle against the ordinary person. The monster boiled from the fact that the usual mortal has the arrogance to fight him. Whatever it happens, he is about to destroy this strange stranger on his own. OK is surprised that the enemy still has so much strength. because it is difficult for him to even move. This monster was able to neutralize even very harsh energy, so it became clear that the usual techniques did not overcome it. Now this technique is not perfect, but he has nothing but her. It is about to use the energy of the lawn. The monster admits that this man can really fight him at the level, but now he will come. The main character is not afraid at all. He is about to reflect with all the forces he has. Then, the skeleton is tempted in going to do so. Especially for this, he uses the technique of meteoric blaster. A huge meteorite appears in the sky. Okay, and I couldn't think that this thing would be so big. If the man knew that everything would be, then he would come here after the restoration of internal energy, because he still did not reach the level of the sacred demon. But the man is not afraid at all. On the contrary, he is glad that he was able to see something so incredible in his life. Soon, he collects all his forces into his fist. After that, his fist collides with this large meteorite. There is a very strong abandon, which erases absolutely everything in its path. This purple glow can be seen too many kilometers from the epicenter. Some person who went through the forest pays attention to the month and thinks that the lunar eclipse has begun. A stranger in shock when he sees that someone was still able to stop these monsters. No one understands how it is possible. Suddenly, some men direct their weapons to this person. They surrounded her and try to find out who it is. These people seem to be very skilled, because even without the use of magic, they have been able to swell. They detained this stranger because he was suspicious in their territory. Then, the girl wanted to talk to this stranger. The girl calmly and politely asked what this stranger was doing in these surroundings. Suddenly, the girl raised her hand and reached out to the lady. Suddenly, she began to use some unknown energy. It seems to be bad from her. Soon, the stranger introduced itself and said she had arrived from another dimension. Then, they begin to think that this stranger has arranged all the mess, though it is not. She opened the door through the measurement, but to hide from her enemy came to this place. Lady asks to cooperate with them to help the investigation, and the stranger does not mind. The girl seems to be. Her name was Vaser. When she removed the hood, her golden wavy hair and blue eyes were visible. The tips of her ears were slightly sharpened. It has been about 140 years. Demons were in the world of people and severely mocked them. The man got into the paws of the demon. He cried and asked his son to flee faster until he won time for him. But the boy was standing in place because the fear hugged his whole body. The unfortunate boy could not understand what was going on here, because when he returned home, he saw such a terrible picture. The boy sobbed and heard the cries of his father, who was severely deprived of his life. It was impossible to delay. So after a moment, the boy rushed to flee, but a terrible creature like a bat quickly flew after him. The boy ran as quickly as he could, but the monster did not lose him in sight and continued the persecution. The boy was well aware that he needed to hide urgently somewhere, because he had no chance. Suddenly he tamed through the roots of the tree and hurt. There was no time left at all, because every moment the monster became closer and pulled his claws to him. Although the young man was scared, he attempted his sword. This is the only thing he had for protection. He was even able to work a few fingers with this monster that was about to hurt him. The monster did not expect this, so she screamed loudly from unbearable pain. The boy, meanwhile, was shocked that his sword worked against this monster. It was said that even the best warriors would not be able to withstand this creature, but our hero could even strike. This monster was very angry that the boy dared to cause her harm. The young man had no other options other than fighting this monster. He rose to his feet and stood in a fighting rack. The boy tries to calm down and is about to do everything as in the academy. It is necessary to move the body weight to the left leg, keeping the balance. In a second, a huge bat ran again to the guy. Although it was scary, the young man was not going to retreat. He used the technique of the sword of the infinite sky. But this time everything didn't work so simple. The creature evaded and quickly found themselves behind the boy's back. He attacked the boy in his back and struck him with his fist directly into his back, causing him to fall. It is amazing that after such a blow, the guy remained conscious. It seems that the young man has already resigned himself to the fact that he will not be able to defeat this monster in no way. He has no strength to keep the blade, but he is determined to kill at least this monster. He is going to do it even at the cost of his own life, because he wants to take revenge for his parents. Even if he dies, he will go to hell with this creature. Suddenly, the boy hears a strange voice that says he has fallen this time. The young man begins to look around, trying to understand who talks to him. The voice says that if the boy goes back, he will find a shallow river, and if you go down it then find a small hole. If he wants to escape from this creature, he must run right now. The young man decided to listen to this voice and quickly rushed away. Just at this moment, the bat hit the place where the boy had just stood. The boy runs directly deep into the forest. Everything is dark around and breathing is about to end. Finally, the boy got to the right place. but he thinks that the bat was already breaking away from him. But it was not true. The monster was still running after him. The young man tried to open this hole to climb inside and hide. Finally, the rough roots dispersed and the boy fell inside. The body seemed to fall apart, but so the boy could at least rest. He does not understand that he was calling him here for his voice, but he tells him to go aside. The boy cannot believe when he sees who he owns this voice. It was a man whose body looked very exhausted. The young man does not understand how it is possible, so I think that he is in front of a real demon. Even at the academy, they taught that among the strongest demons there are incredibly evil creatures that cherish ways, lure people, and make a terrible agreement. The stranger sees that the boy is still very scared after meeting with that monster. The man even begins to laugh at this, what annoys the young man. Suddenly the man says the young man look around. Behind his back, meanwhile, there were two monsters who now fought. It was a Vagn, and these creatures are broken without parsing into parts of all who enter their territory. Does the boy still take revenge, or decide to die from the paws of that beast? A stranger says he can penetrate the boy's body and destroy this monster. The boy does not want to believe a stranger, although he has no other choice now. A strange stranger says he can take revenge for the death of his parents. A man can prove that these demons are simply pathetic compared to him. If the boy grabs a man by the hand, then his soul will disappear. But instead, the man promises to take revenge on his parents. Then, the boy remembers his fragile and helpless mom who has lost her life. He also remembers his father who sacrificed himself to the last. He does not understand why his family should go through such horrible things, but most of all he is angry. He is about to take revenge on a demon, even if he needs to sacrifice his own life. A moment, the boy grabs a stranger by the hand. Now he should not argue with the energy that will enter his body. After a second, something strange began. The boy felt something strange in his body. But before he rolled into his body, he called him his name. It was a heavenly demon. Suddenly, bright light appeared before the eyes. Children's crying is heard. The boy sees a man who cries with happiness and calls himself his father. The man immediately realized that what he sees now is the memories of the boy in whose body he got into. Before his eyes, all his memories for the short life he lived. Finally, among all these memories, a man finds the physical body of Khan. He flies to this body from all speed and tries to grab it, but it seems to run away from it. The man is not going to just stop. Finally, he managed to grasp him. It was very difficult, and immediately after that he felt unbearable pain. And finally, he could control the body of the guy. It seems at first he couldn't even believe he could do it. He couldn't believe that his body was so young now, but there was no time to rejoice, because it was a monster. The guy was shocked by the fact that the level of fighting Lee Khan was so low. This could give the problem. Meanwhile, this monster is not going to delay. After a second, she spits fire at the guy, but he just evades it in time. He realized that the new body would not obey him so well, but he did not think that the boy had so little power. Suddenly he felt very sharp bone pain. Meanwhile, the animal continued to spit with him. Then the guy pushed away from the ground to evade fire. So he found himself in the air and quickly landed on a monster to strike directly on his head. He feels something very rigid and immediately understands that it is a scales. The monster raises his head sharply, so the guy is forced to jump from there. Now the boy behaves more confidently, because he is a little accustomed to this body. He is very surprised that this demon has not reacted at all to him. It was all through the scales. If his previous body were with him, he would definitely defeat this monster very quickly. And now you need to use anyone that can work against the monster. Suddenly the boy comes on something that was under his feet. It was the sword of Lee Khan, which did not even leave any trace on the pen. It was impossible to wait because the demon was going to attack again. After a moment, he rushed to the guy lightly. The young man could not use energy attacks, and the physical did not make sense. In this case, he has nothing left but to attack the enemy with a sword. The young man thinks that the demon will not be able to withstand such a blow. After a moment, he also rushes towards the demon. They remain seconds before they're pushing. The protagonist gathers all the power to make this blow really powerful. And then, after a moment, he hits him on the muzzle, knocking down a little scales. The work was very painful and he was breathing hard. But the guy still struck not very deeply, so you need to do it again. A moment, he ruthlessly develops a monster's head in 4 parts. He uses the triple sword of the celestial demon, the first shape. He makes the transformation of the heavenly demon, the shadow flash of the sword. After that, the demon was over. If you think so, it's not honest. Now the demon lies in the puddle of its own blood and can no longer move. It is cut into pieces. The guy finally finishes his suffering and crumbles his head. It turns out that one of the talents of this guy is the possession of a sword. If he had his old blade with him now, it would be much easier. The young man sits down and looks carefully at the dead body of the monster. because it seems to notice something there. He sees that something is incomprehensible from the meat. The protagonist decided to get it carefully so as not to be blood. Finally, he gets this thing. It was very similar to some crystal. Meanwhile, the market trader sold swords that were gathered in the dungeons to soldiers. There were many different things on the market. There was even strong skin, special material. There were so many people on the street. They were all here to buy something for themselves. The juice trader himself was not surprised that Huachuan has as many people as always. 10 years ago, he traded here in this bench. At that time, there were very difficult times. But now this place causes only positive memories. To this day, the man has carefully raising money and finally was able to open his own store. He even called this store with his name. Suddenly, to his store, the young man read the names that hung on the wall. The names were very strange. Our hero does not understand why it sells it and who buy it. The juice himself greeted the young man in his store and asked if he wanted to buy. It turns out that the boy came here not to buy something, but vice versa. He wants to sell the product. The look is not even 20 years old, and his clothes look worn. The man asks him to give what he wants to sell. In fact, the juice himself does not even want to let it into the store. After a second, Li Khan gives him the same thing he found in the troop of the demon. The juice itself is shocked when he sees this thing, because it is a magical stone of a metal vivin. The man could not even imagine where such a young man came such a unique thing. The mustachioed man looked eagerly at the product, and wanted to talk about him for a cup of tea. The protagonist even became a little disgusting from such a greedy expression of the seller's face. Then, the seller invited him to go inside the store to judge everything. Last night, our hero only realized that these creatures were called monsters. Then, the boy tried to collect Li Han's memories in one pile. It has been 140 years since the guy has struggled with King Lich. Now there was even an academy specializing in combating these monsters. The boy meditated and was as concentrated as possible. But he still could not believe that for the sake of the academy, all clans and families began to exchange themselves of martial arts. Many warriors have given their lives so that their secret books are not transferred to someone else, and now they are quietly exchanging them with each other. Over all these years, something that OK simply cannot understand happened. He sees the memories of how the boys' academy mocked. It seems that a man is trying to find some specific memory. He leaves unnecessary memories aside and wants to find something that could give him a hint. Suddenly, he hears the words that the basis of magic is simple, is measurements. Some blonde says that you need to draw a line from the second dimension to the third. She tells the guy to look carefully and focus Manu at one point of her body. This way, you can create a fire. The man is surprised that this girl in memories is a man. It is not available to a person such an incredibly high level of intelligence. The protagonist thinks that she has some attitude towards that guy. Finally, he dealt with the most important. He will know about the other. Li Khan tried to restore his internal energy for the help of spiritual training, but there was almost no effect. If he is forcibly improving his skills, his body simply will not stand. Due to the fact that OK has entered the body of the guy, some of the pictures from the past lost. He understands that in the usual way, he will not be able to defeat that king. 140 years ago, he used the energy of the released Big Dipper. Although she was not over, she worked on that skeleton. King Doors could not understand how ordinary mortal could fight him on an equal footing. At that time, our hero still managed to strike a strong blow. He is sure that this time everything will be different. Let the situation change now, but it is waiting for time to fight him again. Also, the protagonist wants to meet this girl at least once. He thinks Lady is somehow related to the king. But at first, he wanted to see how this world changed. Thus, Ku-OK received a bag of money for its product. Now he thinks where he should spend money. Earlier, he could get everything he wanted only one word or gesture, and did not even think of such things. The only memories he can find in a guy in his head is the campaign and classes. Suddenly, his gaze is attracted to some stand that describes some mercenaries. Here are written their martial arts and experience. Previously, people hid their abilities, and now they are frankly advertised. On average, in order to hire a person about 300 gold nannies, he received 500 nannies for his product, so he decided to hire an employee who did all the dirty work for him. Then, Ku-OK began to study the announcement carefully to choose the best. After that, the protagonist headed for a bench called the Treasury of Warriors. Employees kindly accepted it. Everything was very interesting inside. The guy looked at everything. Some grandfather noticed that it was a new client. The grandfather suggests that this young man first saw the biography of their mercenaries. The Kiyu was the main one here. He asked the guy what kind of mercenary class he needed. The man says that you can find any warrior who will satisfy the whole criterion. After a second, our hero throws a bag of money on the table. Despite his young age, the guy was very generous. Kuyom invites a stranger to sit down to seriously discuss the case. After that, he is offered a cup of tea. Another employee has already brought the necessary documents and questionnaires of free mercenaries. Grandpa turns these pieces of paper and proposes to start choosing. Their bench has 3 best mercenaries. Now a man will introduce each of them, starting with left paper. And so soon the old man begins to represent the first warrior. His name is Fun Hong. He graduated from the Senior Academy of Heavenly Clouds. He defeated 8 dark orcs, 2 gorgolas, and even a chimera. His main weapon is his fists. But I did not like this option at all, so they moved to the next. The second mercenary is the Dream of Hun. He won the first place in the ranking of graduates of the Senior Academy Flying Dragon. He destroys his enemies with a dagger, killed 4 trolls, 4 gallets, and 2 overni. The mercenary also offers a special proposal. A contract for half a year and just 320 nannies of gold. It seems that this mercenary made him think, but the last. This candidate has destroyed a large amount of gorgle and won the terrible Dark Knight. His skills are simply unsurpassed. But he needs 450 nannies of gold in 15 days of work. It was a dark sword from a demonic school. A little over 100 years ago, this organization was very powerful. But all this in the past. At the moment, this school can be considered simply military, and its members are quite aggressive. A lot of strange rumors also go about demonic school. But it's all a lie. But one cannot but admit that the skills of this school are unsurpassed. They even have the experience of catching high-level monsters. In the memoirs of Li Khan, he also sees no hostile feelings towards the demonic school. The price of school members is very different, but the old man says he can definitely guarantee the quality of work. If you already hire someone, it is better to choose one of the best. It's been a little time. The main character sat at the table, expected, and drank tea. OK was already very hungry but continued to wait. Suddenly, someone appeared behind his back. It seems that it was the same mercenary. Before introducing himself, he wants to put some conditions that the guy will have to follow. It was the same dark sword. The young man said that the dungeon could only go once, because he has no desire to just spend his power. The contract expires in 15 days, and he is indifferent to what will be with his customer afterwards. Instead, during this period he is ready to fulfill any request of the customer. If our hero has any claims, he can cancel the contract right now. But the young man warns that there is no compensation for breach of the contract. But OK was not going to cancel anything. Instead, he threw a bag of mercenaries. There were 500 gold nannies inside the bag. The protagonist decided not to wait and immediately start. It has been 5 days. The dark sword was busy. With a very evil expression, he swung a knife. Just at this moment it came to him. The sound could think that the guy was killing someone. But in fact, he just cut the vegetables. The guy asked the mercenary to do it faster, even though he was annoyed but did everything. The protagonist asked to do it faster because he was very hungry. From the moment the guy came here and began to work as a mercenary, there was no failure and mission in his account. He was a defender and did a professional killer, but now it is used simply as a home worker. All these 5 days he did only because he prepared food for our hero. It was incredibly annoyed and affected by his pride, but he had to do it. But no mercenary will give up such a round amount of money. If OK were not his client, he would be happy to kill him. Meanwhile, the young man came to his kitchen again to accelerate. It turns out that the guy endures it all to get the money he needs to restore the demonic school. I remember the young man that there are only 9 days. He has to hold on to a little more. Finally, the food was ready, and the main character ate everything to the last crumb. The KU was very much like today's dinner, and he praised the guy for his job. The dark sword was forced to endure it all for the sake of money. Our hero is already going to go to his room, but the mercenary is him, and asks when he already has a real job. I start thinking and seems to remember something. There is an expression of hope on the face of the mercenary, but it was not long, because the client ordered him to wash dishes. The guy was very angry, but he realized that time would influence and soon he would be free again. OK, meanwhile, sat in his room and was engaged in meditation. He tried very hard and understood that if he continues, he would break his energy paths. He has now restored energy equal to 60 years. There should be some way that you can now expand the space for internal energy. If the guy tries the technique of the demonic sky and the precious cloud, then it will simply lose consciousness if he cannot catch the energy flow. Then he remembers the technique of demonic zipper. If lightning passes throughout the body, pathways for energy flows can be released. He only has to find and eat natural miraculous medicines, something like stone milk of cleanliness or snowy ginseng. But their value can be spent the whole city, and it is very difficult to find them. Then, the man again tries to find something useful in the memoirs of Li Khan, and so he finds some level of threat, but does not understand what it is. It was about how the monsters appeared and that they were modified and received their mind. People began to come up with a school-shaped school. This was called the threat level. The weakest monster has a threat to 1, and the strongest level is 9. So, he just needs to find memories of a monster with a high level of threat. And so, in his memoirs he found some very spooky monster, who seems to be a necromanto. This monster was also a skeleton, and looked exactly like King Doors. It seems that other high-level monsters have no memories. OK wants to know all about this skeleton. But the text was cut in some places. The memories may have been partially erased. Then, our hero is going to look at what remains. It is written here that the monster has the ability to control the dead. In his body there is a nucleus that supports life. The creature uses Manu from there as the basis of black magic. The guy thinks that in this monster you can just find miraculous pills. If there is something inside the skeleton, it will definitely be Nadana. Suddenly he sees a lesson in his memoirs and hopes that he can find out what a necromant is. Now he has another reason to go to the academy. Still, he will soon see that man, so you cannot look for something in memories. Came the next day. It was a morning and the mercenary was just engaged in cooking breakfast. Soon the breakfast was ready. There were 16 different dishes on the table, but the main character looked at them with some strange expression. It was not liked that there was no meat in the dishes today. I explained the mercenary that the ingredients just didn't need, but there was no swordsman's guilt at all. Suddenly the main character felt some strange smell. It was the smell of soups with a duck, which was now boiling in a pan in the kitchen. The protagonist did not even think that in such a short time, the mercenary would have such a strong progress. He is looking forward to the further progress of the mercenary. Finally, they start eating. The boys like every dish, feeling as if he is thick. The dark sword also wanted to taste the dish, but felt something very strange, as if something wrong. He realized that being with this Bavdur himself became the same as he. Did he have this plan from the outset? He is the most prominent graduate of the demonic school, but he was only engaged in cooking all these days. During all this time, he did not do any work that made sense, but only bought foods and prepared food. Is it normal that a person has paid him such a large amount of money only for him to prepare food? He thinks that this guy who hired him is a secret intelligence of the enemies he killed. At the end of the contract, he will definitely want to cut the dark sword throat. Suddenly, the protagonist asks the mercenary whether he knows a creature named Necromant. The swordsman immediately realized that it was about the one who causes zombies and skeletons. Then OK wants to ask if this creature is strong. The swordsman thinks for sure that he has already bitten the employer's plan and asks why the guy was so wondered about it. The dark sword warns that an ordinary person, in the likeness of the eye, will never be able to cope with a 9-level monster. It takes a long time and preparation to catch this monster. But the sword thinks that the contract will end earlier than the guy will catch him. However, our hero says that the mercenary will not do it, which is very surprising him. The main character could not give him such a task, because then no one could cook food. The guy's head had many questions that he did not answer. The guy couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted loudly and was angry because everything he did in the last days is cooking. From anger, he knocks on the table, causing it to break into 2 parts, and the plates fly up. A dark sword could no longer listen to anything about food. Only now did the guy realize that he did not cope with his emotions. But he immediately changed the topic of conversation, and recalled that he prepared sadness with soft duck meat. Such he says that together with the soup, there are 3 portions of rice and snacks. Fortunately, after that, OK calmed down a little, and the guy was able to settle his guilt. But you cannot lose their care. In order not to cause any suspicion, you need to bring food faster. The protagonist does not understand what happened to the mercenary and why he began to behave so strangely. I must tell him that he fill in these documents. The next day came, the Academy of Heaven Warrior. The head of the administration Khan looks carefully at the documents of the new one. It was a dark sword, a graduate of the Holy School of Heavenly Demon. They checked everything several times, and the guy was indeed a graduate of this school. The guy only submitted an application for admission and went to the consultation office. Only by looking at the work experience, it is clear that it exceeds other students of the academy. As far as you know, the dark sword caught a defective dark knight. There was no horse. Even the 4th-year students will not be able to defeat it at their academy. The voices of the instructors for accepting him to the academy were only one more. The bloody threat is coming. So it was decided to evaluate students on the benefit of the academy. It was still an organization of a demonic school, so there were also voices against its entry. Consent between the CLN clans and CA. The girl named Vesser was facilitated by the contract. There was the only condition, to fight on the same front line against monsters. Immediately afterwards, each side received a magical force from the League Vezir. But one cannot change the fact that the period of hostility of the clans was much more than the period of their union. The man says his opinion that he would like to be accepted in the academy. It is impossible for the Dark Sword to become part of another academy. In this case, the professor is ready to accept him in the students. The man adds that the Dark Sword came not with himself, but with his friend. But that guy was not from a demonic school. Our hero, meanwhile, is busy that is artificially squeezed and intentionally breathes hard to hear everyone. OK was an ordinary student in the second year of study. A Dark Sword guard is studying at their academy in the second year. He now watched closely at how OK was squeezed. The sixth day of higher morning came. The protagonist tried on the form of the academy. He didn't think she would look so collectively. The Dark Swordsman asked why this form suddenly took this form. Obviously, our hero bought it to go to the academy. But the Dark Sword still did not understand why the eye should go to the academy. The protagonist explained that this is because there is something very interesting there. The guy never got the answer to his question, and Kuoke made the shape and threw it into a mercenary. The young man gave this form to a Dark Sword, and then he began to appear very strange thoughts. It turns out that our hero decided to take a mercenary with him to the academy for the company. The Dark Sword did not like this idea, and he, angry, threw the shape on the floor, but our hero did not force him. But, in this case, it will soon be difficult to put his biography in the bench. It was a threat that he would leave him a bad response, and if something goes wrong, OK will be able to regain its 450 nannies of gold back. It seems that the young man had no other choice than to agree on it. But this money needed a Dark Sword to restore the Holy School of Heavenly Demon. Therefore, the guy stepped on his throat and was forced to agree to this idea. He was reassured only by the idea of money and that the contract would soon end. They were already at the academy. Our hero continued to squeeze. In 15 minutes, it exhales 240 times, and in 9 days of the remaining contract, 207,360 times. It is better to spend the last days of the contract in vain, on spending strength, and just hold your money firmly. Finally, the main character finished squeezing. It was very difficult, but now he was proud of himself. Even if a Dark Sword is expelled from mercenaries, he will bury our hero. Finally, the deputy head of the administration department comes to them. His name is Lee Jun-gu. Lee Gu sees that these two do something very strange. The man looks carefully at the boys and tries to understand which of them is a Dark Sword. Not long thinking, he comes to the conclusion that the young man with dark blue hair is the same sword. But the man decides not to guess and to ask directly if it is a Dark Sword. It turns out that the Dark Sword was taken to their academy and sent immediately to the 4th year. The Dark Sword was very annoyed and angry but still tried to control himself. If it is quieter than the water below the grass, then the property of the eye will become it. It will become a real deadly blow. When the 4th lesson is over, OK named the mercenary meeting at the academy gate. But before that, the protagonist asked the deputy where the 3rd class of the 2nd year was located. Lee Gu would reduce assessments for such behavior. If he is already a student, now he has to talk to them politely. This very much laughed in the eye, but the protagonist decided not to conflict, so he just apologized and thanked for what he was told where to go. OK continues to laugh and goes to his new class. The Dark Sword is waiting for the deputy to take him to his class. Our hero thought that he changed only the body, but now everything around was completely changed. 140 years ago, he would consider this situation a full absurd, because then he will not have to go to academy. But now he does not want to throw it, because he learned a lot for himself in this life. It will be useful to visit the employment to get used to the new body. Soon, the main character comes to the neighboring building. His architecture was quite interesting and unusual. Now he needs to climb the 7th floor. Just at this time, the teacher welcomes them on the 2nd year. He sees that there are many new ones here. It was Jock-san, a weapon artist. He warns that his lessons will be boring but without practice. He finished introducing to this. Since their first day today, the teacher decided to walk on the lists. As soon as he started reading the list, someone from his foot and very loudly opened the door to the audience. The students were shocked that someone just took and knocked their door foot. The instructor began to shout at this stranger who took and knocked the door so brazenly. The protagonist seems to be surprised that he was not known. The young man did not even name his name. He just said to be loved and revered, and the teacher called the boring. After that, without any explanation, he went to his place. Soon, a deputy came to the audience, who asked the teacher to go for a minute. When our hero went, he strictly criticized everything he saw around. Soon, he reached a desk, reseated a chair, and sat down for him. One student such a brazen behavior was severely annoyed. It seemed to him that this brand new was too twisted. Now he will turn his life into hell. Murin begins to think that it is better to do with this new. It turns out that he already has a plan for this new. His friend suggests just talking to him. Teachers are close, so it is necessary to sit quietly. It is better to get it on the roof. Muran thinks that today he will hold a brand new lesson of good manners, and will already need his fists. Meanwhile, the teacher did not understand how Nahabi managed to bring a dark sword here. The head of the administration department ordered to watch him carefully. The deputy says to make him follow all the rules. If something happens, you should immediately apply. After that, Deputy Li Hun goes away and tells them to continue the lesson. OK thinks that students who sit here from different families. There were even Shaolin students here. It is amazing that so many clans and families gathered in one place. Although there were people who were not very important where you were. They would definitely like this idea. Suddenly, the blonde in the glasses, which was sitting at a neighboring desk, is turned to Li Khan. It turns out that he was his friend. His name was Jean. He noticed that today his friend behaves somehow strange. Our hero decides that for a peaceful life in the academy he is better to play. Ku-ok tries to behave as Li Han before, but he does not work out. Ok continued to talk to a friend, but now the teacher turned to them. Cho-san said that now the new one was going, just opening the door. It will be problematic to repair the door every time. So Jean advises a friend to apologize and say that he will no longer. Ok apologizes, but also starts rude and says that he is guilty of who put this door. The instructor asks to treat him with respect, not only to him, but also to other instructors. The main character has long decided not to argue, so he agreed. After that, the instructor begins the lesson and tells everyone to open a book on the 9th page. But our hero did not take anything with him. It reminds students that there are many ways to use a sword. He tells students about the technique of blocking the enemy attack. It is divided into 3 issues. Sumunjon pulls his hand because he wants to answer, but suddenly hears some strange sounds. Everyone immediately pays attention to the new one who snores. The desk beneath him was already completely in his saliva. Cho-san shouted at the student that he jumped. He began to shout at him again for the terrible behavior in the lesson. The instructor asks the question new and waits for him to answer him. Moreover, this brazen also fell asleep in the first lesson. The instructor was incredibly annoyed by his behavior. According to the rules of the academy, the guy will be reduced for such behavior. Muran begins to make fun of laughing because he thinks that now this is punished. Seojin was shocked that his friend on the first day of study received a punishment. Kuoke did not even understand from Personya what question the teacher asked him. Seojin wants to answer instead of his friend, but Kuoke says the question is wrong in itself. The instructor asks what he means. Part of the chill has 2 meaning. If you analyze this word, there are 5 species of chilchik. The first species allows you to overcome the enemy blade. The second helps to block the attack of the enemy. And the third means taking a sword attack with a fist and palm. The fourth presses to the ground, what can be deprived of the rival of breathing. And with the help of the latter, you can cut the sword of the enemy in half. That is why there are not 3 species of chilchik, but 5. Kuoke considers its answer quite correct. Suddenly, complete silence has fallen in the audience. All students stared at Li Khan. Cho-san was shocked and did not understand where the guy knew about it. These 2 methods are not even studied in the 2nd year. Our hero does not understand why teachers and students have such a strange reaction. The instructor said the guy answered everything right. These were very useful techniques in battle, but it reminds that their weapons lesson consists of a theory. They will study the 4th year of real combat. Finally, the call rang, and students could go for a break. If it was a real lesson, then OK would usually listen, and so he almost died of boredom. Jin is wondering how the young man learned about it, but he wants to finish the boring conversations and go to look at the academy. Marine looked at the new one with interest. The plans have changed and the guy can no longer control himself. He wants to smear new on the wall right now, so Jean says they have no time for a walk at all because the lesson will start soon. Murin pushed Blondan and was severely angry. He hurried to this brazen. The angry young man quickly ran to Li Khan, who quietly went to the corridor. The guy has already prepared his fists in order to strike the protagonist, but another student did not even let the Ron go to Nu. He grabbed his hand and threw it through. The student threw the river into the air so easy as if it were a feather. Seojin was also very shocked that such a huge young man could climb one hand, but the river did not delay, and as soon as he touched his hand, he struck the foot that he blocked. After that, the student hit him again, but this time the guy was able to block the blow. The attack was very strong, and the guy drove a few meters back from her. It was a Suman Ion. He defended the beginner and said that it was necessary to start thinking a little ahead. He believes that in this class, Muran is the only one who will simply watch the violence. If he wants to fight, then Samon proposes to arrange an official battle. The young man says without any fear that he can fight with him. Is the guy so sure of himself? Murin was annoyed. Although they will go, though not, the result will be the same. So you should not waste time in vain. Sojin immediately ran to our hero to ask how he feels. Muran gives a pitch advice. If he does not want to get into trouble, then you do not need to get into other people's affairs. Now Matron says that he has disappeared, so he just goes to his place. This guy who defended Lee Khan, Soman. He took second place in the ranking in the first year of study. It seems that Ku is absolutely indifferent to the fact that they just tried to attack him. Instead, Ku was wondering what the next lesson had. Further, ethics expected them. The protagonist was going to go stroll, although soon the call had to sound. Suddenly, someone grabs a young man by his shoulder. It was Asoma. It turns out that the young man was not happy that Lee Han didn't even tell him thank you. Soman is not biased with the students who came to the academy, but it is shocked by his uneducated behavior in the lesson. Cholschik can really be divided into 5 types, but this knowledge is part of the common, which is not included in the lesson material. As a result, Lee Khan's response introduced everyone into a stupor. It seemed that he is a prominent warrior, and he does not need to listen to this lesson. Next time, Soman advises first to find out the lesson plan. He also advises to control his fatigue and sleep at home, not in lessons. Seo Jin feels a strange atmosphere between these two, so understands that they need to be separated. Seo Jin is trying to soften the situation, but suddenly they were approached by shaved guys, who also supported the words of Soman. With every second, the situation was getting worse, and Seo Jin did not know how to do it. Other students, meanwhile, were delighted with the fact that Ion John had just done. Everyone continued to discuss the behavior of the new one. They said that even Lee Han's face was very arrogant. Soman wanted the guy to tell him something in response. Moreover, other students agreed with him. Suddenly, some Or came to them, who said they would understand it elsewhere. In addition, Lady does not understand why so much time to deal with one problem. It was a Yuen Soon, the first-year ranking leader. She seems to be not indifferent to Soman, because his cheeks were immediately red, and he fulfilled her request. After that, he goes away and says to our hero that he hopes that next time he will behave better. So I am very glad because everything went and did not reach a serious quarrel. But the protagonist, meanwhile, was angry because he touched his shoulder and read notations to him. The guy can't believe that someone just took and put his hand on his shoulder. He had never felt something like that. In a second, the guy begins to laugh terrifying, because he still can't believe that it happened to him. Then, the protagonist suggested that the friend also try to do it. When Jean puts his hand on his shoulder, the guy starts laughing again. So Jean does not understand what happened to his friend, because he usually behaved differently. The professor, meanwhile, stood in the office. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was a deputy. He confirmed that a student from a demonic school is simply incredible, and the professor will definitely be shocked when he sees it with his own eyes. In the 4th grade of the 4th year, there are only 3 people. It turns out that the Hog also there, and other students are still very far to its level. Perhaps if he went out to a duel with a dark sword, the winner could not be guessed. It is necessary to do without unsuccessful days. It was a hint of a professor. The deputy assured that the instructor in physical culture is carefully monitored. Sometimes it is difficult for the instructor to tear himself from the chair. He could not contain his curiosity. Although it is logical, because in a short time, the dark sword and the hog will have all the attention. After that, the professor asks the deputy to report which of these 2 will be the winners with you. Time was very fast, and it was time to transfer documents to the deduction. Meanwhile, in the training arena of the Academy of Heaven, just at this time, there was a fight between the Hoog Homegun and the Dark Sword. The fans shouted and rejoiced. It seems that most of them were for the Hong Hour. All this was carefully observed by the instructor for medicine, Chog and Ion. The deputy came to them. Even instructors gathered here to look at their duel. It is amazing that this duel has collected so much attention. Even the instructors who now have given their duties to the deputy to come and look at the fight. Even a lazy physical education teacher also came here. As expected, there are 2 left in the battle, a nail and a dark sword. 15 minutes have passed since the beginning. The dark sword uses demonic energy. Only from the type of such energy squeezes the throat. The guy seems to be very passionate about this battle. Everyone is very curious about how this energy will be answered. After a second, the young man used his internal energy. There was a fire in the air. The nurse heard that the Hog Han received Surt's sword. A few months ago, in the area of the province of Angoy was found burning by the fire of the dungeon. The attack was managed there by the Nagan family, and the commander-in-chief was the head of the clan, Jug Ju. This is the father of the Hog Ho. The owner of the dungeon in the event was to win. But the head of the nails could not stay alive after such serious injuries. Before his death, he passed the sword to the young heir Naganho. This sacred weapon is Surta's sword. The dark swordsman could not think that he would see sacred weapons at the academy. This sword is a family relic. However, the guy not long ago took him in his hands, so he does not have perfectly. If his opponent is a dark sword, then without a sword of this level, the dark sword is sure that the enemy will not be able to defeat him with such a sword. This time the young man is going to attack the first. If the enemy uses the energy of fire, it will freeze it with magic of ice. Along with the occurrence of the dungeon, another event happened. There was a shoe that gives the owner speed. There were also armor that healed wounds. The event refers to finding unusual objects, sacred weapons for the destruction of monsters. But, of course, hunting for the monster showed that not all sacred weapons are equally powerful. The larger the scale of the dungeon, the stronger the enemy. But if the warrior's abilities are not enough, he will not even be able to hold this weapon in his hands. This time, the dark sword is about to attack the first, and after a moment, he uses a demonic attack of a small hand. Suddenly, I am a reconciliation of HOs that my leg is starting to cover the ice. He does not understand how possible. The enemy can maintain the energy of the ice, even despite such a strong fire. It is not believed that the dark sword does not respond to the fire at all, and freeze the earth quietly. At such a pace, the hog will soon be completely frozen and will not be able to move. For the first time in a long time, the dark sword met the opponent with whom he has fun to fight, so he wants to show him his true abilities. After a second, the young man rushed to his opponent. The dark sword decided to attract everything in this attack. Meanwhile, the reconciliation of HO, in the meantime, put all its efforts to block such an incredible severe attack. Meanwhile, a lesson came in the second year. Today, in the lesson, they will learn the concept of mutual assistance. Suddenly, the teacher noticed an empty space. Seo Jin says that Lee Khan is not in place because he had a stomach, so he went to the medical center. But in fact, it was a lie. Now Lee Khan just went somewhere to walk. Ron immediately realized that Blondin was swelling and asking him directly. Before the lesson, the Ron went to the medical center for medicines and did not meet Lee Khan. He thinks Blonde knows exactly where he is now. For the whole day for the river, it was the only nice news. He just remained in the case of this brazen. Now you do not need to load yourself with searches, and there will be twice as much fun. Moo's Rod orders to bring them to this brazen for the next break, and if he refuses, they will beat him. Meanwhile, the roof of the main building of the Academy of Heaven. The main character lay on the roof and admired the wonderful sunny weather. OK did not understand why he was constantly clotted in sleep. The guy thought that in the lesson about understanding, they would be told about the knightly spirit. But in a second, Lee Khan jumps on his feet, going to forget it. He no longer gathered in his inner energy. He only uselessly used the reverse blood circulation technique. May he almost reach the level of the sacred demon in his past life. And there are some necessary conditions with the present body. The first thing you need is awareness. Everyone reaches different levels of mastery of martial arts in different ways, so you need to find the best way of awareness. Since it is now in the body of the child, you hang your level using the past method of awareness. The second conditions are the internal energy of the body. For its accumulation, it is necessary to have patience and perform training. It will take a minimum of a year to move to the next level. At least 2.5 years will take the level of the demon. But it's too much. He thinks that you can cut this time and understand that there are no other options for this monster. He hopes that this monster will be famous because he wants to get Nadana. Meanwhile, the battle between the boys continues. Our hero notices this duel. He is going to look a little at their battle. The duel was avid. It feels like it was not a workout, but a real battle. The guy was in a difficult situation because he could not even find a moment for the attack, and the dark sword continued to attack him. His mistake was that he allowed the enemy to use this technique, because now his legs were chained to the ground. You need to find any way out as soon as possible. After a second, the dark sword felt that his opponent opened and decided that it was a great moment to attack. The guy was strongly sure that this fight would win. Suddenly, something that was focused on all the audience happened to the battle. The guy's sword began to melt right in his eyes. He broke into pieces. But this fire was not ordinary, but dark. It seems that it is also the ability of his blade. It can be used to produce the strongest fire. If you already have a young man broke, he is offered to decide the victory with the last blow. The dark sword should admit that such a strong morale has not been awakened inside it. He no longer remember when the last time the heart was fighting so much. The guy heard that the family of the reconciliation is considered the owners of the province of Angoy. He understands that these rumors were true. He realized that everything was serious here. Now the dark sword is going to put the end of this battle. And then, after a moment, The young men rushed to each other, getting ready to put on the full. The audience watched their actions closely and could not look away. The forces were equal. The hog is shocked by the fact that the enemy was able to repel such an attack. I ask a dark sword whether the guy is going to continue their battle. He says that today he will be enough and recognizes his defeat. But the hog does not recognize his defeat and says they have a draw because he would not cope without his weapon. However, the guy continues to stand on his own. After that, the young man goes away. But before that, he wants to ask the last questions. He is very interested in what the sword of his enemy is called. It was Surta's sword. After that, take the dark sword away and thank him for the duel. The guy walked on his business, and suddenly heard a familiar voice. It was the main character. The guy did not expect him to meet here. Kuoke also does not forget to praise his battle because he watched him. The guy thinks that now he will say some nonsense again, so it's easier to simply ignore him. Our hero thought that the mercenary used the technique of demonic attacking his small hand. Hearing about it, the young man stops sharply, as if he had hit him with a current. The dark sword does not understand where the employer is known about it. The young man does not understand where the employer knows about this technique. How he learned about it if he did not even study at demonic schools. It is a technique by which you can freeze your opponent by causing cold energy. Once a demonic attack of a small hand was one of the secret techniques who brought glory demonic schools. But 140 years ago, the Holy School of Heavenly Demon was completely destroyed. The inheritance of most secret techniques stopped. Therefore, a dark sword does not understand where some unfamiliar young man can know about it. Li Han quickly come up with a story that he just heard about this technique somewhere. The guy quickly translates the topic and says that the dark sword was just beaten. The dark sword begins to say that he just did not want to fight in full force. The guy tries to leave the topic and says he is interested in something else. He does not understand where the employer knows about the technique of a demonic attack of a small hand, because he is not even from a demonic school. Li Khan puts forward to him and says that he will not continue the sword with him for another month. The guy was severely annoyed by such cheeky employer behavior. If it were not for this contract, the guy would have long since ended this freak. The dark sword says that the contract will not work, but it has an alternative solution. He extends to him some vessel, within which there are seasonings that are passed down at school from generation to generation. With the help of them, the young man is going to cook such a dish that he has never tried. The protagonist does not think for a long time and agrees. They conclude a verbal contract. Kuoke wants to tell him about the Kugiol demonic attack of a small hand through the acupuncture point on the palm. Soon, the protagonist told the guy about it. Now he was waiting for his delicious dish with those spices. The dark sword think that the employer has at least some attitude towards the demonic school. Our hero is ready to tell additional information if the guy proceeds with him a contract, but he refuses. He does not understand where the employer knows about the inheritance of the demonic school. He wants to ask about this from the detachment of dark blood. Descendants may still remain. It turns out that our hero can tell the guy why his last attack in the duel turned out to be unsuccessful. Since the male guy, he needs to reach a low, hand demonic attack for a full possession of the 9th level and above. Also, the dark sword was prevented by the wrong reaction to the enemy attack. The fact is that the fire should be supplied with fire. If a demonic attack of a small hand belongs to the yin techniques, then there are also yang techniques. The guy comes in a shock when I understand that the employer also knows about the technique of demonic attack of a bloody hand. But the guy think that if he also used the energy of the fire, it was not like the sky, but the one who had more. He explains that a demonic attack with a bloody hand is not just a technique that contains a flame. If you train it to the ideal, it will reach a state of inviolable water and fire. It is difficult to handle the enemy that uses the energy of fire. But if you block the energy of fire, everything will be much easier. So, getting used to the technique of fire goes naturally through workout. The dark sword think that perhaps the employer is really right, but as it turns out, a dark sword does not have a demonic attack of a bloody hand. Okay, says that he can teach the guy the technique is demonic with such a bloody hand, but he will have to continue their contract for a month. If he does not trust the employer, it will be necessary to make sure that the guy starts to believe. In a second, he gives him some red text and says, just to look at him first. The dark sword does not understand what it is, but I really want to look. It turns out that it was a kugele of the initial stage of a demonic attack of a small hand. If the guy is wondering what is next, then he can just agree and continue the contract. In a second, the young man rushes away and says he needs time to think. Let some members of his school remain alive. In fact, it is no different from destruction. But it was obvious, because now he lives in a world that is inhabited by monsters. Moreover, the demonic school was destroyed by King Lich's hands. For those who lived from the very beginning at this time, such a world will not seem strange. Soon, the river came here. It is interesting how Li Han realized that it was necessary to get here. 3 came here, who were accurately aggressively tuned towards our hero. They were going to put it in place. Li Han loves everything that corresponds to logic and reason. People who are not a place here come to this school. And they do it not because of their ability, but thanks to money and bonds. The river is sick of such people, especially from the freaks who donate to the academy. Suddenly, in the memoirs of Li Khan, he notices the memory of his father, who says he has a plan. He knows one master who has a link at the Academy of Heaven. Many want to enter this academy even for big money, so you need to try as much as possible. It turns out that Li Khan was hated because he came to the academy because of donations. This trinity is about to beat our hero. Manhwa expects that Li Hana will become unpleasant because they have just started to offend his parents, but therefore was indifferent. Obviously, these 3 specifically provoke him to lose self-control and rush on him. This tactic does not work on him, although Li Khan would have already rushed at him with his fists. Then the river gets into the battlefield. Now he is going to beat him hard. Instead, the guy is about to give the enemy the opportunity to make him first. In fact, our hero is indifferent who will beat the first. He worries whether the Ron will stand his blow. It is not necessary to ask the main character for a long time. After a moment, he also gets into the battlefield. Muran does not understand where all the logic of Li Khan disappeared. Today, he wants to correct his disadvantage. Ran wants to use Qigong of Heavenly Advantage. The guy is confident in himself. But suddenly our hero is already rushing to his enemy and finds himself right next to him. The guy did not expect that. For a second, he even called a stupor. And then, after a moment, Li Khan applies an incredibly powerful blow to his fist directly on the face of this freak. He did not expect it, and the next blow to the eye followed directly into the stomach of the Ron. This blow pushed the Ron a few meters ago. The guy just couldn't stand on his feet. Li Han knew one guy who also asked to hit him. He said that this way became stronger and asked him to beat him and more. But in the process he could not stand and died. Now OK is threatening that it will hit them again. Friends of Muran were shocked what just happened. They could not believe that he would hit so much. The blow was so strong that the guy flew down the stairs. A blood man had blood. It began to seem that it was not Li Han, but a real ghost. Fortunately, the river did not die and everything was well. They immediately rushed to their friend. They were scared with our hero, so they wanted to escape faster. Just at this moment, a djinn appeared on the stairs, who was looking for his friend. He was shocked when he saw 2 scums carrying a river who lost consciousness. So Jin could not understand why this health is now at death. The guy stands in silence, trying to understand what happened here. Finally, he notices his second and wants to know what happened here. Li Han reassures a friend and says that this boob will definitely not die from his blow. Our hero tells the friend not to score his head with these thoughts, because they had to go to the next lesson. Seo Jin begins to doubt that he is the same friend he knew before. Did he know him so badly? So you feel as if with Gin's near a completely different person. A little later, he wants to find out what happened to a friend. The next lesson they had, the theory of foreign species, and taught it. In today's lesson they took place a creature called necromant, but at first the teacher asks the question of whether one of the students knows when a necromant was first found. The question wants to answer this question. 140 years ago, a gate opened on the mountain Raster. And so, after 67 years, a necromant was found in the first dungeons. The teacher praises him for such a concise answer, and further asks whether he knows what you were called. Since a large number of evil spirits were found inside, the dungeons were called the Dungeon of Bansi. This answer was indeed worthy of one of the best students of the academy. After that, Han tells students to open their books and look at the illustration of this dungeon. If you take several dungeons in which the banas are, the level of danger in each of them may vary. Their common feature is a female physical appearance. The student from the temple Shaolin did not understand why the instructor started talking about Bansi if the topic of a necromant lesson. One of the abilities of the necromant is the control of the mind with the help of black magic. A necromant was found at the throne, on the throne, on the throne. At the end of the dark dungeon, in addition to the dangerous Bansla, there were a large number of monsters with the 6th level of threat. As soon as the threat from the dungeons increased, many of the soldiers had to sacrifice their lives, and only after the murder of a necromant in the dungeon became quiet. Now the main topic of the lesson has become clearer. Suddenly, the main character also raises his hand to ask questions. Li Han directly asks where to go to catch that freak. OK was caught by this idea. He asked what the location of this necromant. Meanwhile, in the central building, Khan knocked on the office to the head of the department. The girl immediately realized that the documents should be approved. The blonde took the documents and began to read them carefully. She was very surprised that so many dungeons appeared on the Sichuan Earth. More than 20 new dungeons have been found during this year. It is said that if the dungeon grows throughout the territory, they will not be calculated. They can be a serious problem ahead. The girl says that you cannot worry about a large number of dungeons, because in most of them, only low-level monsters live. On the contrary, this can be useful for accumulating real combat experience in students. The attack on a new dungeon, Demonic Ruins, decided to pass the Heaven Warrior to instructors. It seems that other academies had strong quarrels. It is said that the instructor on the real battle of UNBI has stood up in defense. Thanks to him, there were no quarrels. UNBI is one of the top 10 warriors of Murim, so the girl will not against his personal participation in the attack. But even with such support in the dungeons, you need to be very careful. Now she is experiencing a little different energy from the necromant. She can't explain it, but it confuses it. The man understands that the girl's words should be taken seriously. Then, the girl wondered if she feels new who recently entered their academy. He seems to have graduated from introductory battles and is now getting used to the academy. Even if the instructors say that he is missing something, she says that the student is not pressed. Also, when the opportunity appears, the girl wants to be organized a personal meeting. It is amazed at the professor, because before that the girl denied all Kancho clans in the meeting. The professor understood the words Vaser and said he would fulfill them. After that, he went away. All students considered this question very strange because they did not understand why the guy was this information. So Jin tried to reassure his friend, but it was too late. The teacher concluded that this young man is just a little boy who does not understand anything in this world. 6 graduates from the hands of the necromant have already died this year. The corpses of half of them did not even turn back. If such stupid children continue to climb into the dungeons, then there will be a terrible tragedy. The teacher calmly replies that this information is a great secret that is told only to senior students. He says that there are 3 places in the country where the necromantic lives. One of them was recently opened in the province. The dungeon was not so far from here. This place was on the very edge of the city. Of course, even if students want to go there, they will not be allowed. Murima warriors carefully guard the entrance to the dungeon. The protagonist was already inflamed with the idea of killing a necromant. He is sure he can find it. He is about to say the mercenary to do it. The dark sword, meanwhile, came to the audience, but it was still empty. Is it still on a duel? The guy was already very tired, so he sat down at the first opportunity. He looked carefully at the thing he received from our hero. If Li Khan is not from a demonic school, then the young man does not understand where he knows about it. However, he thinks that the employer can be trusted. But the boy is very annoyed that this piece of paper does not write everything he needs. He only wrote about the features of the release of fire, but there is nothing about how to use energy. Li Khan seems to tease a mercenary. He specifically aroused his interest, but said nothing. He begins to think about the guy's offer to add another month of the contract. The dark sword does not solve it so easily, because everything can only get worse. The young man decided to think about it later, because now he should rewrite the introductory kugel of the demonic attack of the bloody hand, so as not to forget. Just at this moment, students begin to return to the audience. These were friends of the Hog, who greeted him with a victory in a duel. The Hong Ho Hode saw a dark sword, and was surprised that he was sitting in the office. Although after an introductory battle, everyone usually went to a party. The guy thought that a weirdo did a written analysis of their battle. The Hong Ho HK tells his friends to go without him, because he suddenly has one thing. It was not necessary to persuade friends for a long time, and they decided to leave the young man alone. When the guy walked past a dark sword, he was shocked by how much a dark sword was written. Perhaps the fact that the Hog Hop won the Dark Swordsman was just a coincidence. If a decent enemy sits and deals with, then the guy is not going to fall behind him. If he does not try, then the young man is easily catching up with his strength. Their fight is just starting! The reason why the necromantic creature is considered to be his magic. It can control immortal creatures. Our hero is disappointed in the necromanta, because he can nothing, but only controls his subordinates. Compared to raising to the level of ownership of martial arts, some curse will go for a joke. Before releasing students, he asks if one of them can tell him how to fight the necromanto. Somanjan pulls his hand and says he wants to answer. A weapon that contains anti-magic energy is used in battle against the necromant. If you use such weapons, there is a sacred force that can withstand black magic. But it was an incomplete answer. It could still be supplemented. Sun Ron confirmed that sacred weapons are a great option in the fight against black magic. But such tools are a rarity, so it is unlikely that the realistic method of struggle. She talks about a detachment that is different from others. Not every members can be a large family heir to use such weapons. The girl says that a more real method is fire here. The source of black magic is darkness. If you grease the weapon with oil and set fire to, the destructive fire can be used as a purification. The teacher praised the girl's answer because this method will really be more versatile. The teacher praises both students and gives them 10 points for their behavior. Students thank the teacher for generosity. Seogin tells our hero that this Or girl is the first in the first year of study. She has a wonderful mind. You can say that it is the best in the academy. Lee Khan does not consider the girl good, but on the contrary calls terrible. She seems to have heard these words. Seojin tries to stop a friend, but it was late. Everyone has heard his words. This is interfered with a teacher who says the guy is not sending his attention to there. Lee Khan says he listens carefully to the lesson and adds that sacred weapons and fire are futile things in the fight. There is a much easier way to strain the brain. The teacher listens carefully and is waiting for the answer. If the guy is mistaken, he will remain for the second year. Lee Khan thinks it is a monster without his curse a real failure. Therefore, you just have to win him before he has time to use the curse. But the teacher says that he is not satisfied with this answer, because no sacred power will help against such power. But that's not all. The young man adds that if the opponent uses darkness, a force that can swing the same darkness should be used. The protagonist says that such force has existed since ancient times. He talks about people who can punish a monster with the power of darkness, and the name of such people is the Holy School of Heavenly Demon. If a necromant is someone who radiates darkness, then they are those who absorb it. After these words, a real silence began in the audience. The guy spoke of the clan, somehow destroyed many years ago. Now they are simply considered robbers. The girl believes that it is nonsense because if such an organization remained, they would not even go to the academy. From such information, even the instructor himself fell into a stupor and renovated his handle. After such a response, silence fell throughout the audience. The instructor really fell into a stupor. He could not believe that the student was capable of such. Soman was still evil on Lee Khan for calling the girl his dream scary. Our hero has a very important day today, so he is about to go. Kogin is surprised because the occupation is not over. The young man is going to buy a book that perfectly describes the lesson material. After that, the protagonist quickly jumps off his desk and runs away from the audience. Lee Khan was already in a hurry to Mutha. He was in a hurry to talk about it all. When the guy ran, he stepped on the pen, which he was presented with the head of the department, and crushed it. The instructor is going to add 10 points for the student a little later. After that, the man finishes the lesson, praises everyone, and goes away. The girl noticed a surprised facial expression. In the whole country, not an expert on monsters and dungeons better. The river was shocked that you can really absorb darkness. The girl wants to ask her grandmother about it because she should know exactly. After that, she gets up and is about to go to meet her. At this point, his friend came to Soman. The guy came to Soman. He seems to have some news for him. The guy was not sure that it was true, but Sonbi from their family personally checked it. Sonbi said that he had recently seen Lee Khan and a dark sword together. Soman begins to think that Lee Han's arrogance may be somehow related to a dark sword. If you think so, now the guy realized why our hero behaves so brazenly. It's all because he has a connection with people from a demonic school. A friend wants to make a warning, but they are still classmates, so Soman says not to do it. In addition, not only they, but also Shaolin students have tensed. They are probably angry because the Shaolin Temple pays a lot of attention to the manners and the behavior of the pupils. They seem to study Lee Khan. It still finds out if Lee Khan has a talent. They are expected to hunt when they are divided into groups and kill monsters. If our hero has the ability to hunt monsters, he will definitely show them. But he is betting that the young man is scared and just run away. By strength, their command is not surpassed. When the time comes, they will defeat him with their skills. And after he is beating, he will understand exactly where his place is. The Hog Ho, meanwhile, shocked from how a dark sword is trying. He has been writing something on a piece of paper for 2 hours. Did he really get so much knowledge after their battle? The Hog hoked barely 3 sentences. He is very interested to know the secret of the analytical abilities of this young man. He is a little awkward, but he still wants to ask him one question. As soon as he wants to ask a question, our hero, who looks for a dark sword, runs to the audience. It was the main character who came to the mercenary. The dark sword reminded him that the lessons have not been over, so he should not walk now here. Lee Khan notices a guy behind him and thinks that he is his friend. The dark sword apologizes to the Hog Han for the lack of concealment of our hero. The Han Ho Noggin wants to see that the guy wrote, but cannot disassemble anything because of his small handwriting. Lee Khan repeats the dark sword that they should leave here. They have an important matter. The young man is very annoyed because of it. The Hongo H-Cog does not understand who this guy is, such that he treats such a dark sword with such disrespect. Li Khan introduced a dark sword in the case. A young man shocked that the mercenary is going to go there. The protagonist does not even go to think, and runs there until the dark sword tries to have time for him. Suddenly, his uncle came to Nagin, who greeted him on the first place in battle. Uncle came here to tell the guy the good news. The reconciliation of HO thought that nothing would work, because the mission was kept secret, and there was forbidden to be present there. If the guy decided to participate in this, then it will be necessary to strain a little. Storm is the best compliment to the student's biography. The guy was shocked when he heard that the level of difficulty was the 12th. They have already started talking about it was necessary to understand a new level of threat. It is now clear why students of the academy are forbidden to participate in the mission. Uncle said that he has been a detachment for the destruction of monsters for about 10 years. Meanwhile, the neighborhood of Sichuan, some mountain. There was a man on the edge of the rock, and his cloak broke in the wind. He finally returned to Sichuan. It has been 3 months. This time the expedition was very long. For the first time in a long time he will meet Mrs. Wazer. Meanwhile, in the province of Sichuan, a tavern dragon. There were so many people inside. Employees tried to accept all orders quickly. Suddenly the employee heard a very familiar voice. It was the same man standing on the edge of the rock. The waiter immediately recognized him. The man seems to be a frequent guest here. His place was still on the top floor. The man told the waiter to continue to work, and he would look to him later. The guests were shocked to see this master here. It was an incredible luck. It was the king of the sword of Cho Unbi, one of the 10 stronger soldiers recognized by the Union. It is the best among masters who have cleaned a lot of dungeons. We can say that their peaceful life is his merit. He became the first warrior to be nicknamed the Sword Master. This is the same as the level of transformation. When the man climbed the mountain, he met with Li Gu. The masters were already expected inside. When he opened the door, he saw at the table people who were already waiting for him. The blonde kindly greeted him and praised for the fact that he tried to pass expeditions. UNB congratulated Wazer and asked how the development of magical weapons was moving. Everything was moving very well, and their meetings even came to the study of the dungeon, Will San. The man noticed that there was even the head of the administration department. The composition of today's assembly tells of the scale of the assault that is expected. The girl suggests already starting a meeting and tells the king a smaller sitting. UNBI wonder what size the dungeons, but the girl says it is better to see it. After a second, it lifts the piece of paper with magic and looks for the desired sheet. The man does not understand whether she uses telekinesis or special technique. With magic, it makes the paper in the right order, forming a layout of the dungeon. Wazer lay out that she was also very surprised when she saw the results of intelligence. But even this is not the ultimate picture. More than half of the members were killed from the first detachment. The Sword King in shock that is the dungeon as many as 15 levels. Will San think that is the first necromant to create such a large dungeon. He probably used a lot of subordinates for this purpose. Then the instructor asks the head of the department to combine all the cards together. If you make all the cards, the picture becomes very confusing, so it is difficult to find a relationship. But if you notice the outline of the hieroglyphics, there is a very expected picture. From the first 8th floor you can see the hieroglyph at night, and from the 9th to the 11th, the hieroglyph of the intersection. These factors help to understand that the shape of the dungeon forms the word King Yaksha. The professor thinks that this is not an accident. It seems too early to be surprised, because on the floor from the lower to the upper floor, stone tiles which are assembled from magical stones that respond to the Manu. If you look at the stone slabs of each floor separately, you can see anything. But if you combine them, you can see a star called the symbol of the devil, namely the pentagram. And this is definitely not accidental. It can be said that the magic circle is a powerful curse that will fully capture the dungeon. It is difficult for everyone to believe that black magic of such a high level is imposed on the dungeon. If this is true, the man thinks that their enemy has already begun his invasion. Wazer also thought that the owner of the spirits of death, Mephisto, began his invasion. Everything was precise as the instructor Volsan said. A curse is imposed on the magical circle. The first is the curse of coercion. The second is the magic of control of the mind. She wants to see what the last curse, but the King of the Sword tells her not to worry like that. It doesn't matter which dungeon is the main thing to clean it. If the enemy is not easy, it will be possible to gain a lot of useful knowledge. Moreover, the Sword King says that everything is powerful and just have to trust him. Wazer lay down the look of a man who is filled with a thirst for victory. The girl thinks she had to express support instead of the fact that she started worrying. The dungeon that awaits them this time is dangerous as ever. It was in it that the enemies began to act for real. Soon, Wazer lay down with the instructor Li Gu and asks if he hears it. The man says the preparation for the hike is over. The dungeon's demonic ruins are 13 people, and they are all ready to go at any time. As always, since the location of the girl cannot be revealed, they cannot go together. But she reminds that he is always with the soul with them. In a second, she announces that the assault of the dungeon demonic ruins begins. Everyone was very pleased with this news. Wezer will wait for their return to the academy. Meanwhile, a dark sword came to the store with maps of culture history. Finally, the seller found the card sought by the buyer. It was Mutham Mountain map. The dark sword was not going to explain why he needed it and wanted to silently pay. It cost as many as 10 gold babies, which shocked the young man. The young man is not very happy with such a high price of the card, but the man annoyingly says that the buyer will not find this card anywhere else. It costs so much because it is not so easy to draw. For the sake of this card, several people went to the tangled maze of the dungeon, and several of them did not even return. The guy thinks that if the dungeon is already cleaned, then the card loses its benefit, but everything is quite the opposite. Books and boxes are scattered throughout the maze, so even if the assault is over, you can find a lot of interesting things. There is nothing left for the young man to just buy this card, because there is no choice. The dark sword did not like it that after hiring his wallet became empty. Recently, it was necessary to buy several dozen books by order of Lee Khan. But this dungeon will definitely become a grave for Lee Khan, and a dark sword only needs to master a demonic attack of a bloody hand. He read the list that he gave him the employer, and was shocked when he saw a living chicken in it. The night came. OK was engaged in studying the books he bought him. He wrapped all 62 books and saw nothing special. He already knew most of the content, so he studied the material very quickly. Now there should be no problems in the academy. Soon, a mercenary who bought a live chicken and a dungeon card returned home, as a guy asked. The protagonist praised the mercenary for always doing his work perfectly. The dark sword asked when the guy was already going to tell him about the demonic attack of the bloody hand. Lee Khan says he will tell this when he returns from the dungeon, but the dark sword does not think he will get alive. Although even if the employer is in death, it does not mean that the young man will not be able to learn about the demonic attack of the bloody hand. He must go to the dungeon with him and wait for the employer to death. The young man is sure that Lee Khan will be pleased with his help, and he will only help the mercenary when he tells him the secret of a demonic attack of a bloody hand. It was a dark sword plan. Immediately when he learns the secret, he will run away from the dungeon. Lee Khan is surprised when the mercenary says that he will also go to the dungeon. The dark sword assures him that he will prepare food quickly, so you do not need to worry about it. Lee Han will tease him and asks whether he will at all be a sense in the dungeon. These words are very annoyed by a dark sword. The young man assures the employer that it will be useful. After that, they go to the dungeon. OK is full of thirst for victory. He will tear his head to this pathetic necromanto. Finally, they came to the right mountain, directly to the entrance to the dungeon, but he was strictly guarded by people from Muram. It became clear that they just couldn't go. The protagonist thinks just to win them and get past them, but suddenly the dark sword notices something. Judging by the card, there is a small road. Maybe she was done to go around. Lee Khan wants to just deal with these guards, but the dark sword forbids and says to follow him. They go through the bushes, and after a while find themselves in the right place. In front of them, they seize a spare move and decide to go through it. The dark swordsman praise himself for such a wonderful preparation for their mission. The protagonist wants to punch the tubs to go inside, but cannot be done, because monsters can be released from the cave. The invasion should always be quiet and fast, so the guy asks to rely on him. After a moment, he grabs his sword and rises the tubs on his way. The dark sword made a wonderful incision, and now they can go inside. When they come, they are going to put the boards back so that the monsters do not come out from here. The guy considers the suspicious that the mercenary will rush to the dungeon because he does not even give him orders. Lee Han begins to think that he is hiding something from him, but the guy is trying to justify and says that he just seemed. Lee Han thought that the dark sword was done to wait when he was in death, to find out the secret of demonic and bloody hands. A young man shocked that he was so easy to read. The young man needs to come up with something urgently, and he decided to tell what he learned from the map. He tells that his whole reason to go to the dungeon lies in the objects and other sacred weapons in the chests. Moreover, sacred weapons are very expensive and there are even professional hunters for it. And this is the dungeon they are now heading, just filled with interesting things. Fortunately, the protagonist quickly believed in this lie and also wanted to go to the dungeon faster. These sacred objects appeared immediately after they killed the monsters. Finally, they went inside. It was dark and a little creepy. But suddenly, the dark sword stopped sharply and stopped Lee Khan. It was necessary to study this place, because the moisture on the walls was dry, and it was suspicious. This phenomenon was not natural, because such is simply impossible in a wet cave. The guy is about to concentrate and try to catch the signs of presence at least someone, but it was very difficult to concentrate, because the chicken was not going to remain silent, but on the contrary was screaming loudly. Our hero did not understand why the dark sword asks to tighten the chicken because she does his job perfectly. But the young man insisted, because if the chicken continues to behave so loud, then the monster will find them. The protagonist does not listen and says that the chicken will tell them everything, and he just needs to follow them. Surprisingly, Lee Khan really intended to entrust his life to the animal, although the dark sword was not against it, because now the guy went for a right death. At this time, he wants to study the map to find a way to retreat immediately. So far, they go in the right direction. The dark sword should admit that the card is really great. With every minute, the young man begins to think that he did not spend so much money on the card. He is very surprising that the employer has been going on the right way all this time, although he literally entrusted his life to smokers. But the dark arsenic is sure that they will soon need a card. The protagonist annoys that the dungeon is very long and he asks whether it is impossible to cut the way. But the young man calmly replies that there is no short way. If they go on, the stairs will appear on the second and third floors. Unexpectedly, they reach a place that is not marked on the map. No one seems to have gone here yet. In this case, one of the two roads will need to be selected. The chicken begins to grind. The chicken screams, and our hero concludes that they need to go to the right. The dark sword was very annoyed that the employer is so naive to trust my life smokers. Lee Khan explains that he took the chicken not just. She tells him about the whole situation in the dungeon. In front of 7 meters there is a wall, and there are 2 roads. The left with the slope and the right, the angular. The guy understands it all because of chicken cries, because the sound in a closed space is heard by 2 ears. It was elementary, and he does not understand why the mercenary is so surprised. The young man decided not to argue and silently follow his employer. Suddenly someone's hands appear from the ground. It seems to be the hands of monsters. And after a moment, not only the hands but the head and their whole body appear. Suddenly, the monster notices someone's traces and understands that there was someone here. He immediately sniffs them and realizes that there were people here. This news immediately comes to other monsters and now they have to catch criminals. Meanwhile, the sword's detachment also went to the dungeon. But before leaving, the girl brought a sword for the king. However, it was an unusual sludge, and a relic called the Invisible Hat. Such a helmet has the ability to hide its owner. It turns out that it is not just a magical object, but a man still does not understand why he is given it. Of course, Weiser has not doubted his skills, but she believes that the best helmet is just in case. Then UNB does not mind accepting this gift. I wear it away. It's been a while. Finally, they came to the entrance to the dungeon, and the King of the Sword ordered everyone to become a device. Their goal is to clean the dungeon demonic ruins, but they also need to pay attention to their own safety. No one should die in the dungeon because during his death, the ally will turn into an enemy. There was nothing more to say. It's time to go inside. No matter how many enemies will be, they have to kill them all. After that, they go inside. The horizon was pure, and there were no traces of hostile presence nearby. Nothing unusual happened and everything was quite calm. It was very quiet, and this silence strained Uni, because they had found them. It has been half an hour from the moment they went inside, but they still did not hear absolutely no sounds, and it was very suspicious. Suddenly, a warrior of heaven approached the captain. He seems to have a matter. It turns out that he just wanted to present his young leader of the sect Nagan Ho. Looking at this young man, it was possible to say that he accepted his father's spirit. The Sword King expressed my condolences because of what happened to the boy's father. UNBI heard that this young man is a real talent in the martial arts. The Hongho Nagan promises that he will not be a bump for them. This hike can serve as a wonderful experience. But now there was no time for conversations. Because in the dungeon, it is dangerous, and we need to be careful. The guy still had ants all over the body from talking to such a big man as a Sword King. Uncle says that if he comes off the front, then Hog will have to support him from his back. The guy was very inspired by the fact that he was taken on this hike. The Hog was heading the academy's rating. Suddenly, Han's instructor sat down on the ground and touched her hands. He felt small vibrations, which meant that the monster came here. That is why they had to urgently go into a protective position. There was a number 4 class situation, but the young guy did not understand what that means. But it was impossible to panic. It was necessary to get your weapon as soon as possible. The guy clearly obeyed the orders, though he still did not understand what was going on here. Uncle explained that this happens infrequently, so you should be very careful. After a moment, they see a monster on the horizon who runs right on them from all speed. You couldn't go time, and after a second, the captain ordered everyone to attack. Meanwhile, our characters are quietly going on. They came across stairs. These stairs led down, and they began to go down. But the dark sword had some strange feeling. He has already begun to think that all this is not a coincidence, and our hero really leads a chicken. It was strange that during this time they did not even meet the rat. Not that the monster. But he is not against such a schedule, because he does not have to do anything. Earlier the guy thought that the employer is usually a failure, but now the thoughts were in mind that he was strong. But he quickly rejects these thoughts away, and decides to act on his plan. Suddenly the protagonist stops and asks, "Is it true that those abomination, what are their enemies in front of them?" "A huge crowd of monsters who wanted to kill!" The dark sword immediately realized that these were skeletons. He did not like them very much. There were many skeletons of different species, and even skeletons. The shocked man quickly explained that these monsters have the 5th level of threat. Suddenly, the protagonist just throws a chicken into the hands of mercenaries and tells him to keep her. Lee Khan hopes that if you kill these skeletons, magical objects will fall out of them. The guy learns about it when he kills them. Suddenly, a strange smile appears on his face. The dark sword does not understand how the employer is about to kill the whole crowd of skeletons. And so, after a moment, our hero rushes directly to the monster, and for attack, he uses a demonic such a bloody hand. The guy mentioned an event that happened 10 years ago in his house. He carefully engaged in training and did not spare himself at all. The young man seems to have been trying to study the new equipment. He put all his strength and did not regret himself at all, although his hand was incredibly sore. The man who watched it told him to stop, but he continued, though he was already screaming. When the young man stopped, he turned to his teacher. It seemed to him that he would never work. The man reassured the student with a calm tone and said that progress was not achieved so quickly. The guy does not have much internal energy, so the technique stops at the elbow point. If it reaches a certain level in the martial arts, then the side effect of the left hand will disappear. Just in case, the teacher decided to transfer other techniques to him for some time. A dark sword, I think that all techniques should be accepted as soon as possible to restore demonic school. But the teacher is afraid that he will ever come when the guy cannot control his left hand. And then he will have to kill the young man with his own hands, otherwise he will be in the grave. In this case, the guy will definitely have a bad effect on school. When the guy finds a way to restrain his left hand, he will continue to hand over the techniques. It will be safer for everyone. It will take at least a few days for the guy's internal energy to calm down, so he has to rest now. The young man realized that if he did not learn to control his left hand, he would not be able to become a true heir. A dark sword in shock when he sees the same demonic attack of the bloody hand that he wanted to take possession. He watches carefully at every movement of the protagonist. At the same time, our hero rushes to enemies to burn them ruthlessly. It seems that none of the skeletons expected that right now they would burn in packet fire. Half of them were already dead, while others stood in a stupor and watched how their comrades were burning. The guy thinks of using a little internal energy, because I think he has killed too little of these wonderful ones. The monster understands that they cannot be delayed because their enemy is very strong. That is why the skeleton Shakol enters the battle. He attacks our hero and seems as if he pervades the guy. But fortunately, Lee Khan did not hurt, but only polluted his form. Because of this, he was very angry with his enemy, and in a second, just crushed him with his attack. And so, from this monster, something incomprehensible looks like a shell. The guy wanted to ask the mercenary what it was, but now it was not on time. Behind the protagonist had a huge monster that was already pegged on him, but he was indifferent. Now our hero is going to demonstrate a demonic attack of his right hand, so he advises a dark sword to look closely at this. He will now show him the 9th level of the demonic attack of the bloody hand. A moment, he uses the palm of the explosion of the bloody hand. From such a strong attack, the monster simply begins to collapse into pieces. It seems that no one will be able to withstand such an explosion. Even this biggest skeleton begins to die from this hot fire. But this was still not enough for his murder. Already through the sword, he rushes to the monster. When he looks at him, he is fascinated by the memories of the past. Once upon a time, he had the opportunity to resist the skeleton. After a moment, the main character strongly beats him on his head, not understanding why the skeletons are so annoying. A moment later, there was an even stronger explosion than it was before. It seems that the monster was defeated. When it was a little settled, Lee Khan said that he had finished with it, and they could go on. But before that, he wants to see everything around, because he thinks that some sacred objects must fall out of monsters. And indeed, he finds some armor. The dark sword could not believe that the academy student was so fast killed by the monster. He used to think that his employer was just a regular hunted. But now there was no time to be surprised. The guy does not want to keep up with him. Lee Khan, meanwhile, was already wearing armor. She sat wonderfully on it. The dark sword says not to relax because there are many such monsters in front of them. The protagonist did not understand why the mercenary became so harsh and serious. The guy tried to assure himself that despite the big difference in the level of knowledge of technicians, he is much higher than him. Our hero thinks that the guy was upset through sacred objects and decided to give him a shell he found before. Meanwhile, in the deepest floor of the dungeon, on the throne, someone was sitting. It seems that was their main enemy. It was dissatisfied because it received too little internal energy. Is it all that the warriors have? Then, the enemy concluded that he would need living casualties. A second, he called Rave and ordered him to stop the enemy who had already entered their temple. After that, he turns to his dead subordinates who are sleeping right now. He ordered them to wake up, and after a moment they climbed out of the ground. The monster died in curiosity, who came to him this time. Meanwhile, the battle between warriors and monsters continued. At first it was necessary to protect the non-combatants, while the reinforcement detachment was reading. The Hog did not keep up and attacked the monster as soon as he could. He has destroyed several dozen monsters, but they still don't end. This is really a dungeon. He cannot afford to be an anchor for others, so he is going to keep to the very end, although it is very difficult for him. While the guy opened, a monster was attacked behind him which almost killed him, but fortunately he was covered in time with his uncle, who cut his head in half. The guy was very grateful to him because he had already passed all his life before his eyes. Uncle noticed that the guy's movements became more tense and thought he was frightened. But it is also useful to be nervous. But if the guy tries, then stress will only harm him. Uncle is convinced that this battle will end soon. At this time, we also fight with monsters, but for some reason they do not attack him immediately. Probably it was because of fear. Right now, he wants to check the ability of this helmet, which he was given by the head of the department. After a second, he uses the abilities of this helmet and seems to disappear from his eyes. Now the enemies do not see him, and he easily sweeps them, drawing attacks. They do not even have a chance, because they do not understand where the attacks come from. In just a few beats in the King of the Swords, and ended with these freaks. Finally, the battle ended. Their detachment did not get any losses. They spent about an hour on this fight, and therefore they had a little delayed and had to hurry. The reconciliation of the Who and the Clip did not have time to click, as the Sword King had already dealt with all the enemies. The young man was shocked from such an incredible man's power. The Han Ho Nagan was very upset because he had lost his precious lower level. He thinks he will never reach such a power as a Sword King, and in order to become a little stronger, you need to have time at the pace of the King of the Sword. Meanwhile, our heroes go on. There was no one here, although the monsters recently came from here. The protagonist at this time was engaged in meditation and accumulated his internal energy. The Dark Swordsman had already made a circle and turned back while Li Khan was circulating energy. The guy is very surprising, because this technique of internal energy circulation was lost 140 years ago. Dark swords were very interesting. What power is hidden by this mysterious guy? Since his flames of demonic energy could not burn all the enemies, his level is probably not very high. Very soon, they continue their way. Suddenly, the Dark Sword notes that the landscape changes in this place. The guy thinks that their enemy specifically forced his subordinates to build this slippery wall. It can be assumed that from this place the dungeon is just beginning. A lot is expected ahead of them. He also warns that you can come across a trap or barrier here. Suddenly they see something in front of them. You need to approach and look closer. It is difficult to believe that such a large, scale piece was built directly inside the dungeon. They notice some inscriptions on the wall, and the Dark Sword think that it is very similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs. He is most interested in what such hieroglyphs are done in this place. They also notice some stone boards with incomprehensible inscriptions and a very suspicious control panel. Therefore, the Dark Sword begins to think that they have not gone that road and suggest going back. On their way, they did not meet the monster. But now it takes time to search for a new road. But instead of going back, the employer begins to press all the buttons on this panel. The Dark Sword asks not to do this, because so they can fall into the trap or happen something else. But the protagonist reassures him and says he can disassemble some signs. In a second, he presses on this tile, but nothing happened. The young man believes that they were just lucky that no trap has been activated. Immediately after these words, something incredibly great falls behind their backs. It seems to be a boulder. With this button, he activated some trap, and now the way back was blocked. The Dark Sword began to look around to find a way out as soon as possible. Our hero calmly says that he seems to have launched some mechanism. After a moment, they saw a bright green light that shone on these hieroglyphics. The Dark Sword did not understand which button the employer pressed. A moment, a dark blue beam fired from this wall. He hit this huge stone that was behind them. Whether they understand, the wall began to disappear gradually, freeing some passage. The dark swordsman immediately realized that they were a television gate. It was difficult to believe that our hero so quickly solved the secret code of the dungeon. The guy immediately realized that it was a gate in the other way. The protagonist said that he was able to unravel the secret code only because he was just an incredible guy. At first, the dark sword proposes to look carefully around, but this idea is not liked, and he wants to go inside. He was not going to listen to the guy, and after a moment rushed to the portal. He immediately runs into him, leaving a shocked guy behind him. But it was impossible to delay, so the guy grabbed the chicken and also ran into the portal. He was very annoyed by the behavior of the employer, but unfortunately, he could do nothing with it. Meanwhile, the 7th floor of the demonic ruin dungeon. The portal opens directly in the wall and throws the boys on the floor. The feeling after the teleport was terrible, as if the joints were pulled out of your extremities and then inserted back again. It was difficult to breathe as if you were underwater. The dark sword was not going to step on this portal anymore, though it was comfortable. He immediately realized that he was on the 7th floor because he remembered the card. But when he looks around, he does not understand where our hero is now. They seem to be thrown into different places. Suddenly, the guy hears some quiet wheezing and cries. When he looks to the side, he sees a barely living girl who is all in the blood. The guy immediately rushes to her and does not understand where the person came from. The girl at the last forces explains that they were unexpectedly attacked by enemies. She doesn't even remember how it happened, because it happened literally in an instant. This place is deep, so there can be a monster from the 6th level and above. Many people were killed here. No one seems to be alive except her. Everyone was killed by monsters. At first, it was necessary to get out of here. But the girl can't get up, so the guy takes her on her back and asks where they came from here to find a way out. But the girl cannot answer him normally, but still cries. She is the bad with her. Unfortunately, the young man will not be able to bring a chicken. He does not understand why she died so unexpectedly. He thinks that the chicken died due to polluted air in the dungeon. Suddenly, a dark sword has a question about this stranger. He became wondering where she knew that he was a mercenary, though he did not tell her about it. It turns out that it was not a miserable wounded girl, but a real demon. He began his attack. The young man quickly reacted and evaded her blow. The dark sword was almost deceived, but he understood everything in time. And so, after a moment, the young man breaks this monster in half. However, the young man did not feel as if he cut a monster. It seems that it was not the end. This creature began to shout, and these sounds were just horrible. The young man realized that it was Banshee, which is why he did not feel the blade. After a second, all the dead who heard this cry got up. Now they were ready for battle with the guy. But it was not the end. The wall began to move, and a stone goal appeared from it, and many more than the 5th level. But there was nowhere to go, and the guy had to fight. Meanwhile, our hero is also busy with monsters. The guy thinks that something is wrong with his power. The internal energy may be slowly recovering from a weak body, but during this time he spent only 1 drop of energy. He thinks something went wrong because of moving in these gates. There was also a strange air in this place, and it was uncomfortable. If the air is polluted now, the guy concludes that now somewhere on the 7th floor. Let the internal energy recover and be accumulated. But you will do nothing. All you have to do is control your breathing with the help of special equipment. And especially for this, our hero brought a chicken with him to find dirty air. Li Han did not understand where the mercenary was, but suddenly he heard strange sounds. It was just a dark sword. But the main character immediately realized that something was wrong here. There was something wrong with the guy's hand. She blushed and began to increase. It seems something that the teacher had previously been told. It was his boundary, so he shouted and asked the protagonist to move away from him faster. Li Han had to run urgently if he wanted to live. The young man was already surrendered and could not control his hand at all. It radiated the bright red light. From his hand, the fountain was blood, as well as strange canines appeared there. The guy seems to lose his sense. Now, his hand has stopped having a hand and turned into some meat. The guy felt unbearable pain and could not do it. He tried to take control of control again, but nothing turned out. The guy radiated the dark purple light. There was something strange around him. He was blowing a strong wind, and our hero just watched it. With a dark sword, something was wrong. He grabbed his sword and told the employer to go away, and he, meanwhile, would kill all the monsters. Just at this time, they came to the stone goal. The monster was huge and creepy. It was already sworn in the boy. The monster began to scream and attack the dark sword loud, but he managed to evade his blows. The young man quickly approached the monster. He understood that he could not be defeated, if not at least the energy of the sword. So far, the young man is not so strong to use it, but with this piece of the bathroom, everything changes. With what happened to his hand, he will be able to defeat this monster in 1 blow. After a moment, he cut this creature in half, But it was not the end. He was waiting for a huge army of other monsters. They also did not wait, and in a second, they rushed to the young man. These were evil spirits. Of course, the dark sword was not about to lose such pathetic creatures as they. After a moment, he struck. The protagonist, only in shock, watches the fact that he is going on before his eyes. He sees that all closed energy paths of the dark sword have freed up, and because of this, the internal energy is expanding. The young man seems not tired at all. On the contrary, he was ready for the battle and waited for the monster to attack him. It seems that a dark swordsman captured some other force that sought battles. The guy consenting as the teacher previously showed him a thing that led to the bloody tragedy of the village. It is because she is dangerous that the teacher wrote it down. But now he says that this thing belongs to the student. The dark sword is shocked, who has received it because he still lacks skill. He tells that this creature is alive. When it enters the human body, it will suck energy until the carrier perishes, but in exchange for internal energy, the donor can get the power of this creature. But if you lose control, this creature will capture its sense. The more the creature collects energy, the stronger the economy effect. It is for this reason that the teacher cannot cope with the creature. And the boy had little internal energy, so he will be able to withstand the puppy effect. If he understands the nature of the creature and its combat spiritual techniques, he will be able to hold them back. Very soon, the dark sword agreed to it. He has chosen his right hand for relocation, but after that, the place will no longer be changed. The guy was confident in his choice, so in a few seconds they began to resettle. The teacher slipped his hand into this chest and got a strange creature that was spicy. The teacher reminded that in no case can these monsters be captured. Suddenly, the monster was in the air and began to scream loudly. This sound was terrible, and after a moment, this creature penetrated into the guy's hand. But it was not the right hand, as planned, but left. The body engulfed unbearable pain, but it was impossible to lose consciousness. The young man was trying to keep his best. The pain gripped the whole body, and even blood went out of the mouth. The guy felt as if something new appeared inside him. Something new and very terrible. Meanwhile, the guy still continued to fight against the monster. They continued to step, but he ruthlessly cut them into pieces. He sees that the monster behaved not so confident. Probably they are just afraid of him. It seems that everything was very bad, because even the boy's eye became black. After a moment, these monsters rushed to the young man again. But they did not even have time to approach him, as the guy had already cut them into pieces. He did it without regret, clearly and quickly. It emitted an incredible amount of internal energy. Now the guy used a demonic such small hand. Immediately after, all the monsters froze and could not move. The young man did not delay and continued to cut them into pieces. It seems that all the monsters have been over. He was breathing hard. The protagonist was shocked from the show that the mercenary arranged. He cut off the bodies of evil spirits without the energy of the sword, and so quickly defeated the stone giant. The guy was curious that he had a thing in his hand. The dark sword seems to have taken control again. He was not going to talk about this thing in his hand. The guy says they will not be able to completely clean the dungeon. When they go down below, the monster will appear even more. He advises to finish on this floor and climb up, because now he will not be able to protect the employer. Whatever, he did not want to say it, but it is not for him. It reminds that life should be priority. Lee Khan says that if the guy continues to use this creature in his hand, she will completely capture him. The guy was enough to look at this monster to understand what Jokai was. It is not a spiritual creature that can be trained. The dark sword was angry with these words. He was convinced that our hero could not understand the character of this monster, so he does not need to climb it. The guy realized that this would only come to the mercenary when he saw with his own eyes. But the dark sword still continues to stand on his own and tells him not to interfere. Suddenly, the young man grabs the sword and firmly cuts off his hand. He simply deprived him of his left hand. After a moment, his hand was simply cut off from his shoulder. The dark sword and the eye did not have time to clip, as his hand had already been cut off. A second, the guy fell to the floor and began to shout at unbearable pain. After a second, our hero pierced this hand with a sword. Lee Khan said the mercenaries to lift a part of the arm that remained because they would now work it back. The guy fell into a stupor. He didn't understand how the guy was going to grasp his hand back. If it is a parasite, then probably he must understand everything. This creature just would not break away from him. The young man was angry at the employer for so just took and cut off his hand. Our hero sees that the parasite is already returning to place, but the dark sword is considered all nonsense. But when he looks at his hand, he sees that she really gradually clicks back. In order not to die from the dirty air of the dungeons, breathing techniques should be used, but mercenaries are normal, and without them. This is all thanks to this work that sucks his blood. Increased regeneration. You are one of the features of yokai. It is not good to drag such a parasite, but there are also its advantages. A few seconds, his hand returned to place again. Li Han says the guy cannot restrain this monster. Even now, there is a banal example of the fact that the hand is clutching back at their own will. The guy was really shocked that his hand clung back. Our hero throws a sword because he is not going to get hung up on it. He is about to go on. But now a dark sword wants to hear the advice from the employer and find out how to be on. But the young man does not want to get rid of the parasite, and on the contrary, wants to learn how to properly manage it. The reason why the guy could not know other techniques in his hand. Li Khan immediately guessed that his teacher told to use demonic, so in a small hand in the case. The monster was fed with the blood of the carrier, so he did not respond to combat equipment, which is based on the energy of yin, such as a demonic such small hand. If the guy studied the demonic of such a bloody year, which is based on the energy of fire, creature would either disappear or kill the guy to protect his body. The number of techniques that a guy can learn is very small, but it is impossible to say that the situation is hopeless. The protagonist tells that the guy only has to use combat techniques that feed the creature. The Dark Sword think that there can be no such technique, but our hero denies. He was shocked when he saw that such a strong and powerful energy was coming from the employer. He radiated the energy of bloody color. It turns out that it was a demonic attack of the star. This technique breaks all the opponent's blood arteries without pity. For a creature that constantly needs blood, it was just. The guy is shocked when he saw this technique for live, because he heard about her only in legends. He is in a stupor because everyone said that this technique disappeared. Even between the elders there is an idea that this technique is not restored. The Dark Sword does not understand that this is a strange guy standing in front of him. What a true expression. After a moment, the young man fell to the floor without strength. It was all because of the demonic attack of the star. Li Khan had already answered his question, so now they had to go on. Without chicken, you will need to make a lot of efforts to find the road. It was not necessary to trust the chicken of a Dark Sword. Li Khan orders the guy to climb and move on. Suddenly, a Dark Sword stands on his knees and holds something in his hands, saying that he agrees. If the contract they were talking about on the roof of the academy is still in force, then the guy is ready to conclude it right now. It was an incredible luck to get such a proposal to continue the contract. Although the Dark Swordsman first said quite another, now he began to praise him. The young man desperately asks permission to serve the employer and further. Li Khan agrees, and to continue he only needs to sign on the contract. The guy began to quickly look for a handle that could be painted, but our hero says it is not necessary, and he is ready to sign blood. It was necessary to put a print of his finger in an empty place on the contract. If the guy takes over the new technique that the employer will pass to him, then he will be ready to obey all his orders for the rest of his life. Li Han slowly raises his finger to the contract, but suddenly he stops because he sees somewhere in far red energy. The guy never set the seal, but went to look at what a strange energy. The Dark Sword thinks that this is his fault that the guy did not put the seal. But the matter was completely different. Li Hana was interested in red energy that seeped into the room. They came to the portal from which the monster recently came. Our hero is wonderful to memorize the road. Although the guy pressed everything right, the portal never appeared. Unfortunately, the map indicates the structure of only 8 floors, and then there is no information. Suddenly, the protagonist told the Dark Sword to look up the mountain. A strange thing appeared on the stile, the color of which was very different. A moment, a thick ray that grabbed the boys did not hit this thing. It tightened them straight inside. Meanwhile, warriors continue their journey. They check their way with magic. The Sword King said that if it is difficult for a girl, it is better to move back, because healers are the heart of a storm detachment. Having reached the 4th floor, the speed of the assault has decreased significantly. Perhaps it was because they did not arrange a halt. The instructor was very worried about the condition of the members of their detachment, but it was only necessary to accept energy stimulants and continue. The instructor ordered the members of the detachment to accept energy stimulants on the go and not stop. The Hug-Ho was already very exhausted and breathed hard. They are already on the 6th floor. During this time, they went through 4 battles and greatly exhausted. The guy beats himself on the pike to bring him. He cannot lose such a chance, so we must focus to gain even more knowledge. Uncle gives him an energy stimulator and says to chew slowly, and then swallow. The reconciliation was heard that when they reach the 8th floor, it will be necessary to raise their feelings as much as possible. But he does not understand what it means. From the 8th floor, a thick darkness begins, which does not pass light through it. That is why it is necessary to rely not on your physical strength, but on intuition. It was never to talk, because they attacked them right this moment. The detachment was urgently prepared for battle. It was important to comply with the circulation of heart protection. The detachment accepted a protective position. They pressed their backs to each other. They saw a very unusual creature in front of them. It became clear that it was a kind of banshee, so everyone had to be careful. This monster was engaged in pressing the air. After a second, it screamed loudly. This cry was unbearable and disgusting. After a moment, the monster began its attack. A huge ray of lightning went to the warriors. The Sword King quickly cut him off and rejected the attack. It was important not to lose self-control. If they fall under the curse, there will be serious problems. Although the King of the Sword softened the shockwave by the energy of the sword, the power of the attack was still very great. The Hug host was very difficult, but he realized that he had to stay conscious. You need to hold on despite anything. The guy's sword began to emit fire. He was ready for battle. In a second, it was time to attack, and the strike group had to go forward. But suddenly, instead of a shock group, a student rushed forward. He made all the effort. No one expected the student to rush forward. He rushed directly to the monster without a drop of fear and doubt. After a moment, he developed this creature in half. It burned in his fire. The Sword King was very excited for the boy, because he thought he could be wounded. The uncle quarrels the guy for doing so senseless, though he is not even in the strike group. The hog hoped for his spontaneous decision, but the King of Swords said it was not necessary. The students of the academy managed to withstand the demon of the soul and can still be seen, so the man praised the guy. Banshee's cry is a large-scale magic of the curse, which has caused damage to the entire detachment. The man reduced the effect of the attack due to the energy of the ball, but the magical effect was still very strong. Several people from the assault group fell into a stupor and were unable to apply counterattack on time. But the student managed to destroy the curse at a rapid pace and cope with the monster. If he continues to develop his skills in the same spirit, they may be able to meet again after his release from the academy. The Hog Ho was shocked from such nice words of a man. He could not believe that he would have a chance to meet with a real battle instructor that represents the academy without. Although the guy praised the sword himself, it does not mean that his actions were correct. Safety should still be above everything. The heart of the hog seems to jump out of the chest now, because he has just praised such a great warrior. Recently, he thought of how to have time for the King of the Sword, and now he praised him and said that he was moving in the right direction. Probably a dark sword then made records with the same mood. The Hong Hos thinks that now is on par with that sword. The instructor felt something strange. From time to time, he feels echo from small fluctuations around. It is strange that only one monster met. Although in the underground maze, they should be everywhere. Another man reassured him and said that the bracelet was reacting to his wrist. In other words, they can definitely find out the goal they go. Due to this bracelet, they managed to get here in a short way. Suddenly, they hear some very strange loud sounds and begin to think that the dungeon is being destroyed. Judging by the sound, we can conclude that a mechanism was launched. UNBI asks if none of the instructors have heard that someone except for them. Meanwhile, the same red portal was formed on the deepest floor of the dungeon. He moved our heroes to the lowest floor. The dark sword was bad from these teleports. Suddenly, a creature appears in front of them and seemed to have seen him somewhere. They immediately realized that it was a Knight of Death. The monster was sitting on her bony horse. We need to be careful because the Knight of Death is much stronger than the monsters they greeted in their way. After a second, the knight got his sword, getting ready to rush into the attack. And then, after that, he, riding on his horse, rushed to the enemies. The young man did not delay, but immediately grabbed his sword and blocked him. It was very difficult to keep his blow because the knight had incredible power. Our hero is not going to interfere with this because he wants to see how the mercenary will handle such a worthy opponent. And so, just after a moment, a real cruel struggle began between them. The dark sword made all efforts to block the attacks of his enemy. Just that the young man had a good blow, and noticed that the Knight of Death opened from below. He used this moment and used a low-hand demonic attack. The knight lost balance, and it was just a wonderful chance for the guy. But suddenly, his horse opened his mouth wide, as if getting ready to bite him. However, it was not for this. In fact, the horse just jumped a dark sword. The Knight of Death becomes stronger when riding on a horse. It was because of this that the attacks of the young man were irregular. The dark sword feels that you will have to try hard. The mercenary now cannot be distracted by the fight, so she says Li Khan goes in search of a necromant. The Knight of Death never walks alone, so if he is here, there is definitely nearby necromant. We need to find a necromant at any cost, because only in this way they will be able to save. They did not have time to clip, as a whole army of various monsters appeared behind their backs. There is nowhere to run, moreover. Another Knight of Death appeared here. In their eyes, there was a combat setting, so things are bad. Suddenly, they noticed that behind the crowd of these monsters, someone was sitting on the throne. Maybe it was a necromant. He looked much more scary than they were told about him in the lesson. Lee Khan says the mercenary not to interfere with him. Now OK is going to show him a real performance. In his hands, the necromanta holds some colorful layer. After a second, he orders his subordinates to start an attack on enemies. After a moment, the monster army begins to step. The dark sword cannot simply start the battle and ignore the order of the employer, because there was a transfer of a demonic attack of the starry blood on the scales. If the monster is still a little approaching him, then he will not be able to react, and will not escape. It was urgent to act, but the employer ordered nothing to do. The monsters were already very close, and it was impossible to delay. The protagonist asked the mercenary not to scream, because he had to focus. After a second, Lee Khan used flame tongue technique. A bright blue flame appeared in his hands. The guy used a layer of flames that destroys hell. Everything in the air became bright blue. The flames spread everywhere. And after a moment there was a strong explosion that blinded everyone with its blue glow. It was the same technique that was transmitted only through writing. It was difficult for monsters to resist this flame. Fire with explosive force could not spread evenly, so only those creatures that stood in front were roasted, while others remained unharmed. We need to prepare for the worst. The dark sword, meanwhile, was shocked by the ability of our hero, and just did not understand who he is. There was no time at all, so he explains what conditions it should be fulfilled in order to use demonic and in animals. The first is to use the spiritually technique of blood reverse flow, and the second thing that is necessary is from the point of the meridian, with which demonic techniques change when changing. The dark sword does not understand what spiritual techniques should be used to cause the thirst and desire for blood. There are several ways, but now it will be better to use the enemies that are in front of it. If the guy is under the influence of the curse, he will either destroy himself or get out of power of the curse and kill the monster. If he wins the condition of the demon in the soul, then it will understand the use of spiritual technique. It was important to understand the goal in the fight. The answer was hiding here. Meanwhile, their main enemy has already begun to read some spell. A moment after that, even more monsters appeared, which were ready to attack. They all shouted very much, more annoyed by our hero. It was necessary to act quickly. So Lee Khan used the external energy of the bond of the sky and the earth, the synchronous circulation of energy. After these actions, the young man was ready for battle. The protagonist did not wait and immediately rushed to the enemies. He, like lightning, swept through them, killing everyone on his way. He did it mechanically and quickly. The young man was not going to pity anyone. In a second, he used a small arid demonic attack. After that, he grabbed the mouse about to show how to use it properly. Then he used a demonic such a bloody hand, arranging a whirlwind of flames around him. There was a strong explosion that took some monsters with him. The dark sword stood in a stupor and watched their battle. He sees such force for the first time. The employer not only uses amazing techniques, but also went to the very center of the monster army. The dark sword is distracted, which is why it was almost injured. If he did not evade in time, he would be left without a head. He was already waiting for another knight of death, who used a spear as a weapon. This is from ours that you will need to fight at a distance. But the young man does not mind going into battle, because he still has nothing to do. The guy holds his best. It will not be so easy to handle him. Meanwhile, the main character also continued the struggle. He cut off an incredibly large monster in one blow. But Lee Khan said that this monster was just too weak. He was hit several times and he died. The blade of the sword was blurred, which meant that the battle has been going on for a very long time. Lee Han has already killed several hundred of these monsters, and the necromant still continues to call new ones. It is necessary to keep the internal energy as much as possible because the battle will be long. He sees that at this moment the dark sword is fighting with a knight of death. For a dark sword, such an enemy is so complicated, but Lee Han cannot help him because he has to find the answer. The dark sword must understand the true meaning of the words of the employer. A few hours ago, at the entrance to Mount Mutha, our hero then asked the mercenary whether he fought with a necromanto. He just wanted to tell him something. The Academy said that the magic of the necromantic curse is very strict, so Nijenko, like a dark sword, may not withstand it. Demonic martial arts force everyone monsters to move aside, but because of this it disappears the possibility of standing up to the face against them. Whatever the guy is strong, the magic of the curse will not be able to avoid, because she will capture his sense. If he gets under the curse, he should remember the phrase that he will not die. Fear makes you go crazy, but cannot kill. When he understands it, he will take fear as his enemy. The employer says that he has come to the awareness of this. He seems to know something. He tells that he has experience because one goat once had to try hard. necromant with him compared to simply pathetic. The guy remembers these words of the employer. The endurance of the dark sword is getting worse. It seems because he used his left hand. That is why it was necessary to finish the fight as soon as possible. The young man uses a low-hand demonic attack on his enemy. He still seemed to freeze the Knight of Death, so he couldn't move now. It was necessary to act, but the knight was still able to release and dismiss the attack of his enemy. The monster overwhelmed the attack of a dark sword, so he had to defend himself, because he would not stand differently. Then, the guy uses demonic meat armor, and just after that, the Knight of Death applies a strong blow to it, from which the young man flies back. This Knight of Death and the one he once struggled is in the open and earth, and the difference was that this knight was on horseback. It is clear that ordinary attacks do not win it. It was urgent to come up with something. Suddenly the young man saw the head of Banshee from above and realized that he had to kill her urgently. But suddenly, this monster uses the curses of depression through which the dark sword was completely exhausted. The monster says the guy will die and the monsters will come to kill him. When the guy die, it will come a real end. It will cease to exist. The voices of evil spirits continue to tell him that he will die right here, and no one will help him. He cannot be released from these votes. Everything around frightens him. It seems as if not to look. Everywhere a monster. With fear, the young man begins to tremble and thinks that it is really an end. But suddenly, through these ugly and disgusting voices, he hears the phrase that he will not die. Fear tortures him and makes him go crazy but cannot kill. And when the guy understands it, it will take fear as his only enemy. The fact that he is now blossoming into a dark sword before his eyes, and his enemies. But how should he fight if these are the real bodies of his opponents? The monsters try to get closer to the young man, but he waves the sword and orders them not to approach. But suddenly a stone giant hit a dark sword. The dark tentacles of the monsters reach for an unhappy man, which is already exhausted. They penetrate it directly into the abdomen, and an unbearable cry breaks out of the breast. On the face of the boy, a grimace of horror, pain, and fear frozen. It's stuck in the dome inside these monsters. But after a moment, the young man was able to master himself and drive all these abominations away from himself. Finally, he was able to scatter them, but was very wounded. The sword sticking out of the boy's chest. But the dark sword was absolutely indifferent to such a serious wound. He wanted to kill his enemies. Still, the exhaustion prevails over him, and the guy falls on his knees in front of his enemies. And so it would seem that the end has come, because the Knight of Death is the final blow. But suddenly the dark sword blocks it with his left hand, in which Yokai lives. The dark sword was strongly tired, but still not going to give up. He breathed hard for fatigue. It is difficult for the young man to breathe, and because of this, his heartbeat is so unstable. It is amazing that the young man is still alive because he had to die from the last blow. This creature seems to come to life. The dark sword feels that fear is gradually approaching him. The curse still controls his body. But no matter how strange it is, the young man was no longer afraid. He was no longer frightened by such a pathetic creature as his enemy. The knight strikes with a sword, but the young man closes his hand, and the sword pierces it. Now the turn of the dark sword is to attack. The guy is going to put all his strength in this attack. The horse of the knight begins to behave anxiously, but the Knight of Death also does not stop and makes another attempt to strike. But suddenly, the dark sword disappears from the field of sight of the Knight of Death. It turns out that the young man attacked his enemy from above, grabbed his head and pressed it firmly to the ground, and immediately after that he struck him right in his face. And until the rider was around, he used this moment to deprive the horse's horse. In fact, the dark sword still does not quite understand how the alive, but he is very grateful to the hired for those words that he will not die, because it is because of him that he is alive. Meanwhile, our hero also continues the battle. It uses a demonic such a layer lightning. He spent a lot of energy on this attack, so he does not know what the technique should be used. In a second, he notices a Knight of Death, who has recently struggled with a dark sword. This monster even owned the energy of the sword, but the young man is still sure that she would handle it. After a second, Li Khan comes forward, and their energy is confronted with each other. Li Han is directed directly to this freak to strike. Thus, the mane stuck the sword directly into his horse instead of a knight. Suddenly, something was as strange as possible. A huge bone fell in front of the man, but he did not understand what it was. It turns out that it was the case of the necromantian hands, which constantly interfered with the battle, and also using such gross attacks. The employer notices that the dark sword's hand became red. She has grown claws and fangs. The young man thanked the employer. Although the dark swordsman now everything was normal, it is not long. This condition is abnormal because the parasite moves and absorbs the young man's life. The donor whose blood is absorbed by this creature is in danger, and those monsters have no blood. Simply put, the parasite soon gets away, and the dark sword will lose common sense. The body will move to power of the parasite. The dark sword began to worry when he heard about it, because he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a bright red light appeared, like a recent teleport. Suddenly, our heroes noticed that their enemies have disappeared at one point. It was very similar to the tactics of lure. Necromant knows that if they came here, they will definitely not give the back. It seems that the necromant finally began to think of his head. Suddenly, the necromant spoke in their language and asked if they knew where they were. The protagonist behaved boldly enough, but it was not surprised by the monster, because at first, everyone is. People like them have come here more than once to storm the dungeon. The reason why the necromantic is still alive is what Li Han has not met. His self-confidence is different from others. The necromant has one unusual ability. He can approximately determine the power of the opponent. They only have 1.5 drops of internal energy. This will not be enough for a long time. But our hero does not think it is important now. Now the necromant is going to show them what awaits them. In a second, he shows them a corpse of some person. 2 days ago, people came here from some exploratory detachment, and this cocoon was one of the dead. But this corpse is weaker than our heroes, because he died only in the battle with the Knight of Death. Because our heroes have come here, he welcomes them, but they still do not differ from others. If they agree to die quietly, then the necromant will kill them as painlessly as possible. So to speak, he can show mercy to them. The situation seems to be bad, because only his power pressed strongly on them. After using the flame tongue technique, half of the internal energy went at a time. Even after spiritual technique twice, the energy is restored very slowly. It seems that the necromant specifically placed many enemies on the maze to steal internal energy. He turns to the sword with the power of thought and says they should finish in 15 minutes. This time cannot be exceeded. All you can do here is to defeat the Knight of Death and absorb her magic. If he does it, he will be able to avoid the attack. But the dark sword still does not understand how he should absorb his magic. Now the necromant realized that the enemies were not going to seem, which means that the battles would not be avoided. 2 Knights of Death they fought back. Since the necromantian heard them, there is no point in talking mentally. It is necessary to attach a hand to those creatures and use spiritual technique. It is necessary to use the technique of absorption of the demon, which has escaped. But the necromant does not take them seriously and thinks that he will definitely win. Initially, Li Han asks how much internal energy of a necromant. Necromant thinks that this is a stupid last question, but still decides to answer him. He says he has 7 captchas of internal energy. But instead of frightening, the protagonist begins to laugh fun. Now the monster has 7 captcha, which means that at first there were 8. A predatory smile appears on our hero's face, and excitement is inflamed in the eyes. It will be enough. But Necromant, of course, did not take his words seriously. He was not going to delay more, and ordered his subordinates to start the attack. Our hero was also not going to lag and rush towards the enemies. The young man was most concentrated. He struck his fists on his enemies and hit everyone. Suddenly, he noticed how some unclear was flying on him. It was the case of the hands of a Knight of Death. Li Khan was not lost at all and used the sacred technique of protection, the great shift of heaven and earth. It was a very good attempt to attack him until he expected. But in this case, our hero is about to return this attack by the sender, but to do it twice as much. The blow flew right at the Knight of Death, and he did not expect it exactly. Meanwhile, the young man decided not to waste time and move to their main goal, to a necromant. It seems that the monster herself did not expect to reach him so quickly. The guy thought he had almost caught him, but suddenly something red appeared in his face. It turns out that the necromant used a sense of confusion on it. Immediately afterwards, Li Han felt something wrong with his body, feeling as if he were lost in space. On his head and eyes there was some red thing, which caused it. He saw badly what was going around him. Everything around was floating, and he realized that it was a necromant curse. Judging by the fact that everything is blurring before the eyes and sounds of the ears come, the enemy confused his feeling. Suddenly, someone cut the main character by his shoulder. He did not understand how he was cut, because there were no enemies nearby. The lessons were not told about such a curse. It seems that it was a special ability he possessed. The young man began to dodge the attack skillfully, but it annoyed him, because he could not even use the spell because of the low amount of energy. In this case, it was only necessary to focus on her intuition and with her help to feel hostile. Let the necromanta also brought perception into chaos. In itself, it did not disappear. Even if he has hearing and vision and paralyzed other feelings, it is still the same feeling. Suddenly, he feels as if he was beaten in his back, but the guy immediately realized that it was a fake. The real monster was completely on the other side. Li Han struck this monster, which was already sure of her victory. If he is confused, it is enough to awaken others and everything will work out. Now our hero saw everything. He is wondering how long the enemy is going to make such tricks. After a moment, the young man rushed to the necromant again. The dark sword is still shocked by Li Khan's abilities. He will not even intervene in this fight. Initially, the necromantic did not have the mind, and if the guy's assumption is correct, it is the magic of a sense of confusion. Beyond the healthy mind comes rather the employer who continues to fight, without paying attention to the curse. Perhaps the employer will really be able to win this battle. In a second, the guy gathered all his strength to apply a very strong attack on a necromanta. He sent a strong attack directly from the enemy, and after a moment there was a strong explosion. But the necromant managed to protect himself from his attack and praised the technique used by the young man. The necromant begins to smile joyfully and says smugly that the guy's strokes will not be able to touch him, but he does not pay attention to it and encroaches again. After a second, the young man hit his enemy, and he almost wounded. Necromant does not understand what is the matter, because the speed of the enemy has become completely different. Meanwhile, he was already behind his back. Until the monster saw, he found himself behind his back and struck him hard. The monster simply does not understand how a person with such a low amount of internal energy can move so much. Li Han is not just fast, but the feeling that his movements are read out at all. He may use the technique of hidden step. Necromant. I do not imagine how a guy can understand this technique, having such low energy. However, the enemy is not going to give up and uses a spear from the bones for my attack. But our hero is lightning from him and again approaching the enemy. And so, the guy almost caught him and attempted his fist. Necromant wanted to use Kostya no armor, but did not have time. And the guy struck him in his stomach. The monster does not understand where the suicide bomber comes from. Our hero smugly says that energy circulation through breathing training is not the only way to increase internal energy quickly. Right now, the protagonist is going to end it and pick up all the inner energy of his enemy. But the necromant managed to evade, which was why he just got the wound on his own. His hood was torn. The dark sword was very surprised when he saw that it was a monster, not a skeleton. Suddenly there were bones that firmly grabbed our hero until he expected. Now the enemy is going to show how big a difference between them and no matter how magic is or martial art. For his next, and so he uses 9 Heaven of Dragon. Li Han is shocked from the fact that the necromantic Kunlun technique knows. He hurts the guy strongly and he cannot block the blow. Instead, it flies a few meters back. Unbearable pain has covered the whole body. The blow came exactly into the chest. The dark sword was very worried about the employer but did not know how to help him. Li Han was lying among the ruins and could not even move. Incredible pain has covered his whole body. The guy still does not understand where this freak knows the technique of Kunlun clan. Is a person from this clan to a monster? The necromant was very angry because this guy dared to touch him, and also inflicted his wound. Then, the guy turns to the mercenary and asks him to stay for an hour, because it will be enough. At this time, the enemy orders all the monster who are in this dungeon. He orders them all to come here to fulfill his order. Suddenly, something started to go, as if something was moving underground. The dark meshman grabbed our hero on his back and quickly began to flee. He did not understand how to stay here for an hour, and it was clear that this magic was very dangerous. First, the guy decided to run towards the way out. The enemy saw it, but did not want to go to visit. Suddenly, something was exploding right in front of them. The young man thought it was something like a recent curse. The necromant ordered the subordinates to grab our hero, and the dark sword was allowed to kill. After a moment, all the freaks ran straight to them. Then, the young man was not lost. He took some 2 bottles and drank their contents. These potions cost a lot, but it was not going to regret them in this situation. When they leave the cave, the guy will demand from the employer a sincere reward in the amount of new techniques. Meanwhile, part of the dungeons in which the warriors were located began to collapse. They thought it was activated with a trap. Suddenly, another trap intensified, which almost killed them, but the uncle pushed the reconciliation of Homo from there. It seems to be the magic of the curse. All who got there began to shout and cry because they felt unbearable pain. Uncle ordered the healers to destroy the curse and make a barrier to protect, but it was not the end. Suddenly, there was something to explode too, but fortunately, the Hogman had time to jump to the side. It was also a trap. The curse came from all sides, and many were already under their influence. Wilsan said with horror that nothing could be done here, because this curse is made of 5 parts. It seems that the Homong Hole was also affected by the curse, so he urgently needs to come to his senses. The Sword King was well aware that their detachment would be destroyed before the real battle. He ordered the detachment to study the respiratory protection technique, and to circulate energy. Meanwhile, the escape of the dark sword and our hero continued. The young man jumped directly on the heads of the skeletons in trying to escape. There was a lot of monster, and none of them were going to lag. The guy runs and at the same time monitors the employer, so he cannot increase the distance between them and monsters. The young man screams and tries to wake up the employer, but nothing works. Meanwhile, enemies continue to attack. Now they throw their spears. The consciousness is increasingly cloudy from each of them. But so far a dark sword can still stay. He has to do it. Suddenly ghosts appeared in front of him, so he used the divine palm of the dark soul. The guy ran further, but came across a Knight of Death, which was already swollen on him. The cases were bad, because the knight attacked right on the side of the employer. It was very difficult to dodge a dark sword because he had to follow the guy. However, it was impossible to give up. The young man continued to run. Suddenly, the hopes of salvation began to fade, because the guy thinks that even if the employer wakes up, nothing will change. But even despite this, he is going to keep up to the last. You cannot give fear to take over it. Suddenly, the hands of enemies appear from the ground, and they grab the guy by the foot, which is why he begins to fall. You will do nothing here, so he throws the employer as far away from the monster. They, meanwhile, were already nearby. And so, after a moment, a battle began between the dark swords and enemies. The young man was desperately reflected, as if for the last time. He was not going to lose such pathetic scum. To protect the dark sword uses its left hand. Some sharp spikes stick out of his hands. If you die, the guy will do it after a proud battle. The young man is going to use a demonic attack of a bloody hand, and suddenly someone grabs him. It turns out that it was a tenant. He already woke up, and immediately after that, the atmosphere in the room changed greatly. Lee Khan began to behave quite differently after awakening. The subjects of rebellion and decadency that have settled in curse and degradation, combining the body with the soul. The fear that still lives in gray, despite the fact that the world is divided into white and black. The guy didn't understand what a spell. Now our hero will become the owner of the monster. The main character continues to read the spell while the enemies continue to step. After that, the young man turns to the golden ruler of the world. After that, the Knight of Death turns around and begins to kill his comrades. And so it was not only with the Knight of Death. All the monsters began to fight with each other. The commander of the Knight's detachment, Lviv, says that he follows his owner. After that, the battle between the monsters continues. Li Han sighs and says that it was a witchcraft of a blood cult. He is not going to explain it because it is too long. The guy also says that sacred objects were much more useful than he thought. Without these armor, the young man would have been in another world. But the dark sword is not behind. He wants to find out what is still a blood cult. Suddenly, the young man beats the mercenary on the head for not listening to him and again activated this thing on his hand. But after that, he praises the guy for his efforts. There is the finale of the battle that the guy assumes. But in fact, the main thing is not sure what it will work. The necromant descends to the enemy. He wants to know who he was, how he was able to control the dead, and why he was not cursed. In fact, our hero does not understand the cause of this. But if you think you're head, then it is probably because it is incredible. Necromant says that in his past life there were times when he also did not look at heaven. But when he met the master, the diaper fell from the eyes. He knew that no one would be compared to that gentleman. The young man is mistaken if he considers the enemy an ordinary necromancer. In fact, he is a great god who controls the life of death. And now he is going to show him all his power. Li Han is as much as possible and take yourself. The enemy comes, but he evades all of him. The problem was not at the speed of his movements. There were no faults between his movements, so it is difficult to understand what is the attack and what defense. He notices that he has seen this technique somewhere. Suddenly arrows appear in the air. Necromant uses them against Li Khan, but he shines lightly from each arrow. The monster does not seem and uses another bone. After that, the bones appear from everywhere. They try to grab a young man, but the protagonist is not going to give up and reflects on all these bones. While Li Khan fought with the bones, the necromant used it and began his attack on the guy. Since the employer did not expect it, the enemy was able to touch him by his shoulder. It became clear that the monster was going to use magic again, but the young man understood it in time, so he was able to dodge the bright and powerful ray of magic in his direction. The attack goes for an attack without stopping, and now the necromant uses the call. It was urgent to cure this wound, because it would flow a lot of blood from it. Suddenly, some unknown purple energy grabbed our hero and tied like a rope. After that, the necromant took his spear and threw himself right at Li Khan, who could not move freely now. The spear was almost hit by the guy, but he seems to have not worried. Instead, he scored full of air. After that, he released an incredible cry, from which the spear turned and flew the other way. Finally, Lee Khan remembered what technique the necromantic is using. It was a dragon step technique, her characteristic feature in the movements, as if you are quietly floating in the clouds. Because of this smoothness, the equipment can be confused and taken for a normal slow step. But this is what allows you to attack and protect at the same time. It seems that our hero has endurance to dark magic, but the enemy still feels advantage. I also noticed that the creatures that the guy caused ended. He praises a young man, but it seems that there is no longer the strength to stand on his feet. If he dies, it will be very useful to a monster toy. Lee Khan acknowledges that in his current state he will not be able to defeat the enemy because the difference between combat levels and body capabilities is very high. But the employer is also sure that the situation is not hopeless. If a young man can once use the power of the demon of the border, then he will be able to surpass the necromant. You will need to artificially increase your level to several stairs up. Of course, after such an essence can be completely destroyed, but there is no other choice. He is now going to demonstrate one of his best martial arts. The necromant is watching it closely and thinks that our hero is about to do. The necromant is not going to listen to this beacon from the person, so it becomes a battle rack again. Lee Khan also has no desire to talk to someone who is already in hell. He radiates this power. This time, the guy is going to take the initiative. Let him increase his level artificially by stimulating the energy point. More than 3 clones did not work out. Now, 3 Lee Khan appeared. It was the technique of the domination of the heavenly demon. Now the technique, and not to call the perfect. It is necessary to use it for full power, but to destroy the enemy, it will be enough. Necromant was angry because the guy tried to deceive him with the help of these clones. The emotions took the mountain above him, and in a second he rushed to the enemies. But all 3 clones are skillfully evading the necromant attack. Lee Khan has increased his level, so now his step will not be as slow as before. Moreover, this technique creates not the illusion, but the real people. These guys have real physical bodies. 2 of them kept a necromanta until Lee Khan was preparing to strike. After a second, our hero struck his fist directly into his stomach, and he spat blood. From this blow, the monster flew a few meters ago. An unbearable cry broke out of his chest. He did not understand where the mortal had such force. He remembers events that happened 140 years ago on Mount Kunlun. The Kunlun clan was completely captured by fire. The elder of the clan named Chkan Mon did not understand what he was the freak that attacked them. A man I do not know how the one who lives on Earth can have such evil and eerie energy. It seems to be a necromant. He decided to use this man as his toy, because he would come out of wonderful material. Even the elder of the clan could not surpass such power. It was an absolute loss, because the opponent attacked and did not get scratches. As a reckon for his losing a man for centuries hugged a curse, and he became a dead knight. He turned into a monster and deprived the life of many warriors. Very soon the curse was destroyed and managed to find itself. Only 100 years later did he open his eyes and saw Mr. Mephisto's master. His strength was incredible, and only one of Mr. Mephisto's touch all the memories returned to him, and power came. The mana, which flowed across his body, turned him into a necromant. This unique body made it possible to use both magic and martial arts. As soon as he received the power he wanted in his past life, it became all that he once wanted. He thought that he was one of the 10 King Lich's 10 to become an unbearable task. The necromant was convinced that his plan would work, but now he was squandering on the earth with pain. Mephisto himself passed his forces so he cannot lose them. The protagonist heard that the enemy was talking about Mephisto and wanted to find out who it was. He became wondering if he was more than King Lich. Necromant. I do not understand where this mortal knows the name of their king. The monster did not delay and used the bone wall. But this did not stop there. The enemy began to use some pull the wall from time to time. The necromanta was ashamed for not having to surpass this guy. After a moment, it used a bone explosion. The bright flash almost blinded them. Necromant will gradually accept the fact that the anger is equal to powerlessness, and then powerlessness will develop into fear. It seems that the monster really felt without strong. He used the hands of his death on the guys. But as it turned out, it was not a real enemy, but a clone. Lee Khan, meanwhile, attacked him from his back. However, the necromanto managed to evade, and he used 8 great styles of the Dragon of the Clouds. The attack of the dragon causes the wind. He sent it directly to Lee Khan, and he did not have time to evade. But as it turned out, it was only a clone. The main character came out on the other hand, until the necromantian expected. After a moment, he firmly grabbed the necromanta. Now finally, our hero could pick up the inner energy of his enemy. But as it turned out, it was not the end. Suddenly, the necromant began to emit incredibly powerful energy. The monster grabbed the young man and used the separation of the body and soul. Lee Khan did not understand how he could not be so careful. He screamed with pain as the soul gradually came out of his body. After a second, he fell on the floor without much. Immediately afterwards, the monster began to laugh smugly because she won. It was the force that Mephisto handed him to. Separation of the body and soul is a complex curse. It is the power of the word death, which, when you get into the target, divides the soul from the physical body. If the guy did not use this technique now, he would definitely die. Suddenly, the necromant remembered that this young man was from a demonic school, and they saw him 140 years ago. Now it became clear why he remained whole from the curse, and why black magic did not act on him. In any case, he is now going to create a new Knight of Death. A wonderful toy will come out of our hero. But it was early to rejoice, because after a moment, Lee Khan got back on his feet. In fact, the guy was very lucky, because otherwise he could really die. In pure accident, 2 souls were found in his body, and now one problem was solved. The protagonist was angry because this freak died to deceive him. After a moment, Lee Khan rushed to the necromant again and struck him directly into his stomach. He did not even have time to clip. Right now, the protagonist is about to pick up the full force of the necromant. After a moment, there was a bright flash that was able to blind the loved one who would look at him. Meanwhile, the Vaglis slowly opened his eyes. Finally, the consciousness returned to the Hong again. He saw the King of the Sword in front of him. The Hogha did not understand when he lost consciousness. He wanted to get up, but the whole body hurt, so he could not. Uncle pressed the acupuncture of the points that now load the body, so for a while the guy needed rest. UNB praised the guy again. He did not think that the 4th-year student would be able to last for so long. They seemed to be surrounded by a sacred barrier now. Even Volsan was shocked, because for the first time in his 50 years he faced such a cruel curse. The structure of this dungeon seemed suspicious, so just in case he took with him several sacred magic stones. If he were late with their use, they would all be killed. The scream of the King of the Sword pushed the curse, and the instructor appeared the last forces. Just now the Wilsan wanted to say a beh. It became known that it was a 3-dimensional magical circle. They were told that the whole dungeon is a magic, which consists of 3 stages. But the curse that was used as a trap, almost 3 and 6 layers. This is the magic of the 6th circle. In other words, it is likely that someone has artificially imposed it. Suddenly the Sword King gives his helmet to the instructor for a while. After that, the man approaches the barrier. UNBI does not tell anyone and just silently comes out of it. Other soldiers in shock. For the first time in a long time, he was so nervous. If he did not send energy to the energy pathways, he would not even have a chance against such a spooky energy. Suddenly, a man sees some very bright light in front of him. It will almost blind him. Suddenly, he orders the instructor to remove the protective barrier, even despite the fact that he is around the curse. He asks him to trust him. In a second, the instructor removes the barrier, which surprises all the soldiers. Everyone was shocked because they noticed that the curse had disappeared. No one understood as possible. There is no reason for the monster to suddenly stop hostile to them and just remove the curse. Everything was very simple. If the curse was cancelled, it meant that the owner of the curse was destroyed. After that, UN rushed forward in search. Meanwhile, our heroes have already got out of the dungeon. Our hero tried to wake up a dark sword, so he hit him on his head. From this, the young man jumped sharply and began to shout. The guy looked at everything around and tried to understand what had happened. The main character will calmly explain that everything ended. Lee Khan promises that he will gradually tell about everything a little later, as there is another important thing now. Lee Khan was very hungry, so he asked the Dark Sword to prepare him something. This was this very important thing. It was already dawn. The boys were in their temporary home, and Lee Khan was meditation. Right now, the protagonist was engaged in the fact that the Borov of Darkness. He made a lot of effort for this purpose. The special nature of the necromantic internal energy does not allow you to absorb it immediately. To place this energy in the human body, it is necessary to change its character. Finally, the purification of internal energy was completed. Now Li Han is trying to stuff the inner energy of 7 Captcha in Tanjon. And then, a few seconds after that, a real rainbow breaks out of the mouth. Unfortunately, it was a defeat again. The young man is wondering if there is any other way. Li Han has seized the 7 of the internal energy. But this weak body cannot completely absorb so much. This body can only take 4 Captchas. Be that as it may, energy cannot remain intact forever. Our hero is not in that position to choose from something. As soon as Li Khan receives energy, the reaction is instantly. The feeling of trembling is still unpleasant in the bones. Poznan, the level of technique of devastation with the sword, and from the Captcha of internal energy. This is the beginning of the transformation that goes at the level of the border. The dark sword, meanwhile, has already prepared breakfast. There were many different dishes on the table. The guy really liked his job, and there was a feeling that the dishes were shining. Li Han came to this delicious aroma. The dark sword was very glad to see his employer. The dark sword was surprised when he saw a little naked tenant because he never noticed his muscles. The protagonist looks forward to the table. He is only glad to see such a perfect table. But Li Khan also reminds that the academy cannot be late. Therefore, they needed to eat and rush to the academy. It's been a while and they finished having breakfast. Thanks to secret spices, the dishes really turned out to be wonderful. But it was not the end, because after the main meal should be dessert. The main character praised his mercenary for such devotion. Li Khan thought that if the monster was strong, then a good object would fall out. But it turned out to be wrong. However, he still decided to take it just in case. Li Khan thought that a good weapon would fall out, but instead he fell only a stone. It seems to be obsidian. The grand treasure, there are only a few samples in Kangcho. Our hero allows the mercenary to pick up this thing if he wants. It makes no sense from it, but if it is to say that he fell out of the necromant, it may be possible to sell him more expensive. It seems that our hero does not know what a stone is. In this case, it was necessary to take it to yourself. It will be very profitable to pick up the obsidian, if you have to continue the contract through the transfer of the technician, but he is afraid that if he shows his true intentions, the employer will change his mind. It was necessary to act strategically, so the guy thanked and abandoned the stone. The dark sword begins to play a role, and says that he can even do this stone in a pawn shop. In this case, our hero tells to throw him away, but the dark sword was about to pick up the obsidian to himself. He slowly began to lead his hand to him not to cause suspicion, but suddenly, the young man grabbed his hand firmly, and the dark sword thought that his plan was opened. Li Khan wanted to ask him about his hand. Is he going to leave her in this state? The attacks became more frequent because the monster was looking for a chance to escape, and when the guy loses his care, it is even harder for him to maintain control. This pace is a monster, just a guy. In order not to happen, you need to train. It is necessary to know the demonic of such animals, as well as the spiritual technique of reverse blood circulation. If the effect of dizziness could somehow understand, then the guy cannot understand with restraining the thirst for blood. In order to see blood, it is impossible to find and destroy such a large number of enemies, so this type of workout will not be effective. Our hero spoke of another way, namely the imagination. The dark sword did not understand what he meant. It was necessary to imagine the enemy and fight with him in his head, so that the guy himself could not control even his breath within his imagination. This may sound strange, but it will not necessarily be necessary to cover yourself with real blood. If it turns out, the boy may even disappear. The elder from whom he got this hand said that the guy continues to increase his progress in the martial arts of until he is able to control the monster in his hand, and our hero says something else. The dark sword cannot simply take and refuse, because it has shown him a demonic attack of a star's blood that was forgotten by a demonic school. The guy decided to ask a direct question and asked who the young man really was. Li Khan says mercenaries now to imagine the strongest person of those he knows. Now it was necessary to imagine an intangible creature that was able to suppress it, but the dark sword did not work. It turns out that the protagonist spoke of himself. Whoever the guy imagines, he is higher. Li Han is a really big man, but the dark sword did not stop thinking that he had some problems with his head. The young man decided to pretend that he had not heard anything. Meanwhile, Mount Mutha. Some people have already arrived in place, and the rider said that the barrier would now be formed. After a second, the sorcerer used magic to form a barrier. A girl in a hood came out of the carriage, who asked which side she went. The telegram was urgent, so no one was aware. But it was said that the necromantic disappeared. It will probably be better if Vesser went to see how things are there. Meanwhile, in the dungeon demonic ruins, the 14th floor. The warriors found the same place where there was a portal that was combined with the entrance. Someone thought the necromant could retreat, but the headmaster for the chapter means more than just a house. Moreover, absolutely all monsters have disappeared. This says that the head of the dungeon, that is, the necromant, was liquidated. Just at this moment, Vezir arrived in the dungeon. She tried to come as soon as possible. The girl praised everyone for such work. She was very glad that the whole team remained in whole. The girl was already aware of what happened, but only superficially. From the 10th floor, there were a curse for a long time. Members of the detachment were in a critical position. But then, very unexpectedly, all the curses were destroyed and the monsters disappeared without a trace. The king that felt something strange and immediately rushed deep. But there was nothing except for the traces of the portal. It meant that someone came here before. But who? If a stranger was able to go down to the dungeon, then he was not easy. But if they sent such a strong warrior here, then they would definitely be added something from the Union of Mur. The girl says the Union may not be involved, so they have to investigate themselves. Suddenly she notices a skull and takes it. It uses psychometry. With it, you can see the desired picture. By stretching it, they seep into everything. The girl uses magic and hears that she has been here, but the image that should be clear was very cloudy. After a while, she was able to see a picture of the battle. She saw a person who was able to control the fire. This energy was not at all like the energy of the museum she met. She does not remember that there is such dark energy, but it was still difficult to say exactly, so it was necessary to get more information. Suddenly, the skull begins to shine in bright red. This red glow blinds the Wazer eyes, so it stumbles. At the same time, the skull split. Even for them, it was a rather powerful power. The Sword King wants to find out what it is. Vaser said that this person who conducted the battle took control of the monsters. However, the girl did not see who it was. She is sure that the stranger used black magic energy. Such energy can even be compared to demonic. Hearing about it, everyone in attendance opened their mouths. Does she mean a demonic school? The instructor thought the girl was wrong. Even if you imagine that this school continued to exist, there would be no one who was able to win the necromant. Vaser laid down them to gather all the forces they have and find the one who penetrated the dungeon. It is also necessary to understand his intentions and route. The Sword King was angry when he heard about a demonic school. Meanwhile, the Academy of Heaven, the main building of the second year of study. The main character 6, as always, slept in the audience. Lee Khan has already slept for 2 lessons in a row. He will have problems with the behavior for behavior and will leave it for the second year. It is only pleasing that the instructor in military literature is very good. Finally, the lesson is coming to an end. The instructor of evil to the fact that this brazen just slept in her lesson. In addition, he snored the entire audience. The woman is not going to close her eyes. She is without glasses, but she tries to find his name in the list. But, as it turned out, she confused him with Iran and signed him as a worse student. Lee Khan sat down to another place, because he liked to look at everything from top to bottom. Although according to the rules of the academy, it is impossible to change his place on his own. The main character does not pay attention to it. He is more interested in the question of why lessons are so boring. Starting from the 3rd year, they will constantly move somewhere, so they will not work. Lee Khan didn't understand why everyone was so strangely looking at him. Tangron was annoyed by this student's behavior. She complained that there was no concentration because of this brazen. And yet he treated teachers without respect. But the branch, which was originally from the Western lands, did not pay attention to Lee Khan at all. In addition, in the last lesson he answered the teacher's question well. Tangron was evil on the girl for indifferent. Covering our hero, she reduces points to the whole class. If the instructor and they look badly, then they will all remain for the 2nd year. No one in the open showed, but it became clear that they were not satisfied with this situation. In addition, Soman seems to have a plan, and Shaolin's students also plan to study Lee Khan at physical education. Our hero still decided to go down and return to his place. Soman was very annoyed with such brazen behavior. After a while, the instructor enters the class and tells everyone into place. If this lesson also turns out to be boring, and Lee Khan will know all the material, he will think about transfer to another year. It was a new instructor. The girl is called Elisha, and from that day she will teach them magic. Okay, immediately remembers these blue eyes. In the memoirs of Lee Khan, he also saw a girl with blue eyes. The girl's appearance was a little different because she was a supernatural creature. There was a strange phenomenon through which mummels that were able to use magic began to appear. People are rarely born in families where parents have a good magic. At first glance, they can see that they are different from ordinary Chinese. Initially, people hated these creatures. But 140 years ago, it was time to change when the monster appeared everywhere, and these supernatural creatures actively fought with them. They have incredible talent and can use sacred power. After 50 years, these creatures have become very valuable and respectable figures that can stop the disaster. And they have a wonderful appearance. Our hero misses in the time when he had the knowledge of Lee Khan, because he could understand many things that he did not understand now. After the battle with the Necromanta, the soul of Lee Khan disappeared. After that, his physical feelings became much more acute, but this body still has its drawbacks. At this time, the lesson begins. Elisha opens his suitcase and says that he who guesses that he will receive points inside. It seems that these were valuable stones. Lee Khan thinks that it is ordinary precious stones, but Seo Jin thinks differently. Soman pulls his hand because he wants to try to answer. He says it is magical stones. Red stone is a ruby, blue is sapphire, yellow is topaz, and the last, green, is a frozen. These are 4 elements: earth, water, fire, and wind. Stones are at the heart of magical forces. Redstone, fire, blue, years, green, poison, and yellow, lightning. These stones can be used to enhance power. She praises him for the answer. All information is available in school books, but the instructor said that today they will not need books. After that, Elisha takes red stones and asks what magic he has. Ron was called. She said that magical stones are treated in the same way as the valuable. Depending on the number of angles, transparency of their function changes. She thinks that this stone can cause a spell called a fiery wall. She thought so because the stone was almost bloody. The darker the color, the more cloth can hold a stone. The instructor praises her. She did not think that this class has such a deep knowledge in magic. Soman is delighted with how the girl easily answered, because even he did not know about it, though he was doing extra. Magic stones can be strong, so that their power will exceed the power of several 100 pounds of dust. It seems that the protagonist is not at all interesting because he is just sweet. Elisha says that magical stones of this size can be used differently. Magic stones are powerful, but after several uses destroyed. No one seems to know the answer to this question. With the help of stones that have a very large number of man, you can learn the talent of students in magic. After that, she asks everyone to go forward. Now she will show the ability that is hidden in a highly classy magic stone. Meanwhile, friends surrounded the Hong Hour and asked how the assault was stormed. Suddenly, the guy saw a dark swordsman who was sitting himself. It seems that the young man tried to imagine what the employer told him. The guy imagined a spooky space that does not fall into light. He imagines that the blood of the enemies filled everything around and formed the river. At first, it was necessary to imagine the picture in your head. The guy imagines that there was a very heavy battle in order to quench his thirst for his knees. After that, he gained a hostile blood in which the heat is still remained. He imagined how he poured this blood into himself. But suddenly someone called a dark sword, which is why he was distracted. It was a hog-ho. He noticed a wonderful concentration of the student and could not but praise for it. The dark swordsman was already poisoning how much he was concentrated. The guy approached a friend to find out if he heard about the news. Did he hear about the destruction of the dungeon of the demonic ruin? Which was the purpose of the Union this year. But it seems that the dark sword was not surprised at all because of it. It turns out that the young man thought they were opened. It was necessary to keep calm. If they learned about them, they had already been added somewhere. The guy thinks that you need to translate the topic faster. The dark sword is translating the topic and wants to ask some question the hog. He asks him about magical stones. Usually the Honho Nagan knows a little about them, because he never lost his first place in the ranking of students from entering the academy. Suddenly, a dark sword gets a bag and shows him a guy, but he cannot show that inside, because there are too many people, and if he wants to show that in the bag, they need to go elsewhere. The hog-ho says the guys follow him. Meanwhile, the head of the department sits on a chair, think about everything that happened. The girl tries to play in her head a picture of what happened in the dungeon. It feels demonic energy that is similar to black magic, but in its essence is quite different. However, the strength of this stranger accepts the enemy's energy. She feels as if black magic is obeyed. If the force is spooky and strange, there is nothing more February than black magic. Just at this point, the head of the administration department comes to the room. The man looks very tired. This is all because it was stressful due to the investigation. But with this, they had results. In a second, she uses magic to lift all the documents up and look. The man is surprised every time, although I have known the girl for a long time. It became clear that the dark sword was looking for a map of demonic ruins in the bench, but the instructors said they did not have such a strong warrior. The dark sword is usually very talented and stands out with his skill, but no one thinks that he could win a necromant. But this is not an argument, because a skilled craftsman can wake up quite a newcomer. It is necessary to find a method that can help you carefully get to the dark sword. One of the tasks of the 4th year is hunting for demons. This option is perfect. On the territory of the dungeon, which is allocated by their academy, there is a den. Of course, for the one who caught the necromant, it is a very easy prey. But what if there are several? She orders to send a dark sword there and watch with how many monsters he will cope. It was only necessary to fill the magic stone with internal energy. After that, the stone will react to everyone's energy and show differences. The student pulled his hand and said he wanted to try. She suggested starting with Ruby. It was easy to squeeze it in your hand and let the flight of internal energy. In a second, the guy did as the instructor said. There was no reaction, which means that the element of fire does not fit him. Now the guy decided to try blue, but again nothing happened. The guy thought that something was wrong with magic stones. but it simply meant that the guy did not fit the magic with him better on the martial arts. After that, she called the next student. This topic seems to be interested in our hero. The deputy old age also did nothing. She called the next student. The next guy thinks that if the older brothers had no reaction, then he will not work. But unexpectedly, the yellow stone in his hand begins to shine brightly. Topaz's reaction showed that the boy had a tendency to lightning. This meant that the guy has a talent for magic. As it has been said, magical stones are precious stones, which keeps the charred that through the reaction of stones can learn the tendency of your talent in magic. Of course, you can master magic, even if the stone has not shown any reaction, but the speed of its knowledge will be much lower. The fact that the stone did not respond in any way that they had no talent. But it is not necessary to be upset, because according to statistics, about 1 person out of 10 reacts on the ability of magical stones. After the explanation, she calls the next student. Thus, everyone starts trying themselves, but many do nothing. And so, when a branch touches the stones, 3 begin to shine at once. It was amazing, because at the Academy of people with such a tendency for more than 3, it is unlikely to be found. In other words, she noted that she had a talent for magic. Solman also took a stone. He reacted to Topaz, which means that he had a tendency to lightning. Then, the stones approached the units. When the girl took the sapphire, he began to shine brightly. It scared the girl a little, so she immediately put him back on the table. The instructor was surprised because it was an induction. The girl was the owner of minimal magic and could go dual class. This meant that it could develop both martial arts and magic. She suggests talking to her a little later on one. Now it's time for the next student. It is time for our hero. He was confident in himself. Lee Khan watched everyone very carefully and realized that everyone simply filled the energy into the stone, which was why they did not work. It had to release energy through the acupuncture point in the palm of the hand, when the main character takes a red stone to his hands. But he sees that there was no reaction. After that, some students begin to laugh at him and make fun of him. It turns out that everything was not so easy. Kuo-K was afraid that the stone would break, so he released 2 weeks' sweat of energy. Now he took the sapphire and decided to release 10% of energy. The period, after a moment, the main character releases his energy. Everyone was shocked from what they saw. It was the most powerful reaction of all that the instructor saw. Lee Khan was satisfied with himself. And so, after a moment, the stone in his hand just explodes. Lee Khan was not happy that this stone was too weak and could not withstand his strength. It turns out that it was not a reaction. The magic stone simply destroyed from the rejection of its energy. After that, our hero wants to try his strength on the green stone. Lee Khan decided to use only 5% of his strength this time, but in a second, the stone exploded again. This time, the young man wants to take a yellow stone, but the instructor grabs it and does not allow it. When the guy is not listening to her, the instructor goes to the cry and asks to remove. Today, she completes the lesson and says others try it. Meanwhile, the Hog Hong and a dark sword came to a place where there is no one. Now, a dark sword took out a stone from the bag and showed it to a student. The hog is shocked when he sees it as a dark stone. The young man wants to know where the dark sword is from this stone, or at least find out the source. The dark sword explained that he found him in the dungeon. He is not going to answer any questions. After that, the Hog Hongo took this stone in his hands and began to do something with him. He immediately decided to evaluate it through internal energy. Since it is very thin, a dark sword in such cases uses a professional meter. Is the student so sure of himself? This magical stone not only reacted to its internal energy, but without end absorbs it. The Hog Hop concluded that it is a real jewel. The young man can say with certainty that it is a very valuable thing, because in his entire life, he saw many different magical stones. This stone had a very strange color, the color of the dirt. To be accurate, it is the color of the grenade mineral. To the best of the Hog, such magic stone has the magic of darkness. It can be said that this stone exceeds the rare class, but does not reach the class of unique. Darkness is the power of the dead. In other words, this stone specializes in black magic, and with it you can revitalize corpses and control them. Other magical stones emit light, and this shows a black shadow. This can be called proof that it contains black magic. But in order to use this stone, a person must first be able to control black magic. This is similar to that. In order to use ruby, it is necessary to have the magic of the fiery layer. In reality, it is usually difficult to use it, but such stones can be called a wonderful find. None of the large family. The extinguisher even in his hands held a magic stone that has the power of darkness. It's a top-class stone. The dark sword was very interested in how much money he could get for this thing. It turns out that he asked the guy about this stone only because he wanted to sell him. Meanwhile, the main building of the Academy of Heaven, a training room. The students were instructor for physical training since Sanshon. In a second, the instructor throws daggers that lightning the dummies, and then they are clearly embedded in the goal that stands at the end of the room. If someone now hit any weapon in the target for the first time, then the instructor will set them a higher score. Now it's time to move on to practice. Suddenly, the guy turns to his older brother and says he does not see the one who needs. They seem to talk about our hero and think he just walked the lesson again. The guy was very annoyed with Lee Khan's behavior, and now he was about to adjust his brain. Due to the brazen behavior of Lee Khan in the magic lesson, he boiled out of anger. Mr. Koo says that the hearing is going that our hero has dealt with his Ron. Now the guy think that this brazen can be much stronger than they thought. An angry guy think that the protagonist's skills were not enough to enter the academy from the outset, and he was allowed here only through his father. The older brother reassures the boy, because so you will not even have to interfere with it. They went in search of a young man to officially arrange a duel in the eyes of the instructor. The river merged on itself because it was constantly distracted by some nonsense. After a moment, it concentrates as much as possible and throws the dagger into the target. In fact, she does not understand why her grandmother told her to follow her. Last night, the girl came to her grandmother to ask about people who kill monsters with the help of darkness. She came here to find out if a person really can use such force. The grandmother ordered the girl to closely monitor such a person, that is, for Lee Khan. At first, she just had to follow him. It is impossible to have prejudice if the case touches the information. After that, she gives her a cup of tea, and think about how her granddaughter looks very similar to her. She asks to tell her observations. Her great-grandmother is a witness of a time of great changes, the stories of which are conveyed in writings. The river is very interesting why the grandmother has such an interest in the missing demonic school. While the girl was in her reflections, she did not notice how she hit the target. At first, she really plans to simply watch the guys, but she will not make decisions. Soman does not understand whether it really goes into evaluation, because it seems too easy for them. The young man asks her what the girl does after the lessons and wants to call her somewhere, but does not even listen and says that she is busy. He is approached by a Tangron, who says that in this case, you do not need to rush. She came up to give advice because this situation was very interested in her. The girl could not help but notice that the rod became a little strange. It is a rarity to seek someone in the academy, but literally just asked where the student Lee Han went. When Soman heard about it, jealousy, anger, and misunderstanding were engulfed by his whole body. Meanwhile, our hero is now in the main academy, and is engaged in energy circulation. The young man is most concentrated, but at some point he begins to seem as if he was just doing it. Today its internal energy has finally increased, but only 0.5%. He did not think that the spiritual training of the reverse blood circulation is not used to accumulate such a small amount of internal energy. By the time he absorbed the energy of the necromant and reached the level of the demon, the border was all good. Usually, with the achievement of some stage, the energy vessel increases, but in Lee Khan he has been small since childhood. Now the amount of internal energy that is required to move to the next level has doubled. This pace will take 10 years to reach the next level, which is too long. There seems to be nothing but to look for Nadana again, but there are those who will be difficult to win in the present situation. The past necromantian possessed the force that went beyond his calculations. If he had no two souls in his body, death would come. If such a strong opponent becomes before him, he does not know how to act. It seems that you will need to walk again on the dungeons. Suddenly, a djinn came to the audience, who asked why a friend did not go to physical education. It turns out that Lee Khan just thought that the instructor would come here. The young man just didn't know that physical education was going elsewhere. Seojin was not on physical education because he had release for health reasons. Even without explanation, Lee Khan realized that his second disease of the energy pathways of 3 yin. Seojin does not understand how he learned about it, because he did not tell anyone about it in the whole academy. It was obvious because the guy gets tired quickly, often wounded, and if they try to have much more serious symptoms, so we can assume that the boy has almost no talent in the martial arts because of it. Lee Khan does not understand why such a person to go to the Academy of Martial Arts. These words are strongly squeezed to Gina. The guy says he is confident in the written exam. With his illness only remains to use the brain. A person with this disease is distinguished by his ingenuity, high memory skills, and rapid understanding. Then Lee Khan wondered if he did not know the Jin King Lich. Of course he knew him. In this case, our hero very much wanted to tell him everything he knows about this king. A gambling has a gambling on your face. He seems to be happy to start history. King Dors is the head of unknown personalities who appeared 140 years ago on Mount Kunlun. The creator of innumerable dungeons, he called the monsters, and was fundamentally replaced by Mur. There are many different theories, but the exact cause is not known. However, if you follow the logical assumption, the king Asage spent great power to change the world, and in order to recover, he could seal himself. The sages say that King Dora will again prove himself when he returns power, but no one knows when it happens. Let the king do not appear, but 4 of his keepers still exist. They are not as powerful as the king, but still very strong. They are abroad of a large wall. If they remained here and further, there would be 2 options: the death of monsters or the death of people. It turns out that Junuan now manages to keep the balance because these keepers are abroad. The first servant of King Lich is Calvi von Untermeim, the head of the Knights of Death. It is also called Commander-in-Chief. The book on history says that this Knight of Death wears a mask and rides on a black horse. It is so strong that 50 years ago killed 2 transformation masters at a time. Even the Emperor of the Sword was not sure that he would win him. Li Han is shocked, which now has 3 masters with a level of depth. He heard that all Murim's forces began to hand over their secret techniques. The second keeper is the leader of the guards. His name is Ligard. He is commander-in-chief of other keepers. According to legends, he protects the sealed King Lich. It can control all inorganic creatures, for example, stone giants. The third keeper is the owner of darkness, Mephisto. He is able to control necromantists. There is virtually nothing about it in books. If Seojin learns something about him, then be sure to tell. The last keeper is Alkrod. He has round eyes, green skin, huge canines, and a large axe. It was the head of greenskins. These are cruel creatures that have a desire for war. These include orcs, goblins, and all similar monsters. Among them are people close to intelligence. Each in particular does not pose a threat, but it means nothing. Suddenly, Lee Khan interrupts her friend. The protagonist asks whether there are no people who have Nadana among these monsters. The young man is sure that these chapters should have Nadana. This thought lit an excitement inside Lee Khan. It was really the case. The young man wants to find out who is the largest in size, prudent and strong. So Jean said it is a ogress. It is also called the Emperor of the Bearhor Moon. Just at this moment, another student came into the room, who asked what they were doing here. The guy was very angry because these bonds were walking the lesson for the sake of just talking. It was a guy from Shaolin School. They have already crossed all the borders to the instructors and other students. The Academy of Heaven Warrior is a place where only a small part of several thousand candidates falls every year. And these brazers have the strength to make fun of the efforts of other people who wanted to do, but could not. But it seems that our hero is absolutely indifferent to what they shout at him now. If they are not going to obey the Academy's rules, then let them come from here. But they really did nothing wrong. But the guy is not going to listen to them. A second, Lee Khan removed his shape and threw himself in the face of the student who began to shout at them. After that, the protagonist quietly goes to leaving the audience. So Jean was shocked when he saw such bold actions of his friend. Mr. Man was severely angry and shouted to our hero after being officially causing him to fight. Li Han smiles self-confidently and asks whether this failure of power is enough to fight him. The young man is already sure of his victory, and Mr. Man just boils with rage and anger. Meanwhile, the building of the academy staff, the 3rd floor, the training department. The senior instructor of the faculty reached the news that the storming of demonic ruins failed. If you express more precisely, the assault is finished, but the achievement of someone has squeezed. Now the instructors are just doing the investigation, looking for someone who did it. However, it was not possible to find accurate information. The old man did not expect from the best instructor of the Academy of Uni such a failure. After a second, they are filled with a ringing laughter. But it was necessary to laugh quietly that it would not be heard by people from neighboring offices. However, their academy is disgraced, so you do not have to behave incompetent. It may have been a chance for them, but the academy is a huge question that has a strong influence. Even he noticed that people who apply for instructors have been leaning in one way recently. To be accurate, students want a senior instructor UNBI. They all choose a king of the sword. Whatever it is, if this situation has already happened, you cannot sit with your hands. The UNBI error will leave a trace. Probably now there will be students who will doubt it. But it will be very difficult to lure the Hog Hong, which is in the ranking, because his family was on the side of UNBI. Now, they talk about a dark sword. It seems that it only harms the image of the academy. Let him from the demonic school, but the world has changed greatly. First, it should be noted as a candidate, and then deciding. He thinks that it will be better to grow students of the 2nd year of study to make them real specialists, and bring them to their faculty. The man looks lists and thinks that UN Ron and Soman John will be great candidates for that. The river is the best of all items, and Soman is the first place at the Faculty of Military. With these students, a bright future of the faculty is provided. Of course, the old man really wanted to look at these students in person, and they would go right now. Master Chi Gon was very surprised to see here the senior instructor Chon Biok personally, but the man seems not very glad to see him here. Chi Gon tells that he was here because he was good on the street, so he decided to take a walk and then ended up here. It turns out that he is here for the same reason as they are. It was understood because the Faculty of Military Honor lacked instructors. It seems that something interesting will soon be here. Most likely there will be a fight of Pim. The first fighter was originally from Shaolin, his name is Mr. Man, and a second student named Li Khan. He was the son of a merchant and got to the academy through donations. The protagonist was surprised that the instructors would watch their battle. They had a very stable energy that was very different from other instructors. In other words, they have a level of transformation. Li Han thinks that he is old with his beard than that bald beard. His enemy, meanwhile, was angry at Li Khan for dare to take his eyes away. The audience, meanwhile, was betting on the one. Of course, everyone thinks that our hero loses. The river, meanwhile, says that early conclusions should not be drawn. Tangron is surprised that the girl stood on the side of our hero, but she didn't mean it at all. She just said that people should not be biased. The girl could not understand why the Rao was so unexpectedly interested in Li Khan, but Tangron realized that she should not merge because of it, because it would do Soma. Soman-Jan does not understand why the girl looks at him with such a strange expression. He thinks that the protagonist can show some results, so he should not be underestimated. However, Soman-Jan is convinced that this fight will show that Li Han is a miserable failure. But some other guy tells rumors that Li Khan had a river. It was a Chon too. However, I still think that these rumors are a real lie. But despite this, Chekin is betting on our hero, which is very surprised by everyone. Our hero is confident and does not nervous at all, although it is right in front of his opponent. Soman is angry because of this, and believes that soon the guy will be ashamed of his words. The battle has almost begun. The instructor reminds you that if the situation is dangerous, it will stop the fight urgently. Mr. Man was severely annoyed by the opponent's behavior because he looked on the sides and did not pay attention to him. Now he gives him the last chance to go out of his own will, or if he apologizes, he will not be beaten. But of course, the guy does not do so. Instead, he gets into a fighting position, showing his intentions. He wants the opponent to attack faster so that the battle is over. Mr. Man also got into the rack and was already ready for battle. After a second, the instructor announced the start of the battle. And so, after these words, Mr. Mana rushed to our hero. The Shaolin Temple has techniques for strengthening the muscles, which is why their clan members compared to others are a very strong body. Seo Jin also watched this battle and thought a friend was losing. But unexpectedly for everyone, the young man quickly evaded this blow. After a moment, our hero struck a strong blow and hit him in his jaw. From such an attack, the guy flew a few meters up and began to cough with blood. Mr. Mana fell on the floor with a strong crack, and the instructor immediately rushed to him. Li Han was a little excited because he thought he had overdone, though he tried to do so softer. The protagonist hopes that the opponent has not died, because of this, he can be expelled from the academy. But fortunately, nothing serious happened, and the guy is right now in a shutdown. The battle was finished and the instructor declared our hero to the winners. Li Khan exhaled with relief because his opponent was alive. All present, meanwhile, could not believe that such a failure as our hero was able to defeat such a strong enemy. The bald man was shocked from the fact that this young man was able to defeat the guy from Shaolin School. Chon Bok asked with a mockery he said about the muscle training there. The man smiled at him, asking what else the Shaolin Temple stands out. After a second, an opposed man in despair jumps from the balcony. He does not want to listen to a senior instructor anymore. Qigong ran to Mr. Mana, then took him on his back to take him back. The attendees were still shocked by the fact that Mr. Mana had disconnected from one blow. Soman John, meanwhile, was also in full shock. He didn't even understand what had just happened. Then, the river called and said that Li Han was pushing the space. Another student thinks he used the wind. Among the older students are those who are able to give the wind with a fist or blade. Sofa is convinced that our hero's fist did not touch his opponent, which meant that he simply had a space. Chkon rate to the fact that Li Khan would win the right one. Tang Ron thinks that the protagonist used a subject to win because he does not believe that he can move so quickly. It is possible to think so to understand this situation. Mr. Mana's younger brother did not recognize the boy's victory because he thought he used the subject. But Li Khan said that he had not even hit. The young man simply does not believe that our hero has won Mr. Mana only with his skills. Then, they are approached by an instructor who explains that the guy did not use objects, and it was really his skills. Hearing about it, the guy is shouting. Is our hero moving so fast that no one could see his movements? But a proud guy is not going to admit it, so he decides to check it out personally. Chon White, meanwhile, watched Lee Khan carefully and thought that they found a real treasure. Therefore, the instructor asked them to find more information about this student. These movements that the guy just demonstrated that no student of the second year is not capable of. The name still does not fully believe it. If he does not believe, now he will be able to look at the battle again. In a second, the boys get into combat racks, and the instructor announces the start of the battle. In fact, our hero is already very tired. He never thought that it would be so difficult to detach these students. The guy tried to show the power that would correspond to the level of others, but even it turned out to be something incredible for them. If you have already attracted a bunch of unnecessary views, then someone will definitely climb him. Now there is no option to pretend to be weak and lose. We need to do everything quickly. It is going to use the technique used in the academy. It is better to do so that no one climb to Lee Khan. Our hero is going to use the technique of Shaolin Temple. But the young man is not going to explain anything, and in a second he uses the technique. His palm emits bright light. This bright light will blind a guy who did not expect such a turn. After a moment, this bright ray knocks the opponent from the feet. He did not even have time to clip. After that, a strong dust and smoke came up in the room. It was a Shaolin technique, with which Lee Khan hit the air and pushed the enemy more than 9 meters. The name is amazed that the student of the second year is capable of this. Therefore, the instructor asks Lee Khan to the list for the Faculty of Physical Training. After that, the man goes away, feeling that they are waiting for a bright future. Meanwhile, the circle of the academy, the detachment of the sword hand. Someone looks carefully at the photo depicting our hero. The head of the detachment, Moonpyeon, was shocked that this guy was able to defeat Mu's river with one blow. Murin was in despair. This event greatly shook his ego. The young man was very angry at Lee Khan because of his losing. The hall intervened in the conversation, who did not understand that the river wanted from them. Is it necessary to beat Lee Khan? Ha Yuan was annoyed because Matron came to regret them, but the head quickly reassured them. Although the head does not know what Lee Khan did, he accepts Muron. But then he is going to decide what to do with our hero. After that, he chases the unhappy. Initially, Moonpyeon wants to meet a guy to understand everything. Ha Yuan asks if he will call Lee Hana to a detachment if he has such good skills. The head begins to think how best to do with the main character. Meanwhile, the academy had a break. Students did their business in the audience. Everyone already knew about the battle of Li Han with the brothers from the Shaolin Temple, and could not fail to let rumors. It was difficult to believe that our hero showed such an incredible power. All at the academy were now only engaged in discussing Lee Khan. And this was not a joke annoyed. One of the students found out that the boy's parents were killed by monsters, and their home was destroyed. Someone thinks that the young man hired some sorcerer and made some focus, because there is no other explanation of how the guy became so strong. Chan did not think so, because if one could learn the witchcraft for money, then everyone would use it. It was just true, so it was necessary to just admit it. Yes. And besides, the physical culture instructor did not say any words against it. The boys were not going to pay attention to him. Chan to tease Soman and asks, is he sure that he can defeat the main character? The guy seems to take him poorly. At the same time, other students begin to whisper with each other. Somana is very annoying, but Chan only jokes and says that other students also did not see Lee Khan's actions. Chan also does not know how Mr. Man lost, so he has so sharply and interest. Therefore he asks Soman, maybe he saw something. The 5th lesson in the martial arts will soon be evaluated. Everyone needs to be divided into teams to hunt monsters. There, Soman will show his strength. He is going not just to show his advantage over Lee Khan, but to trample him in the ground so that he never sways again. Students gladly supported the Soma. Now they look forward to it. Soman Jonah. This situation was exactly the pride of his pride. Judging from the point of view of Soman, it is clear that he also did not see what Lee Khan did. Either Soman will melt Lee Khan, as he said, or Lee Khan will show her unexpected progress and win Joman. You must first have fun, and then use the connections. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Heaven, the 1st floor, Lee Khan eaten eagerly. But the next lesson came soon, so it was necessary to hurry to not be late. Sojin does not understand why our hero eats so much. Did he starve yesterday? Blondin asks him to eat faster so they can go to a lesson. The past life of our hero was only filled with fights and training. This was enough for fun. But after he found himself in another body, the taste of fatty meat and spices replaced it. He did not think that such things could bring happiness. Now the young man begins to think that his past life was really pathetic. It was not possible to be late for the lesson, because there will be an assessment in the martial arts class. They will collect, the teams will hunt the monsters. This task will affect the certification. It is rumored that one of the students has even died on this assessment. Lee Khan does not understand how his friend is going to live with such abilities. The young man is convinced that with such abilities, he himself can go to the world. Still, there is something that cannot be solved with the help of efforts. So John cannot believe that his friend who used to be the worst in the classroom now became so strong and says such wise things. Blondin understands that the guy is right, so I ask him advice. The protagonist did not pick up the word at all, and said that it is easier for the guy to give up, because nothing would help here. Although, if the Jin will work hard and meet the one who helps, then there is a chance. Lee Khan now spoke of the level of transformation, which was much surprised by Gina. He said it was the maximum level that the guy could achieve. After that, the guy asks that it all his friend can, but he does not know. Seo Jin has read a lot more books than others. This means that it is versed in objects. There is a lot of sacred weapons in this world, and if a guy knows about their functions and methods of use, then it will be very useful. Our hero asks to learn this by heart, and then he will think if he will take the boy with him. So Jin is shocked by our hero's words and does not understand when he became so strong. Although the guy is strange, he is still his only friend in the academy. Perhaps if he continues to be with him, there will be an opportunity to improve his abilities. Let Tae-jin still be very weak and he lacks a lot, but he will try his best. The academy has already begun a lesson, which was led by a senior martial artist. He immediately said that he was snapping for students and assessing them. He says that the strong will live, the weak die. He plans to replace all the lessons in this semester with a task in which they will need to kill all the monsters. This is a traditional method of evaluation, so words were not accepted. The purpose of the students was Gorguli. They may differ in appearance, but most of them have wings and mouth, capable of tearing a person into pieces. They belong to the monsters of the 5th level of threat. The exam will be held on the mountain, namely on the royal grave. Many instructors were killed in this dungeon. Our hero's house was just near this dungeon. Perhaps these are the same Gorguli who killed his parents. The instructor advised them to act in the teams, but the number of points will be calculated depending on the level of the monster they caught. They had a week for the task. He has already talked to other instructors, so there will be no lessons. He also added that there are no bosses in this dungeon, so there is no point in going to the heart of the grave. After that, the instructor left the audience, leaving students with their questions. But the students did not think long and immediately began to divide into teams. Many want to get to the Som and Jonah team, but it all depends on their role. The real fight requires a clear understanding, analysis of the enemy, and the ability to evaluate the situation. It is definitely not able to cope here. Therefore, someone wants to collect the team and competently distribute the roles of each participant. There was a protection, a conductor, a shock detachment, and a doctor, and the commander will become Soman Ion. He is sure that with him this assault will be very easy. Lee Khan still does not understand why students started such a voice. He does not understand why to divide into teams, if this monster is very weak. Seo Jin knows which Gorgulia is the strongest, but I think it is not the best atmosphere to say that. Sin Ron tells that it is ancient Gorgulia, and there are people who have seen it live a few years ago, but there is little known in detail. Hearing about it, the protagonist is about to catch her. Soman John did not understand it yet, why this girl turned her attention and interest to this boy. Lee Khan said he did not want to go with students, but if someone wants to be in his team, then you have to call your name Jin. After that, he proudly raised his head, left the audience. The evening came and the boys were already returning home. Lee Khan told about their task to a dark sword. If you think so, it is really boring in the academy, and so our hero will be able to have a little fun. Lee Hana is very annoying that all students would go to the dungeon because the instructor told them to be divided into teams. But the main character wants to go there. The dark sword is interested when it goes to the dungeon. The dark sword believes that it is necessary to cook a lot of food on the road, because this task will last a week. But Lee Khan refuses. Suddenly, they hear the knock on the door. Someone seems to come to the employer. The protagonist is going to leave, but before that he advises a dark sword not to forget about the workout. He also reminds that the technique is demonic eye, and the bloody hand will simply not work. So you need to try. Lee Khan went outside. He was convinced that he had come to him, but as it turned out, the guy was not alone. Together with him came a river and a branch which also wanted to the team. RP still, I do not understand why these girls wanted to go with him. In fact, Gin was surprised when the girl wanted to join them. Tang Ran was very angry with the girl because she was about to go with them but changed her decision. Then, the river offered a branch too to unite with the team. She just seemed that the blonde didn't really want to be in a team with those girls. It seems that the protagonist was disappointed that so few people wanted in his team. The guy did not remember their name, so he asked to introduce again what they did. The protagonist already wanted to go, but the friend stopped him, because first it was necessary to finish the preparation. It took a while, and they were finally in place. The students came to the store where you could find anything you like. As it turned out, it was a CO family shop, but the guy just didn't want to sway. No one could think that the boy's family was so rich because he behaves very shyly at the academy. Our hero told them not to stand, but to go faster to go. A gray grandfather greeted inside the young heir. So Jean explained that he also brought with him his team members. The students came here to look at the equipment. There was a lot of everything inside, so their eyes just scattered. They entered the lifting device that functioned through the power of magic stone to climb to the upper floors. If you press the arrow up, the elevator will start moving with the magical power of the stone. The girls were shocked by such technology. It was really fun. Finally, they arrived at the part of the store where the attributes were collected for the goal of the dungeon. Seojin asked to prepare reconnaissance backpacks for them, while others will go to look. Sejin told them to look at something for themselves if they needed. There was a lot of everything here, so everyone can find something for themselves depending on the role. The girl just approached the stand, where objects for conductors were presented. There was also a bottle of chalk. It was used to mark the direction or trap, and this iron thing is a lighter that is used to lighten the path. It was very convenient because it can cause fire in a few seconds. This thing was found during excavations in a cave. A master from their family repaired it. The father said that the magical item from the dungeon is good, but accessories that can be used even in everyday life are much more useful. Let the girl take the first place in the academy's ranking, but she understands that such knowledge is not easy. Meanwhile, the branch paid attention to objects for archers. The girl has chosen a thimble for herself, because lately her fingers are injured. It turns out she is a arc. The girl said that the force of gravity of her bow is only 20 pounds, but it was a lot. So the guy was surprised. Suddenly, students noticed that our hero was nowhere, and surprised. Lee Khan, meanwhile, descended the stairs down. He seems to be looking for something specific, but the employee said that buyers could not be here. However, the protagonist was not going to listen to him, so he hit him in his neck, which is why he quickly lost consciousness. He blocked him energy paths, which is why the guy did not mention what happened. From the very beginning, the protagonist felt that the store comes from dark energy, the energy of the monster. Although perhaps it was because many objects were made of monsters. He reached the door that could not be gone without a map. Since the boy did not have cards, he just knocked the door to see what was there. It was an unusual energy of the monster. He felt something familiar. Our hero began to look at everything around, but it seems that there was nothing besides the garbage. Though he felt some energy, the young man was convinced that this item was hidden somewhere. Lee Khan thinks that the object can be behind the wall, so it knocks on it to check. But it was not. Suddenly, he sees a gap in the wall and thinks that it can open the passage. But suddenly, our hero was noticed by the guards who told him to give up. The men immediately remembered the young man and the fact that he came with the heir. But they were not going to be good with this guy, because he took their door. At first glance, these men seem capable as for guards. But Lee Khan is also confident in herself, so I think it will give them nothing. Thus, it wins these guards very quickly. Now, the protagonist must be erased by this boob. And so, in the pocket of a guard, he found the same card that was needed to enter. Lee Khan used it, after which the door opened to some room. There were many objects inside. Our hero saw the same object from which this terrible energy came. It was from this subject that a creepy and strange atmosphere came. It was a demonic arrow that contained darkness. From beginning to end, it consisted of bones. It is not believed that only one arrow came such a powerful energy. Moreover, Lee Khan feels something very familiar. You will have to check what really is an arrow. To do this, he uses the great technique of simplicity of the soul. The simplicity is in the eyes of the soul. One of the highest spells of a demonic school that releases the body of the soul and reads the memories that have been accumulated over a lifetime. Usually it is used on man, so Lee Khan is not sure that it will work on the arrow, but decides to try. To do this, the main character is as concentrated as possible. When he opens his eyes, he sees that he is among a stone field. It seems to be the memories of an arrow. Suddenly, he hears a cry that seems to have heard earlier. Suddenly, some blue matter rushes to our hero from the back. After a moment, a giant creature, whose eyes glowed with pink fire, was behind his back. It was a monster, and it seems not going to be friends with Lee Khan. Unexpectedly, OK recalls that this dragon is very similar to the one he saw when he fought with King Dor. This dragon begins to scream a lot, looking at the main character. Now the guy feels that a familiar energy that came from the arrow belonged to this dragon. Suddenly he sees a huge bone in front of him. It seems it was an arrow. Meanwhile, a stranger appears behind the back of our hero, in whose hand there was a bright energy layer. At the same time, a hole that sucks the bone inside appears above this bone. At this point, our hero feels someone's presence behind himself. The guy rotates, and just at this moment sees the arrow flies straight into him, aiming at the eye. A moment, it will be transferred to real life again, and grabs the arrow firmly at the time before she injures him. Earlier, Li Han never saw such hungry arrows. He realizes that inside the boom can be placed internal energy to increase its energy, but for the first time sees an arrow that shoots itself. Probably the one who shoots it not only shoots it, but also uses magic at the same time. The arrow was found in the royal grave, to which they will soon go, so there is a likelihood to face a magical archer. However, if they manage to meet him, then the guy will only be glad. Li Khan has completed the case, and now we will need to put in order. The night has come. Ami Mountain, main gate control point. 3 strangers came to the gate, but the guards quickly stopped them and said that the place was guarded. It turns out that it was Asuman Ion and his team of 9 people. They came here to complete the task. The guard told them to approach that the representative recorded his name and the names of all other team members. All that will be in the dungeon is the responsibility of purely students. If something happens, you will not have to fight. There were 10 people in the group. They decided to go to the south entrance. The guard asks them to come, but warns that they do not go to the central square of the grave, because there is nothing there. The instructor told them the same thing before. If they were warned that you do not have to go there, then there may be traps or something. Their goal is the 4th Maidan, which leads to the heart of the dungeon. The 1st and 2nd maidans contain ordinary stone gorgolas. On the 3rd, reinforced gorgolas. And on the 4th, the strongest gorgolas. Strong monsters constantly crawl there, so it is important not to lose their care. If they can successfully go to the 4th Maidan, they have a victory in their pockets. Finally, everyone was ready for entrance. They are ready to go. Meanwhile, Li Han's team was still traveling in a carriage. There are not enough, but in order to be well groomed, you need to know who is responsible for. The river assumes the avant-garde. It will act as a defense and shock group. The girl will take over the monsters who run in front, but she asks for the Jin and Branch to stand behind her and blocked those enemies with whom the river did not cope. Seo Jin will analyze monsters and say how best to attack them, because he has a lot of knowledge about the monster, and the Branch will fill the fiery power. And when the river moved to Li Khan, she saw that the guy sleeps quietly and snores. The Branch began to doubt that at such a pace they would be able to pass the exam. How many would not have watched the river? It seems to her that our hero does not look special. Maybe her grandmother was wrong. She remembers her grandmother's words why King Dors went into a deep dream. The Kunlun clan warriors were unable to cope with any of the 4 keepers. The Union knew the truth that the offensive of the king blocked their enemy, a demonic school. Therefore, the grandmother thought whether the absolute warrior of the demonic school, which should be considered only gossip, appeared at the very end. 140 years have passed since then. It remains 4 years before Ms. Wieser led the prediction. The King of the Eye will definitely wake up and return to Moor, and when this day comes, everyone will hug the horror. Sun Ron does not understand why Grandma is worried about all members of the demonic school, but once ago, a person who said the same phrase as the guy lived. But that person has already died, and to ask him nothing will work. Meanwhile, the main character was still asleep and snoring loudly. The Branch was convinced that they were losing. Sun Ron and Seo Gin just sighs hard. She is sure that her grandmother was wrong. The girl is sure that he said the same phrase as the person is just a coincidence. Most people bring with them at least minimal protection, but Li Khan took nothing. The guy says he doesn't need anything. The protagonist wondered if there were no Gorgul using arrows. There are Gorguli who have magic, but he is not sure that there are those who use arrows. Although probably it is possible. Jin is wondering why it's a guy, but he is not going to tell. The river asks whether the guys are ready, because it's time to go inside. Everyone was ready and even dressed on themselves. The team of Li Khan approached the northern gates of the royal grave. The assessment has come. Meanwhile, the other group came on the first floor of the eastern part of the gate. The level of monsters was low here. This place is headed by the Academy of Heaven. The brunette is not sure that these people can rely on, but Tang Ron calms it. Tang Ron is sure that the guys from the Shaolin Temple are very strong and can be relied on. They have at least 5 people to protect. Even if our hero's skills are real, there are only 4 people in his team, so the Shaolin team position is more profitable. Finally, they came to the scene. There were 4 Gorgul on the first Maidan. The guy ordered everyone to act in return. No one could relax. After a moment, they all rushed to the monster, keeping the distance between each other. Gorguli, meanwhile, also did not delay and got into defense. In a second, they began to spit with fire, but they closed with shields and got into defense. At the same time, the team of our hero also already approached the right place where there were enemies. 4 Gorgulas were on top of the ceiling, so they could not be seen immediately, but Gorguli had not noticed them yet. The river was very surprised that Lee Khan noticed a monster and a branch too. The river knows that there are objects that improve visibility, but did not see our hero and branch use them. The girl wants to act on a strategy, but Lee Khan says it's superfluous. A second, the guy turns to the branch and orders to kill all these Gorgul. The protagonist is convinced that the girl herself will be able to destroy these 4 monsters. Lee Khan asks how many more branches are going to hide it. No one understands what the language is about. Philia realized that our hero knew about everything from the beginning. In a second, the girl began to leave incredibly powerful energy that surprised the river and Seo Jin. The branch caused the Keeper of the Earth, Shnum. A moment, a strange creature appeared under it. Seo Jin was full of shock when he realized that it was the magic of a soul's call. She commands a legion as the only soul. Her enemy is the enemy of the soul. She orders the spirit to punish and throw enemies into the swamp. After a moment, she uses the Earth's spear. Our hero calmly watches this while the river stands in full shock. This spirit, caused by the branch, quickly attacked Gorgul and absorbed them. And then, after a few minutes, everything was ready. Everyone was shocked from the fact that a branch, a magician call, the girl hid it because she did not want to attract attention. Lee Khan realized that the girl's strength is different from the magic or martial arts that need the use of the true energy of Lower Tanjong. Perhaps the source of this force in the high intelligence of Lower Tanjong. It is because of this that she can hide her strength. The level of these souls caused by the branch was medium. It does not reach the high. Only the books know about the spirits and sees them for the first time. The branch does not recommend touching them, because they can even eat a stone. Now Seo Jin realized why the girl needed a thimble. In order for the spirits to not bite fingers. Moreover, these are earth spirits. They are said to be a class above the spirits with other abilities. Our hero said that their level is simply pathetic, but the ability is quite convenient. The river began to argue and said that the magic of the souls of the soul is very powerful and rare. In the whole city probably, just 10 famous magicians of the Call of Souls can be found. But Lee Khan still thinks that it is very easy and even he can learn it. The ability is very convenient because it is enough to tell the spirits what to do and they will do it. Meanwhile, in the group of Ion, the battle with the Gorgulas is still ongoing. Summon John collects all his energy in his hand to strike, and then, after a moment, the guy uses lightning throwing and hit the Gorgul. After entering the second Maidan, the hunting slowed. All lost their self-control 6 because they attacked as many as 14 Gorgul. Let them and many. But it is still just Gorguli who do not make unexpected turns in battle. It was impossible to take the time here. It was necessary to finish the battle as soon as possible. So Soman rushed forward. The battle between them continues, and the guy is not going to retreat. Soman John tried to jam to other members of the detachment and tell them that they would not be afraid. If they all gather, they will be able to win these monsters. Suddenly, a powerful fiery layer flies on a young man. After a moment, he involves directly into it and explodes. But fortunately, Jono was whole. The fire will not get on the guy. After a moment, he rushes to Gorgul again to finish them. The young man ruthlessly cuts every creature. This raises the combat spirit of the members of the group, and they also begin to fight the Gorgulas. Everyone had to follow the Pomnon Ion. No should be lagging. This time it is necessary to win the first place as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the battle of the Shaolin group continued. Mr. Man without any pity is dealt with the Gorgulas who have arisen on their way. His strokes were rigid, clear and accurate. He was not going to spare anyone. Finally, they coped with almost all the enemies, and it was necessary to try a little more. Thanks to the working out of the external family, Shaolin students do not even need armor. No one can stand out, so the head orders John Mi to freeze enemies. The girl jumps and strikes the Gorgulas. As soon as the monster was frozen, the Tan River struck it and broke into parts. In fact, Tang Ron did not expect high scores after the river left the team. There are only 4 Gorguli left. Tang Ron and I couldn't think that such a wonderful team would come out of them. But at that speed, they may well get the first place. Meanwhile, our team was progressing. Seo Jin asked a branch if she could find out how much Gorgul was there. There were 24 Gorguli on this site. Gin is interesting how the girl set statues from real Gorgul. She did it with the help of earthen spirits. Not even knowing where Gorguli can easily recognize a stone statue. They were able to understand the location of the monster. But there are many, so everyone should destroy more than 2. If the monsters arrive at the same time, Seo Jin will be in the greatest danger. In such a situation, it is very important that the main character will cope with how many monsters. She was already convinced of the boy's abilities, but still did not trust him completely. Whatever it is, she's only an observer, and exactly not in that position to order him. Through the path behind Lee Khan, she began to nervous often. The rod takes himself into his hands. Be that as it may, there are many monsters, but these are ordinary gorgolas, so you don't have to worry. The river gets his sword and says he will go in front. In a second, it begins to count to 3, and immediately after that they all rush into battle. The branch said that on the left on the pillars 6 gorgol, but since they are in the form of statues, they have not noticed them yet. Sun Ron. I think you can start by climbing a pillar and destroying 2. But at this time our hero was there. In a second, the main character attempts to end this monster. Lee Han struck a strong blow to the enemy, which is why a huge hole remained in the abdomen. The blow was so strong that the monster even flew a few meters back and could not stay. The attendees were shocked from that blow. It seems that it was a fist of wind that the guy used in the Battle of Pim. Although these are the usual lower-level stone mountains, to destroy 6 at once a single blow is definitely not accidental. The river realized that when the guy said he was not going to collect the team, it was true. But one could not be distracted, because they still remained gorgally. Lee Khan was not going to delay, and after a moment he rushed to the enemies again. His group, of course, supported him and also rushed to the monster. The branch will understand the monsters that are now on Earth. After that, the girl calls the spirits again, and after a few seconds they penetrate the enemies, leaving them a chance of salvation. The branch uses the technique of the flower of the earth. This allows you to break through, so it rushes to those gorgol, which are now at the top. In order to finish these gorgol, the river uses the sword of the lunar virgin. And after a moment, Lady One with one blow cuts everyone who was on the way. So was surprised that she cut the stone skin of the monster with such a thin sword. But for this, the girl did not even use the energy of the sword or external energy. But the blow was very powerful. The guy could not think that their team would be so set up to work. Gina was ashamed of not being able to help his team. No matter how he has a disease, he would have studied martial arts all day. But first he needs to find what he can do. Lee Han meanwhile brought Gorgol to Seo Gin, because he thought that if he was with them, he should also kill at least one monster. Seo Jin begins to be afraid, but it does not stop our hero and he still continues to go to a friend. Lee Khan tore the monster all the limbs, so for Seo Jin it was a great opportunity to end her. It is necessary to go into the chest and hit her in some nucleus. Jin was still incredibly scary, and he threatened that he would shoot now. Our hero did not wait long, and just threw Gorgol right into Gina. The frightened young man shot, but was smeared and hit gorgily in his head, although it was necessary in the chest. After a second, there was a strong explosion that pushed the Jin a few meters ago. The girls, seeing this, immediately rushed to the Jin to check if everything was well with him. It turns out that the explosion happened because it was a phosphorus tool. The guy was just confused because Lee Khan continued to bring Gorgol to him. He accidentally shot. Fortunately, everything was well with our hero, and he quietly got out of the flame. Lee Khan is not offended for it, but now his friend is in debt. The guy praises a shot of Gina. The girls who just saw it stood in a stupor. The river could not believe that Lee Han was in full order after the phosphorus tool. She still does not know something, and now she does not definitely lower his eyes. Meanwhile, a halt made a halt at the entrance to the southern gates. They broke a small camp to relax and cook food. The guy wondered why they did not go further to the next square, because they had enough strength to get there. All because the victims can appear. In addition, the next area would be much stronger than Gorguli. In addition, 5 people were added to the team. The main purpose of the exam is to show how safe and competent the team management is. Today, they just tried to work together, and tomorrow I will divide the strategy. In order to overcome other teams, you need to deal with at least the monsters of the third Maidan. It is important not to lose their care, because they have intelligence, and therefore the attacks will become much more diverse. Suddenly they hear the sound explodes. From fright, the guy even turns his soup on his face. Meanwhile, our team is moving forward. Lee Han goes forward himself, but a friend tries to stop him because it is dangerous. The girl reassures the boy and says that he does not run, because our hero still does not listen to him. Seo Jin seems to be very afraid to go to the next Maidan because it is much more dangerous for the previous ones. But the girls are not afraid at all what the boy is surprised. Suddenly the girls begin to whisper. They both think that Lee Han is not like a student of the second year of study. There is no doubt that the skill of the guys is simply incredible, but how is it possible? The river is convinced that something happened on winter vacations. He may have mastered some special technique. And then, in a second, the main character opens the door to the next square. He immediately began to analyze and calculated only 8 gorgol. It was very little for him. He also notices a few monsters who are different from others, and understands that they will be stronger. So Jin called the young man to hide until the monster was noticed, but he refused. The problem of Seo Jin was that he was constantly afraid. Suddenly, one of Gorgle quickly flew to Lee Kan and grabbed him by her shoulders. After that, she flew and carried the young man somewhere. They climbed right under the ceiling. While in London, he shouted at the guy for his dishonor. But in a second, a monster also appeared in front of the guy. Unfortunately, now all Gorgly woke up. So Jin was very frightened by the fact that the monster was right in front of him and already swung, so the river immediately rushed to him. She saw that a bright red stone was shining above the monster. Suddenly he exploded. What a lot wounded the monster. The fire was so strong that Gorgle began to melt. After a moment, the river came, which used the technique of the Lunar Virgin and cut the monster. But it was not the end. Another Gorgle appeared in front of her. The river could be affected, but a branch came to help, which caused the roots of the Drad. With this, she tied the monster and could not move. It was necessary to act quickly, because branches were very difficult to get them. They were not in the situation to worry about our hero, because they are in danger now. Having intelligence, these Gorgolas hunt a group. While some kind of attention is attracted, the other begins the attack on the other side, so they needed to stay together. Very quickly, the row was able to come up with a plan, so they had to act now. Suddenly, branches were very bad. The girl cried on the floor with pain. Seo Jin realized that she had a reverse of mana. He heard that when used quickly, a pious effect can appear. The situation was already out of control. Seo Jin offered a girl to drink a potion that could restore endurance, or a potion that restores semolina. The river realizes that no potions will help in this situation, so the guy should fight for her. The girl herself will not be able to defeat everyone, so she asks for help. Seo Jin is gaining courage. It is better to die here than to escape, so it will help. He will better die as a student who has received a donation than throws his comrades. One will be saved, and will be a pathetic coward for the rest of his life. The girl quickly tells him about the plan they will now do. The river advises the guy not to target the monster, but to anticipate their trajectory of movements because he has bad eyesight. The girl is trying to reassure the boy and says they may well overcome the monster. In a second, the roots can no longer restrain the Gorgle, and they are released. Our heroes got into combat racks and were ready for it. They see their enemy ginge a fire attack inside. The river ordered the guy to defend the branch, and she rushed forward. Seo Jin grabbed a girl in her arms, and they just jumped off the stroke in a timely manner. Branch seems to be very bad. The rod, meanwhile, used the interior in the room to jump to Gorgle, but the monster saw it and wanted to use the fire again. But it seems that the girl was not afraid of it at all. She used the technique of stairs that went to the clouds and cleverly evaded the attack. That was not the end. Gorgle began to strike her wings, but the river quickly coped with it too, after which she finished one of the Gorgle. Seo Jin was delighted to watch the girl beat. She fought directly in the air, and the guy immediately realized that it was for the technique. It was the absolute technique of the Yudan clan, with which it was possible to climb higher and higher, flying in empty space. UN Soil notes that she has released one Gorgle of sight, and now she has already flew to the frightened Gina. The young man was very scary. He sent a weapon for a monster, but stopped sharply. He did not understand that it was a strange feeling that pressed on the whole body. The guy now mastered an unknown fear. Moreover, the enemy was not alone. It was necessary to act urgently. The guy should make a shot, but he cannot overcome himself. His whole body has frozen like a stone. Will he really die so pathetic? Suddenly the young man hears a voice who says that now is not time to worry about himself. Now in his hands there was not only his life, but also the life of the branch. If he continues to stand a pillar, they will both die. Seo Jin just has to shoot the same way as our hero shot. If OK was who he was 140 years ago, he would not even look at the Gina. The rod screams loudly at the guy and asks to shoot. At the same time, the monster is approaching. It was the last chance to shoot because they were already very close. And then finally, the guy let go of fear, and he was able to shoot. The shot hit the Gorgle, and a strong explosion occurred. The protagonist really wants Seo Jin to face the enemy one-on-one. Suddenly, Jin felt that his body, which was just solid like a stone, had relaxed. The young man hit the Gorgle flying behind, and in a second she exploded, touching the one that was ahead. The fire enveloped the whole body of the monster, causing an unbearable cry. But it was not the end. The guy aimed and hit the mouth of this monster. After that, the enemy fell on the floor without much, painfully struck something on the solid surface. The explosive force has pushed the tool even deeper, so Gorgle would not spit it. It also increased the distance between them. This explosion has a temporary account. It explodes 5 seconds after the flash. Now Seo Jin should close the branch with their body and protect. After a moment, there was a strong explosion, which seemed to be demolished in its path. Fortunately, Jin has managed to cover a girl. After that, the river immediately rushed to friends to check how they were there. It turns out that our hero watched. Lee Khan helped the friend that he relaxed his stone thing and Seo Jin struck clearly. The protagonist did not think that Gina would have this cold prudence so sharply. If he were stronger, he would be useful. He also praised the technique of the sword of the Lunar Virgin. It seems that the river has not yet studied the end, but it was as similar as possible. It is said that if the student does not have an innate talent, this technique will not be able to convey. It is an ancient technique that retains its authority until the end. This sword was so rigid that he still remains clearly in the memory of the eye. And it is difficult to imagine that the sword of a rough girl will be in the hands of that girl. It is more interesting to love the fights, and among which it is better to watch the battles of students. Seo Jin collapsed on the floor because he was very tired. His whole body was numb. Fortunately, everything was well with a branch. Although she was tired, she was alive. Seo Jin is incredibly glad because they were all alive and goals. In a second, Seo Jin cried. All his life flew before his eyes. He thought he would end. Just at this moment, Lee Khan returned. Everything was well with him. So Gin rushed to a friend and began to hug him. He experienced intense stress. The river proposes to finish today because everyone had to rest. After a while, they came out of the dungeon. Seo Jin gets a lot of boxes, but Lee Han does not understand why it was needed. Our hero believes that all these things are not needed, because even when he penetrated the enemy camp, he only held a sword in his hands. The girls also approached the boys. They felt much better, drank potions and restored strength. Seo Jin is about to show everyone what he took with him. When the guy opens the box, absolutely everyone, and even the main character, they all did a great job. So Seo Jin offers everyone a little drink, one bottle. These bottles were cold because it is a new product of the Seo family. With magic, they are stored in the cold. It was a discontent set. A few pots that are convenient to use when you break the camp. There were also snacks. Lee Khan, meanwhile, has already drank a whole bottle of drinking. Looking at the guy, it could conclude that his intelligence is lower than the intelligence of others. But in one blow he destroyed 6 stone gum and even survived in battle against strong Gorgle. This is not the one that was before. It seemed to her that our hero and thoughts were not about hiding her abilities. But now she was not sure of any of her theories. Sun Ran began to watch Lee Khan at her grandmother's request, but now she was interesting. The river believes that they have done properly, that they have grown with the guys because they are now drinking delicious coffee. So Jean is angry with it, but the girl immediately says it was a joke. After that, she praises his ability. She adds that his technique was very exciting. Now she turns to the branch and also praises. The river did not think about such abilities of the girl. It turns out that the branch has been fighting today, using all its power, so it was a little swollen. Our hero was already a little in question. Seo Jin said that the 4th Maidan contains Gorguli elites. Compared to enhanced Gorgulas, these are lower, but way more. They are covered with metal from the inside and outside, and they are more agile in the air combat. Then they are waiting for a very strong enemy. So the river is very worried about the branch, remembering the situation that has recently happened. Unlike the previous maidens, the elite Gorgle appears only 4. Although there are few, I think it will be better to catch them one by one. They will act on the strategy of lure, but first you need to find out which Gorgle is fake. The branch will help them with this, but the girl thinks that this time it will be a little problematic because she is very tired. Let the metal appear from the same place as the stones. It differs in nature, so the earthen spirits will not be able to distinguish them. The girl reassures everyone and says he will recover every other day and be able to fight normally. But here the main character said, who said that the recovery would take several days. The most important thing is that the mind is restored, because it is it that she uses it in battle. The forces of mind and come back to normal at least 3 days. But it was not inconvenience but a need. If the warrior damages his tanjon, it will remain disabled, and when the injury receives the upper tanjon, the mind is destroyed. Our hero leads to the fact that this way you can go crazy. The girl fully agrees with the main character. You should be careful. In addition, it is not some graduation exam. Therefore, the branch should just have a good rest to be safe. The sharp manner of our hero could be understood that he was not at all concerned with other circumstances, but he still told the truth. To some extent, he can be trusted. Lee Han proposes to do something, not just sit for a few days and wait. The young man turns to the branch and says he has a job for her. It turns out that the protagonist very much wanted the branch to teach him spiritualism. The guy believes that this is a very useful battle skill, and if he possesses it, it will be in full combat readiness. The branch drew a circle on the floor. Preparing for the call of the spirit was completed. The contract with the spirit appears on the basis of a train up to 4 abilities. This can be checked even with magical stones. If you perform the rite, you can call all the spirits that can be concluded with a contract. Prizes can be called greetings. If the intentions of the spirit are clear, you can call it and conclude a contract without any trays. But if the spirit does not show interest in the guy, then nothing will help here. Now the girl is referring to the big heavenly circle. The river is surprised when he thinks that our hero also has the skills of spiritualism. After a few seconds, they start the rite. Branch congratulations that supports everything from below. After that, they see the magic circle began to shine. Finally, the girl calls the spirit and asks him to answer. Fortunately, everything turned out. But it is not yet known whether the reaction will work out. They see how a second in front of them the salamander appears, the spirit that has fire. Our hero seems a little disappointed that he got a lizard with a palm. The caused spirit has a connection with the character of man. Water spirits are suitable for calm and rational people. Wind spirits appear in free people who do not like restrictions. Let him have a lower rank, but was caused without a catalyst, so energy costs will be large. She advises to gradually approach the spirit. The guy is very surprised when he realizes that this lizard has taken away so much energy. When he tried to touch her, she suddenly pulled out and stood on her hind legs. The branch did not understand what was the matter, because the lizard began to behave strangely, and a second, Salamandra rushed into the campfire and burned there. She seems to be a fire. The girl does not understand what it is, because they are for the first time. She never saw the spirit who himself refused to whom he called and escaped him. Usually, such perfumes are attached. The branch thinks that the spirit was scared. Our hero scared him. Finally, our group went to bed. But Lee Khan cannot fall asleep. He is annoyed by the situation that has recently happened because he is considered illogical. The guy just doesn't understand why a lower spirit appeared to him. When a guy has reached a high level in the past and united with nature, he felt that he could cause rain and wind at any time. He understood the power that looked like a small space. A sense of unification with nature, when he reached the level of the fled demon, looks like the ability to ride. It can never be forgotten. Therefore, Lee Khan is very annoying that he had a lower rank spirit and then fled. This situation struck him greatly in pride. But the guy is distracted by the fact that the djinn is murmuring something under his nose. He is very tired of today. The young man does not understand how he got into the team to such weak people, but he already had this in his life. Then he most likely went to the level of the demon fled. It was a thoughtless way out in which there were many people with him. The exit was homeless, because everyone just had fun. He still remembered the moment when a table with alcohol was organized during the campaign. The deputy head who behaved in the walls of the school was cruelly and strictly drunk. Members of the detachment of defenders began to threaten our hero directly, poking his fingers. It was a real horror because the leaders began to fight for the deer's leg. She asked to stop those drunks, but he was indifferent. The boy was only interested in calligraphy. And then, after that case, he no longer went out to the city. When he returned to school, he spent all his years in training. Now the main character himself asks himself why he spent so much time in training. He did not even want to leave his physical body and climb the world of immortal. He tried everything he wanted, so he would not pity. But it still seems that his life was a little empty. Suddenly the guy sees the starry sky in front of him, and does not understand where he is. Moreover, he is surprised that he is in his past body. It turns out that it is not a reality, but its inner world. Suddenly he hears a voice disappointed that he was called by a guy, not a demonic king. This unknown thing says that her name is the Fatalist, and he is the source of all chaos and darkness. Lee Khan thinks that this is somehow related to the call of the spirits that he was helped by the girl before going to bed. In a second, the main character laughed, because he was convinced from the very beginning that he could not get an ordinary lizard. This thing asks the guy how he was able to call her. Our hero now considers himself the owner of this spirit, which has been able to provoke due to his wonderful skills. But it seems that this creature did not want to admit that this guy is his owner. After a second, this thing begins to laugh at all. It seems that the protagonist really managed to laugh him. Suddenly, something incredibly beautiful appears in the sky, but at the same time very strange. After a second, meteorites begin to fall from the sky. This creature orders the mortal to attack because he wants to evaluate his skills. Meteorites flew to a guy at incredible speed. In fact, he was even lost. In a second, they began to fall to the ground. The guy quickly escaped, trying to evade them. This creature is not going to give up and wants to check another attack on the mortal. In a second, a strong explosion occurred, but the main character quickly was able to evade him. Lee Khan is not going to endure this attitude, so now he is also going to attack. For his attack, he chooses the magic of fire. His opponent is similar to an immortal creature, so physical attacks will not pass. and therefore need to use the energy of fire. After a moment, the guy threw the strong energy of fire into this unknown creature. But it did not work, and instead of this incomprehensible creature, a man appeared in front of the guy. It turns out that this creature is the dark side of our hero, which he is afraid of most. Lee Han is not going to listen to this beacon and rushes to the enemy in a second. Since the young man does not believe in it, the creature is about to let him feel what he is conscious. After a moment, his enemy uses the technique of the explosion of the heavenly demon. It was very difficult because the power of the enemy repels him. He does not understand who is in front of him, because it is impossible to repeat the technique for the first time. At this point, the enemy uses the energy of very strong steel. With this blow, he pushes the boy back. The protagonist immediately acknowledged that his enemy was very difficult. They continue to attack each other. It is impossible to say with certainty which one will win. If you mix blue, yellow, and red dyes, whatever expensive, you can only get black. The look at this man causes a very unpleasant feeling. This guy could be called a real chaos. It was a demon in its purest form. Now, finally, Lee Khan realized why this spirit appeared to him. Everything was because they were similar. The noblest ideal that pursues a demonic energy is an eternal mess. This is what appeared in front of the guy, taking fit. In this case, our hero has only one option. The main character is not going to end this battle at all. On the contrary, it is just beginning. OK gets into a fighting position, trying to concentrate as much as possible. In fact, he loves the battle with such strong opponents as him. For this purpose, he worked out demonic techniques. After a second, the young man uses the technique of stepping the heavenly demon. OK was shocked when he saw that his enemy could repeat even such heavy equipment. But he is still convinced that the enemy will not be able to catch up with his experience, so he wants to defeat his tactics. After a second, a hand-to-hand battle begins between them, but the enemy can reflect all of it. But it seems that it just laughed this unknown creature. He did not take him seriously. The protagonist continues to strike the enemy, waiting for him to break. At first, the creature was about to play with our hero, but then changed her mind. After his victory, he personally wants to take possession of the boy's soul. Now the enemy begins to attack, and our hero is skillfully evading. The eye was very annoyed that his enemy dared to copy him. After a second, he hit him with his hand. Finally, the guy managed to strike his enemy. Interestingly, he will do next. It turns out that the man wants to finish everything and immediately. To do this, it uses the fire of destruction. In a second, there is a bright blue explosion that seems to be blinded by everyone around. But this absolutely did not affect this creature. On the contrary, now this monster has used the sacred technique of protection, a large shift of the sky and the earth. After a second, she sent her attack directly to the main character, and he fell to the ground. The enemy did not feel any pity for the guy. On the contrary, he mocked him. The young man, meanwhile, was very bad. The whole body hurt, and blood went out of the mouth. The guy understood that he was as a strong enemy as the King of Ez, although it may have been even stronger. By this point, the guy never felt like anger and rage. He cannot believe that there is one who looks at him from top to bottom. Kuoke instinctively feels that this jump will become his last attack. It seems that the enemy did not expect our hero to rush to him so sharply. But even if the soul leaves it, it will only go after this monster is struck. This attack was very powerful. From her, even the earth began to crack under her feet. In a second, the guy used the technique of the dark spirit of the heavenly demon. The enemy had to admit that our hero was much more interesting than it seemed at first. But it seems that even this does not do any harm to the enemy. On the contrary, he uses the same attack. The creature is surprised because the guy fought to the last, although he has only human forces. He apologizes for his actions. The fatalist says that it is too early to recognize. The spirit says that the guy goes back because he is not ready yet. After a second, the main character disappears from this world. The spirit is sure they will still see this mortal. Unfortunately, our hero could not win in this battle and lost. OK never felt so pathetic after he became a leader. The only time was after the battle with the king. Then he felt anger. But now he was only confusion inside. All because during the battle with the king, the losing was not as humiliating as it is now. When the guy comes out of here, he clearly knows what he is waiting. Suddenly, the young man wakes up with a cry, starting to cough with his blood. The whole body was incredibly painful, and he felt a lot of tension in the body. The demonic energy spread through the veins. At such a pace, the guy can fall into the state of the church. The protagonist can only survive if you click on the acupuncture point of the large artery. After a second, crossing the pain, the guy presses to the desired point. And so, after that, he feels a lot of relief. Lee Han already thought that it could die. His clothes turned into rags. but it was proof that he was not in a dream or under the illusion. But the place he was in is not at all like the real world. Our hero was very angry because he could not use his strength, so he lost with shame. Now he really wants to take revenge on this freak. But at first he decided to ask the branch of what happened to him. Before that, you need to restore your body. It was already morning. Seo-gin was at this time training. He tried very hard, but no attack hit the target exactly. The guy realized that it was necessary to shoot with the same setting as then. Thus, in a second, he managed to hit the center. Seo-jin was disappointed, but I realized perfectly that in one day, skills would not be better. He released several dozen arrows, but only hit the last. He remembers that day and what he was scared. So much so that he could not even move. But suddenly, he heard an unknown voice that would grow into his body. After that, everything happened very quickly. Seo-jin is very happy because it finally stopped being an anchor for the team, and it also has benefit. In the first year of study, Lee Khan was in the same position as he, but as soon as the second course began, he was replaced. The techniques have improved and the courage was added. However, he is most surprised by his unsurpassed confidence. Lee Khan loves to eat, so you can use this moment to make friends even more, and then ask him to reveal his secret to success. However, which side does not look? It looked like a kindergarten. The branch, meanwhile, enjoys nature. It sits under a tree and inhales the aroma of field flowers that grow right near the dungeon. Before entering the academy, the girl spent a long time in the forest. It is difficult to breathe in crowded places, so she has almost no conversation with anyone. Because of this, the class is hardly felt, but the branches are indifferent. Suddenly, the flower to which she touched was faded. When the branch tries to get closer to other people, they scare it in the same way as these plants. She thinks that it is better to keep a long distance with her group, not to reveal her secret. Suddenly, Lee Han appears behind her back. The branch, from unexpectedness, shouted very loudly. It seemed as if it had heard the whole forest. Lee Khan immediately closed his ears and pulled out because this cry was awful. The branch was very scared. Our hero asked if the spirits really only 4 natural elements. He said that in a dream, he saw a very strange creature that was strong, black, and very aggressive. The stranger called himself a Shadow King and the source of the whole chaos. But everything looked too real for sleep. So hard to call a simple nightmare. The branch thinks that the guy can mean the race of Shedu. These creatures cannot be human. It means the spirit of shadows. This is a kind. In addition, she suits Lee Hana, but the girl just doesn't believe it. The likelihood that an ordinary person has a talent for spiritualism, 1 up to 10,000, and the shadow spirits themselves are very rare. If the spirit called himself a king, it means that he has a higher class. The spirit cannot swear about himself, otherwise his owner has the right to destroy him. You can say this is an absurd case and its probability, 1 up to 100 million. The protagonist was so angry with the spirit that he even broke a t-shirt. The branch suggests that it could really be just a strange sleep. Suddenly, Lee Khan recalls that this spirit is a fatalist, and asks the girl if she heard that name. After that, she gets up sharply and goes away, saying that she has not heard anything about it. The guy sighs hard because he was again where he was. Be that as it may, now Lee Han will not be able to win him. He decided to try to do this after reaching the level of the demon fled. Meanwhile, in the checkpoint in the northern part of the mountain, the temporary research base has already been broken. The guy came to the instructor with a report on students' progress. The employee was surprised when he saw that a group of 4 people could pass the 3rd square. But everything became clear when he saw that there was a union. But still the case is unusual. In addition, they were faster than other teams. According to the instructor who secretly penetrated the place of evaluation, the group has now left the dungeon and broke the camp. Other teams also staged a halt to build a strategy and restore endurance. The senior instructor was very tired and under his eyes were bruising from the default. He still checked the documents. They were visited by Chan Hun to ask how this year's evaluation is going. He came here as a check, but he had to convey something. To do this, the man asks everyone to leave for a short time. All employees were happy to go outside. Finally, they saw the sun. The senior instructor asks not to pay attention to it, because workers are most likely simply simulating. The senior instructor asked to go to the case immediately, and asked why the man came. Everything was because of an unknown source of mana, which appeared in the royal grave of Karsak last year. The amount of mana in the dungeon is gradually increasing, but recently the level has changed dramatically, so the instructor also monitors this. There is no progress to find out the reason, but they have received calculations, from which it is clear that several new Gorgle appears every quarter. Initially, the dungeons did not destroy and were left for students, The problem was that the number of elite Gorgle grew, moreover, for 5. The man was very shocked when he heard such a large figure. The top just made the decision to take everyone from the royal grave. It was an order from the head of the department. It was sad because, most likely, there is no other place where students can safely accumulate the experience of real combat. The man says that as soon as the evaluation is over, Visor will come here. It seems that she wants to use a meteor, which is why the whole area will be completely destroyed. Meanwhile, some detachment has already restored their forces, and today they plan to go to Elite Gorgle. It was a Somanjona detachment. The guy gave the members of his group the giant belts, which increased the muscular strength by 30%, as well as some pieces that increased to the maximum in the sharpness of the swords. With such a tool, even the physical stability of Elite Gorgle will not be terrible. Somanjon says that their plans to kill 3 or more monsters. He prepared, so you can confidently complete the battle, despite anything. All members of the detachment supported him and began to wear these magical pieces. Earlier, someone accused our hero of using objects, although he himself does the same. The guy is sure that their team just can't help but win. Meanwhile, a group of Shaolin students were already going to go back to the dungeon. Everyone took 1 bottle given to them by Tang Ran. It is a deadly poison that, due to its high acidity, melts metal by causing severe damage. In Elite Gorgle, the whole body consists of metal, so they can get everything. It is important to remember that you need to drive the enemy to one place. Their plan was to bring them to a distance and then delay for 10 seconds. The boys will have to detain enemies, and then the first place will be exactly in their pockets. Finally, they were completely ready to go to the dungeon. Our hero, meanwhile, was engaged in meditation to restore strength. It was very powerful energy from it. The Fatalist showed its impact on internal energy, penetrating all the energy pathways of the body. He thought he was able to destroy the traces of the Fatalist, but it was not. When Li Kan thinks of that freak, he immediately begins to merge. You need to think cold-blooded. The guy realizes that he now has no chance of winning. The inner energy of the enemy is almost close to endless, and the purity of demonic energy is even better than our hero. Whatever the infinite, the internal energy, and what quality it is, the only blow to the release of the Great Bear, and is ready. It is difficult to talk about the conquest of this spirit, but if he disgraced the guy, then the simple battle will not be released. The young man is set to make him his subordinates. Everyone was ready to go to the dungeon and only waited for Li Kan. This dungeon is already starting to get a guy, so he wants to end him faster. Finally, our group came to the 4th floor. Everyone noticed that the doors were different here. Li Kan immediately went to the case and opened the door, then went inside. They were a little surprised when they came inside, because it was a rather unusual place. Inside was very empty. Cinny noticed that there was no statue and traces of Gorgle. Suddenly, the branch notices a picture on one of the walls and asks everyone to look at it. It seems that a dragon that produces a fire, a magician that destroys a monster, and around a lot of Gorgle. The river does not think that this drawing is just that way. It seems to be Gorgle's story. This is found in ancient graves where there is no text or in the royal yard. Due to the restrictions in the transmission of oral information, the text was replaced by pictures. It was a typical story about salvation, the genus that was destroyed by dragons, magicians, and others. It was Gorguli. But after all, they met a powerful creature that possessed powerful power. Suddenly, Li Kan notices a drawing on the ceiling. Where you do not turn your eyes, everywhere you painted Gorguli. This drawing was very unusual, a person with wings. And in the hand of this person was a bow. It seems to be the same arc. After a moment, Li Kan realized that it was not a picture at all. The protagonist tells everyone to prepare, because the monster has almost come. You need to look at the ceiling. But no one thinks that Gorguli can appear from the drawing on the ceiling. If friends did not go with Li Kan, they would have accepted his words for nonsense. But the dungeon is absolutely normal if monsters appear at any time. Our hero has never been mistaken in his words during this time. The group was already ready for the enemy to appear soon. They hear someone crawl behind them, so the branch immediately causes the earthen wall. Li Han asks Ginses to try at least once and tells him to shoot. From such a proposal, the young man lit his eyes. Finally, the same elite Gorgle, who was screaming loudly, appeared in front of them. She was already going to rush to our heroes, but Seo Jin fired at her. The young man hit the target exactly, so there was a strong explosion. All of this was observed by the assistant to the professor of the faculty, who was surprised by such an unexpected attack. But it seems that this attack did not harm the monster at all, because they were flying on our heroes from all speed. Fortunately, the branch managed to close them with its earthen wall. The river asks the girl to open the passage in the wall, because she is about to go out right now, besides. But as it turned out, the girl wanted to take our hero with her. Now it is clear what a protective wall was needed. The river and Li Han had to go beyond the wall and strike them, and when the situation was dangerous, turn back by the wall until the Jinn would cover them. This scheme was understood and effective, but if the attacks are concentrated on only one person, then he will simply die. Yuen Ran knows that she does not have so brilliant skills. A second, the girl threw some rings into his hands. With the help of this thing, Li Han can be twice faster. It was a ring that accelerated the movements and a brooch that increased the flight time. With this, our hero will be able to fight better than before. After a second, they come out of the earthen wall and go into battle. Meanwhile, a group of Pomnon Ion also fought with elite Gorgulas. Gorguli continued to attack. Gorgul applies a strong blow to one of the members of the Soman Jonah detachment. Soman asks not to worry about this guy, because he just dropped him. The guy did not think that the monster would suddenly jump out of the drawings. They did not have time to prepare for the attack, so the whole team is in stress. It is good that they were able to jump to the side thanks to the power of objects. Without this, it would not even be possible to defend themselves, and ultimately everyone would die. Thanks to the additional equipment of the Euron from the attacks will not be very strong, so it is necessary to act decisively and boldly. It was necessary to use everything they had for the attack. They could not give Gorgul to escape and continue to strike on them. After a second, Gorgul gathered all her energy and spit out a powerful flash of fire. The attacks did not act on the enemy at all. It is not clear where he has such a powerful protective power. Sumanjan thinks that he can return the morale to the team if he kills one Gorgul. He calls for his closest friends and invites them to end the Gorgul that they had before their eyes. After a moment, they rushed to the monster. There was no time at all. He rushed first and pushed Gorgul. At this time, the other guy jumped to her on the other side and struck a lot of sword. The guy lost his care, so Gorgul struck him in his back. From such a strong blow, the young man immediately fell to the floor. Somanjan got his sword and ran to the monster. He was angry that the monster dared to touch his friend. After a second, it applies a very powerful blow and hit the target. The nucleus of Gorguli appeared from such a strong blow. Remain last blow. But everything turned out to be far from easy because Gorgul began to reflect and did not make it so easy to get to the core. Sumanjan was shocked when he saw that Gorgul was using the sword's energy. But it was not Gorgul, but Chon Kon Kon, who covered the boy and hit the monster. The guy was very grateful to the guy because he almost died. Chon offers to retreat because now they are in a bad position. But the Suman of Ion is very annoying. While Somon was busy, two Gorguli began to actively attack the rear, and it was very bad. The further this battle continues, the more they receive Uran. In the worst case, their entire team will be destroyed. But Somanjan was annoyed because they did not catch any Gorguli. It was necessary that Janos Joni urgently decided something, because every second was on the account. Meanwhile, Shaolin's detachment was also already in the fourth square. They used these bottles to attack. Someone hit Gorguli clearly, and the bell bottle crashed. Gorgul began to scream a lot, because it seems that this method really worked. They wanted to throw a few more bottles before they came, but they were the last. No one could imagine that the fight would be so delayed. When they got to Gorgul for the first time, the effect of paralysis worked and their metal skin became thinner, so Tangron thought that their attacks would work. But these creatures gradually begin to get used to the poison. Moreover, the splashes of this poison are applied to the Euron and on people. Their younger brother was poisoned, so it was urgent to take it back and provide first aid. Everyone realizes that when they move forward, they will sue the great casualties. So now everyone had to prepare for retreat. We need to change the strategy because they have too underestimated the intelligence of enemies. After a moment, Yan Mi uses mirror technique to retreat. It was a signal. It was necessary to take advantage of this opportunity and run quickly. According to their fight, the instructor, who was now going to evaluate them, was all this time. Unfortunately, this detachment could not catch any elite Gorgul. But still 2 days left. This group will definitely not put hands. The same time, the battle of our group continues. The main character ruthlessly kills Gorgul. In his eyes, you can see predatory excitement. The monster does not seem to be struck, but our hero quickly evades them. Li Khan with incredible ease was evading all, and so the monster until you tried to catch him. To respond after his enemy is too late. Although, how much do not say, the monster still does not work. The river is shocked that the guy evaded all the blows so fast. Moreover, he did not even attack, but simply evaded. Now, the main character gathered to go into battle. He gets his hands out of his pockets. Gorgula seems to be scared, so she quickly goes up. In a second, she begins to sprinkle the guy with fire greatly, hoping to win him. But everything was in vain, because the main character was from above and struck the monster in his back. After that, he put a helpless monster into the ground, and in a second he began to ruthlessly disassemble her back, trying to find the nucleus inside. The instructor looked at it with horror because it was very cruel. And so, when the young man finally found the necessary nucleus, he just crushed him in his hand. But it was never to delay, because a few more monsters flew to the battle. But Lee Khan was not scared at all because of it. On the contrary, it was charged. Gorgly began to scream loudly so as not to frighten their enemy. Our hero turns to the girl and asks if she will do something because she suggested that she leave together. Of course, the river is going to fight and uses the magic of speed. And after a moment she, like lightning, rushes to the monster. Gorgle was not going to delay and also rushed to the girl. But the monster didn't even have nothing to do, as the girl had already struck a few sword. But it did not cause severe harm because the monster's skin was very strong, so he received only scratches. If you keep your internal energy, you can die quickly, so you need to gather all your strength. The river is circling the monster around the monster, struck him. Meanwhile, Lee Khan and Gorguli's battle continues. He beats his knee strongly in his jaw. He does not even give a monster to a chance to strike. Lee Han is going to end the battle, but suddenly an earthen spirit appears in front of him. He asks to eat, and so, after a moment, the earthen spirit rushes to the monster. A giant appeared in front of the guy, and he did not even immediately realize that it was a branch spirit. The spirit wanted to eat very much, so he struck his fists on the ground, and it affected Gorgul. The branch was very worried because it used this spell for the first time, but it turned out. Our hero was annoyed that she got into his fight. Meanwhile, UN Soil continues to strike Gorgly. Finally, a crack appeared on the back of Gorgul. Now the girl should hit more and open her. After a second, she puts all her strength in this blow and strikes it clearly into his back. Fortunately, everything succeeded and UN faculty saw the nucleus. Unfortunately, the internal energy of the river was already over, so it was necessary to act quickly. But Gorgul quickly flew up, trying to escape from the girl. However, in a second, Gorgul exploded directly in the sky, blinding everyone with such a glow. It was a djinn. He was proud of himself that he could still hit the monster. Now UN Ran has only to get Gorgul that she, in fact, did. Lee Han still quarreled the branch for having plowed him Gorgul. The question was what to do with this Gorgula. Sun Ran wanted that Lee Han had achieved her, because she had no strength at all, but the boy had no interest for it. In this case, the branch says he can try to do it. To do this, it uses a spear of land that penetrates the Gorgly wing. The instructor who watched this was shocked from the results. It is not believed that students of the second year of study can show such talent. He tries to record everything in the report. The man sees that even the last Gorgul, who remained, was already dead because she was hit and she exploded. A moment she fell to the floor. Sojan was glad that he was able to kill Gorgul. Each of them killed one Gorgul, which means 4. It seems that it was all because the branch was no more than the presence of monsters. So they finished and passed the evaluation very well that no one was injured. The girl praises Sijina, because in this battle he played a very important role. In a few days, skills cannot increase greatly, but the fact that a guy is happy twice is already a skill. Seo Jin is very nice that friends really praise him. Suddenly friends see that a magical object appeared in front of them. The group was shocked when she saw that a sacred object had fallen out of the elite Gorgul. Seo Jin sees it for the first time with his own eyes, and it looks very strange and unusual. The guy was simply greatly surprised by the fact that this item is very easy. For metal weapons used by 2 hands, it can be controlled by 1 hand, and the movements are smooth. It means that there may be another chip in weapons. Sun Ran proposes that Seo Jin to take this weapon to himself. No one is against it. Their group has a crossbow arrow, so it is logical that this weapon should be taken. Lee Hana annoys that he becomes stronger thanks to the subject, but he acknowledges that the user's skills are jumping up, so it is impossible to deny its effectiveness. In the past, the dungeons also appeared, but nothing of this has captured. But such a toy is our hero to use exactly, so he gives it to Jin. In fact, the guy himself wants to pick up some steep sword to himself. Suddenly, the guy turns to the group and asks who said that 4 Gorgulas are all. Suddenly, they looked up and saw that the monster was stepping on top. It is necessary to prepare for battle urgently. They were shocked when they saw that 2 Gorguli joined 1, but there was no time to think it was. It was necessary to shoot urgently. After a second, there was a strong explosion. It shot Seo Jin. They noticed that this monster blocked them the way to retreat. It turns out that no one was in front of them than a 2-headed elite Gorgul. Sun Ran said that the monster was distracting, and friends, meanwhile, should run where they came from. But the branch was against it. She was going to detain the monster, and again summoned her giant spirit. Cogi is worried that something bad can happen to the girl again, but she asks not to worry. However, it was useless, because these Gorguli clung to the earthen giant with their teeth and began to bite. The spirit was very painful, and he tried to reflect from the enemies, but did not come out. And so, after a moment, Gorgul began to spit into the earth spirit. The giant tries to block this attack with his hands, but it doesn't work well. The branch tried very hard. She is sure that she can withstand it. But here, the other head of Gorgula also begins to attack the spirit. However, this time the fire was bright blue. It turns out that it was not a fire at all. From such a strong temperature drop, the giant simply collapsed into parts, and Gorgul rushed further. The branch felt all this attack on itself. It was incredibly painful. She began to cough with blood, and in a second, she fell on the floor with pain. UN Soviet Ron says to take a branch and run away, and she will hold Gorgul with Li Han. But our hero goes forward and tells her to flee, and he will handle here. It turns out that our hero wants to do it, because he hopes that a monster can fall out of this object. The protagonist is inflamed with this desire. Suddenly, they see that a huge ice wall appears in front of them. Our characters are shocked from such a turn of events. It was a real magic of ice. They do not know who could use the spell of such scale. It turns out that it was an instructor. He said that the evaluation is stopped and everyone should run out of here. Li Han was annoyed and evil that someone intervened in his battle. Thus, the instructor remained himself, and opposite him stood his enemy, two-headed Gorgul. Our characters quickly ran from the scene. Suddenly, Jean fell directly on his hands with a branch, because he ran very quickly. Sun Ron said that you could not run so quickly. In fact, the group was very lucky that the instructor was near them. Seo Jin has never seen such Gorgul in records. Our hero was upset because he just tied to receive normal weapons. The river did not understand why such monsters came out at the very end. The branches were very bad. The girl proposes to find a place in which the branch can relax. Seo Jin is worried if everything will be well with the instructor. The level of ability of the academy instructors allows you to handle even with Overno, and soon a second detachment will come here and save them. Suddenly, they see the moonlight falls into one place. It was a central square. The ceiling is not visible because it seems very high. At first, it was necessary to put a branch to rest. A friend says that Li Khan does not touch anything here so that nothing happens. Our hero saw that there were some strange inscriptions here. It seems that the branch finally calmed down, and it was better. Seo Jin thinks that it can be historical ruins. When the mana collected in a special space is collected in one place, there is a point at which you can call creatures from another world. This is the dungeon. But there are cases where not only monsters, but also spaces appear in the dungeons. There are places that rarely find knowledge from ancient times or other dimensions. It is likely that this place belongs to historical ruins. If they can find something here, you can get the best in the history of the academy. Cinny thinks that there is nothing valuable here, because many people have passed through this place, but they seem to be different. It turns out that Seo Jin can read one sentence. It is written here that their king, Karsak, sleeps here. The dungeon is called the Royal Grave of Karsak. If you think, there is no kingdom without a chapter. They studied only that there was no boss in this dungeon, but there was no word that the storm was carried out here. Perhaps not everything was really found here. Suddenly, Li Han climbed right on this grave. Kyojin was worried that the guy could accidentally press something and they would fall into the trap. The protagonist opens the tomb and shows that there is nothing inside. Even bones. Then the river suggests just wait. Still, they killed 3 elite Gorgul. Suddenly, the guys see a hole-like hole. Among the secret repositories are those in which you need to insert the key and twist. It seems that the same design is here. Finally, the branch opened her eyes and woke up. He thinks if it will move like the same board. If so, this is not the end of the dungeon. Li Khan decided to open this. It seems that the coffin is not made of ordinary stones because it feels energy. It was a dark, spooky energy of darkness. Suddenly, Li Han realizes that he feels the energy of that necromant here. Meanwhile, the instructors tried to collect things from the camp as soon as possible. The instructor Chalk and Ion were even called here, because the situation was emergency. Fortunately, everything will be fine with the guy. It turns out that it was an instructor who fought against two-headed Gorgula. It's hard to believe that he was so injured. When the assistants arrived, Gorguli was gone. The battle was finished. Assistants say that the monster had the opportunity to inflict the Khan Yuanyu even more serious injuries. But she did not do so, and literally penetrated into the ceiling. The head of the department was to come here to midnight. The instructor apologized, because it was necessary to pay more attention to the distribution of combat forces. But the man was not guilty. It may have ended even better than it could be. It is hard to believe that our heroes closed the dungeons. In fact, they did this because there was a monster who had no information about. Groups of Tang and Somanjona have also left the dungeon. Most likely, the assessment is completed. They are said to be the last class that is evaluated before the dungeon is over. For the branch, this was all the first time, but it is still a great experience. The Jin also had to go into battle for the first time. This evaluation was definitely useful for everyone, but at the very end, an instructor assistant was injured. From this, the branch even baked. Seo Jin tries to reassure the girl and then suggests to visit him. The river wants to know more about Lee Khan, but there was nothing to rush. She joined the team of our hero and approached Seo Jin in a branch. This will constantly watch Lee Khan. Suddenly, the girl notices that Lee Han went somewhere. Most likely, the guy just wanted to eat and went first. Meanwhile, the Dark Sword went to the pawn shop to evaluate his precious stone. The value of this stone will be a minimum of 10,000 nuns. This stone can be safely attributed to the special. And if you sell this stone at the auction, you can sell it even more. The Dark Sword was shocked. The owner himself can set the price of magical stone, the properties of which are not related to any of the four main ones. But because of the incredible rarity of the stone, it will take time to name the price for it. A regular auction will be held in about a month. If the guy wants, he can open a special auction, but it will cost 3,000 nanoations. The Dark Swordsman thanked and reached out for the fact that the man looked at his stone, but he refused to take money. It is not necessary to get hung up on such little things. Instead, the man wants to agree with such a valuable subject. He will give the young man a letter with the date of the auction. It is important to store this stone. In a second, the guy begins to laugh at pleasure, because it seems to be rich now. All he needs is only to give a little money for sale. Then he will have a lot of money. He was shocked from how stupid his employer is because he just gave him this stone. Just at this moment, our hero returns home. It seems that the Dark Sword did not expect to see the guy so early. He thought the employer would only return tomorrow. Lee Khan asks that the stranger left his house. The Dark Sword looks like it does not know about it. It turns out that this stranger looks very familiar to the main character. But the guy says the problem is not at all. He asks a Dark Sword to cook him. The young man exhales with relief because he realizes that he has not been revealed. Lee Khan asks the mercenary to find a sword for him, because after eating he wants to go. They seem to go to the royal grave of Karsak. It was already a night. They had to slip off imperceptibly through this place. Everything was cleaned here. Most likely, it is all because of the two-headed monster. Fortunately, the boys were able to break through people. They came to the dungeon, on the walls of which there were drawings. The process of creating a dungeon is depicted here. Our hero tells that the two-headed Gorgle came out directly from the ceiling of this room. And so, at this moment, Gorgle really began to appear from the ceiling. The Dark Sword was shocked because the monster had a strange consistency. But in a second, this strange consistency turned into a real monster. The Dark Sword is experiencing strong pressure in the atmosphere, and thinks that this creature is the owner of the dungeon. A second, the main character took the sword from behind the back of the mercenary. He was not going to delay, and wanted to cut this monster right now. After a moment, the guy concentrated, and gathered as much energy as possible to finish quickly. The Dark Sword was shocked when he saw that it was a strengthening energy. This blow just cut the monster in half. The battle ended and without starting. The Dark Sword just didn't understand how the employer can use the energy used only by absolute warriors. But as it turned out, it was not the end. The main character wanted to catch the owner of this dungeon. After a while, the boys came to the right place where the grave is located. The Dark Sword realizes that this coffin is empty. But where is the boss then? Now the protagonist asks the boy to get the same stone he gave him. The Dark Swordsman immediately begins to worry because he thinks that the employer has learned about the value of the stone. The guy on his knees asked that Lee Khan would turn his stone back. At the moment he found this stone, he didn't even think that he would use it somewhere. So he threw away. The guy is disgusting to feel the energy of this Kunlun. This stone may also have the use, as in other items. The protagonist climbed into this coffin and began to look for where to insert the stone. After a moment, when the young man lifted the stone to the hole, he just disappeared. Lee Khan does not understand why nothing happens. It does not think that there is some magic here, as in the past dungeon. The employer asks to look at the Dark Sword, or something has changed. The Dark Sword was in full despair because our hero took his stone, although at first he said that he was not needed. The whole world seemed to be destroyed, because now the guy lost his money. Suddenly, something to go with the grave. He began to emit a yellow glow, and the ground under the boys begins to crack suddenly. And so, after a moment, the ground around the tomb fails, and the Dark Sword falls down. The protagonist also is not going to delay and jumps down. Finally, the boys landed. Everything seems to be relatively normal. They fell about 320 meters. Our hero did not know what it was for a place. It was very dark here, so we need to devote something. Suddenly, light appears in the room. It was all because of the night pearl. There were drawings on all walls. There were many more than in the previous hall. If someone who is present here turned off the light, then probably tell them. Suddenly, there was a spooky voice that concluded that his guests were ordinary people. The dark sword realized that they were talking to them with the help of thought. This meant that this creature did not look like ordinary monsters. Lee Khan was already aware of this creature because he saw his memories through the arrow. The young man is indifferent to what his curiosity will lead to. He only wants to get Nadana that will help him increase his energy. Therefore, the guy wants to finish with everything faster. The guy also wants to get an item that will fall out of this monster. This monster was very angry because of the self-confidence of its enemy. The stranger agrees to fight the guy, but at first he must defeat his army. Suddenly, the walls begin to glow with bright red. And so, after a moment, the elite Gorgolas come out. The dark sword thinks that it is simply impossible, because these monsters have intelligence, and therefore it will be very difficult to win. And in a second, the boys appear the strongest Gorgol of all, Ancient Gorgol. Lee Khan turns to the mercenary and asks if he will handle half a monster. Our hero took him weakly and began to call him weak, so the dark sword agreed to do it. This time he is about to show him the result of his training. Their main enemy was shocked that they are so simple and without fear of preparing for battle with monsters. After a moment, several Gorgol flew to the dark sword. Now he has to show all his strength. And so, in a second he starts an attack, hit all his enemies. After a second, the young man developed absolutely all the monsters in half. Lee Khan was surprised that the guy used the energy of the sword, because he could not. Now he has learned better to control the energy of the sword. It is not even believed that such progress should be made in such a short time. At the same time, the battle between them continues. And so, the dark sword uses the technique of a demonic attack of a small hand. Our hero notes that the purity of the demonic energy has also become higher. But not a very right decision was to be drawn in battle with an opponent, which he knows nothing. The energy of the sword or the demonic in the small hand is not enough to kill this monster. If the dark sword did not have any secret strategy, now it will come to an end. In a second, this is the most striking monster directly in the dark sword. Thick dust rises. Their main enemy laughs, thinking that the guy has died. But as it turned out, everything was fine with the guy. He just didn't want to rush. For his further, he decided to use Yokai, who was in his hand. But the dark sword, on the contrary, is glad that they are at such a close distance, because he wants to check something. After a second, he uses a demonic such a bloody hand, tearing his hand to his enemy. The guy was not sure that this technique would work for a monster, but everything turned out very well. Now, he was even more confident and was ready to repel everyone. The dark sword was clearly going to end all his enemies. Lee Khan was glad that the dark sword finally awakened this power. In a second, a dark sword has accumulated a lot of energy from its enemies. But it was impossible to stop because the ancient Gorgol was going to attack again. But the guy was already ready for it and easily evaded her attack. The guy was already very experienced in battles with Gorgolas. When he fought, he accidentally learned about some strategy. As it turned out, the body of the monster also has acupuncture in the left muscle. If you hit this place, the monster paralyzes. The dark swordsman did absolutely everything she just said. But suddenly, the enemy grabbed his hand and did not let him go. While this monster was holding him, the other came to help and wanted to spit on the guy with fire. The guy already thought that it would be so stupid. But our hero ran to the rescue. The young man easily reflected this flame layer to the side. Lee Khan praised the mercenary because he saw progress, but he still not mastered the technique of the starry blood. It is necessary not to concentrate on the separation of energy, but to sharply tear out the force. In a second, the main character demonstrated how it should look like. He threw his powerful energy into the monster. On this, the warm-up was over. The guy wanted their main enemy to come out of the darkness. And so, at this moment, the enemy really came out of the repository because he became very interesting. It was Karsak. He was very interested in what the name of this arrogant guy. The dark sword wanted to protect his employer from these words. But suddenly our hero called his real name, Ku. He says that he exceeded his ancestor of the founder and got his name. He is also the heavenly demon, the head of the holy school of heavenly demon. The dark sword fell into a stupor after the words of his employer. He does not believe in his words. In this case, the enemy asks where the guy man is a measure. Lee Khan did not know what it was, so the enemy explained that this magic was needed to activate the door to this room. Therefore, only sorcerers that have magic of darkness can come here. It seems that the king monastery was in mind the magic that causes the skeletons. Then, our hero said that he killed the monster himself, and came here thanks to the stone that fell out of him. The monster was in full shock that the situation was goal. In this case, the monster cannot sit. Therefore, he gets his bow and begins to crack into a dark sword. The king used a magical shot. The guy did not understand why he shot in an empty place. After that, he saw that a lot of portals began to open in space, and the arrow flew between them. And then, after a moment, the arrow pierces with it a dark sword, which even to clip it does not have time. From such a blow, the guy drops to the ground without forces. There was a giant hole in the abdomen in the young man. His tanjon was completely torn out. The king only mocked the trouble that happened to the boys. It seems that the dark sword began to think that he would die. So before that, he wanted to find out if his employer really was the head of the Holy School of Heavenly Demon. The guy always thought that the employer was strange because he was even known to the school's demonic techniques. Lee Khan tried to save the boy, but saw that his internal energy was dispelled. Even acupuncture has not lost its strength to keep energy. The guy seems to be sure of his death. So I want to ask the last question. He really wants to know if he stopped the offensive of King Lich many years ago. Suddenly the idea of how to save a boy has. Now he is about to put yokai in Tanjon. In this case, the guy should be killed with yokai. But if he loses consciousness, then the monster will fully capture his body. So it was necessary to win. After that, our hero answers the question and says that he did not stop King Lich, but simply put on the ground. He promises to tell the details when the guy wakes up, and now he transports this thing to him and asks to survive. Now, a dark sword will face a pain that has never felt. If he loses, he will die and win, get the power of yokai. Lee Han grabs the boy in his arms and is reflected in parallel from the monster. After that, the young man took the mercenary to a more or less safe place. Now, the protagonist was ready to fight with the king. The monster was severely annoyed by the guy's confidence in himself. After a second, their bloody fight begins. After a second, the guy rushes the monster and the arrow continues to fly quickly between the space. But Lee Han didn't even stop to kill these monsters. Now a scared arrow will fly behind him. Looking at her, it is clear that she has no shape. It appears chaotic and disappears. When the arrow appears, the space next to it begins to tremble a little. In this case, the moment must be caught. Lee Han was able to catch this moment, and he was able to block the arrow that flew directly into it. It was greatly surprised by the king. It is hard to believe that an ordinary person was able to take a blow to the arrow. After a second, the main character repulsed this arrow and cut it in half. Although the enemy really had an unusual ability, it is still just an arrow. The guy seems too relaxed because the arrow was already flying on top of him. It turns out that his arrow will pursue the victim until he dies. Even if the arrow falls apart, then it will continue to move. In this case, the guy decided to use the devastating attack of the celestial demon of Asura. This attack destroys even in the space around, and it does it completely. In a second, there was a bright white flash, which seems to be scared of monsters. The protagonist continued to wave his sword, using the energy of strengthening. Thus, he was getting closer and closer to the king. Now it became clear to him how the guy coped with that skeleton, because his abilities were really enough for it. This level should be answered, so I no longer be about to hold back. Suddenly, there was a strong explosion again, but this time the flash was pale pink. The energy of the enemy did not dispel. It meant that it was not the end. After a second, the arcade causes the dragon's tooth. Our hero is really shocked that the enemy caused such a huge thing. Judging by the boy's reaction, he never saw the same before. The monster tells that there was no one who survived afterwards. It is his secret weapon, a demonic arrow that will kill everyone in its path. And so in a second, the monster makes his magic shot. But the main character is not afraid of it. He thinks that he will be able to destroy her in the same way. But suddenly, this arrow turns into many arrows that are already flying into a guy who did not expect one. Our hero may not have enough internal energy, but he will still try. Meanwhile, the dark sword is still unconscious, and then finally he came to his senses. He woke up in some strange city. To his surprise, he sees that all is well with his stomach. From the last he remembers is what the employer called himself a heavenly demon. After that, he remembers his words that he will need to be beaten with yokai. Most likely, the guy is now in his subconscious. He must defeat his enemy, what it would cost him. A second, the guy hears a voice that is spreading everywhere. Even the energy of the enemy is felt everywhere. Yokai laughs because I think he will be able to win. The dark sword behaves carefully and prepares for battle. The monster is convinced that the guy will not be able to win him. He invites him to voluntarily give his body. After a moment, a young man grabs some red thing and does not allow him to move. It turns out that it was his enemy's tongue. He was going to seize his body to himself. The dark sword must definitely execute the order of its employer. The guy begins to cry as the red thing captures his body. It seems so weak that he will not be able to protect his body. A second after that, the mouth of a terrible demon closes. Meanwhile, the battle of Lee Khan continues. The guy is skillfully reflected from all arrows. The young man evades, and with every step he closer to his enemy. In this case, the king causes the bone of dragon. He again makes magical arrows, but Lee Khan was not lost at all and used the bow of a heavenly demon, control of empty space. But Gorgly did not allow the young man to finish the attack, because they also began to attack from different sides. Suddenly, Lee Khan sees how a red thing appeared that killed the monster. Lee Khan rejoices when he sees a dark sword. Finally, he woke up. But the protagonist sees that the mercenary's hand continues to distort more. But I think the guy has won. Lee Khan asks mercy to deal with Gorgulis. But suddenly a dark sword strikes him from his back and pierces his stomach. It turns out that it was not a dark sword. Only now our hero realized that the mercenary was absorbed. The situation was very bad because the king continued to attack. The arrow flew directly into a dark sword, but he was able to dodge. It seems that the heavenly demon did something with the boy, because he remained whole after the strike of his arrow. His changed form seems very familiar to the king. It turns out that this monster knew Karsaka. The Ark was shocked when I realized that it was a vampire of a demonic genus. Finally, he turned back into the real world. As it turned out, he used to be Karsak's owner. About 100 years ago near Mount Mutha, Gorgala brought 50 corpses for the king as he asked. Since their death, it has not passed much time. The decomposition stage cannot be deceived. The king, as always, gives a reward for work. The monster never understood how you could give such valuable things in several corpses. The king wants to make an army from these corpses. He is unknown to the world that the monster says, but there is another force he can use. After that, the monster is going to leave. But the king wants to tell something. It turns out that one subject has recently fled from Mr. Mephisto's laboratory. As soon as he came out, he began to attack everyone. Dracula's subject was called Dracula. Maybe his mind was damaged in the process of transforming into weapons. The last time Vlad saw somewhere nearby, so you need to be careful. Gorgul immediately went to her head and told about the information she learned. The head was very evil, because Mephisto again showed tactlessness. His only task was to monitor and protect King Lich. It is known that Vlad is their ally, but it is dangerous. He is convinced that there was some other reason why Vlad did not become the keeper. If they miss the mistakes, then their strengths will be taken away. Whatever the attack, the wings of the monster will be able to stop any of them. It is necessary to build a fortress that cannot be destroyed even by Vlad. Korsak had to execute this order of his king, but it seems that nothing happened, and as a result, Vlad came here. It became clear that he wanted to drink Gorguli's blood. But it was very strange, because the liquids in their body differ from organic species. Vlad has completely lost common sense. If the Korsak loses, it will destroy all the dungeons. Their battle was cruel. Korsak was barely able to repel him. At first, it was necessary to restore the dungeon. It was necessary to focus clearly on this. But there was no time at all, because while he fought Vlad, the people who wanted to kill him came to the dungeon. They should destroy the Gorgul, and then they will be able to close the dungeons. It is necessary to kill him despite everything. But Korsak was not going to give up, because he would protect his dungeon until the last. But the monster had no power for battle, so he had to seal himself. But still, he was not going to give up. Subsequently, it will come to him to create an army for this dungeon. After that, the enemy seal himself. If it were not for Vlad, he would not feel such humiliation to people. The only thing that gave Korsak to calmly close the eyes is victory over Vlad Dracula. He killed him on his own. So now Gorgul was shocked when she saw the same Dracula power. He was able to continue his existence only as a parasite, because he lived in the boy's body. But now everything was as it was. Every effort returned to the vampire. Of course, to occupy this place, one person's blood is not enough. But it is not a problem because the world is filled with people. Vlad proposes the monster to unite together, because they will be able to gain power. But Gorgul did not even meant to listen to him, and just took her head off her head. Korsak is no longer going to serve power. But the enemy did not die from being torn off his head. He just laughed, because the nature of the monster did not change at all. In this case, he is about to tear it into pieces and finally pick it up. In a second, a battle begins between them. After a second, Vlad rushes to his enemy, reflecting his attack. The monster, meanwhile, orders his arrows to fly after him, but nothing works. A few seconds, Vlad finds himself right before his enemy. In this case, Gorgula uses a dragon's tooth call. After that, they are faced with each other. It is completely unclear who will win. A very strong explosion occurred. Everything flew around. The protagonist seems to be only glad such a turn of events. The guy was very wounded and tried to help himself. He was very sorry for the dark sword. He now uses the technique of eternal icy wall, which makes the body cold and firm. If it weren't for this, he would have been waiting for the same fate as a dark sword. But the guy did not turn out to recover to such a degree to get back on his feet. It can only contain energy. He had a chance while the dark sword was beating with that monster. It is necessary to focus and direct all life energy for healing. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice. A stranger who expected the guy would be very surprised to come out of some space. Lee Khan did not understand why this man was here. He grabbed him and threw it into his dimension. The guy did not understand how this creature could cause his consciousness. Last time he told him that he would kill and take his soul, but thought it would be a pity to do so. If it kills a good soul, it will not be able to absorb it completely. And if you break the connection between the body and the soul, it will not be possible to avoid injuries. When the guy was absorbed last time, the mana moved through his mind into the body and then into the shadow. Now, okay, I realize why the energy was not burned. The creature is not going to delay. He wants to start the fight right away. The guy feels demonic energy, and I can't even believe it at first. It was an absolutely sacred technique that allowed to take advantage of the maximum release of internal energy. The monster is convinced that soon it will be able to get the power of our hero. After a second, the monster rushes to the guy. If he loses his care, then everything is over. The protagonist makes every effort to block this attack, but the monster does not seem and continues to step, and the guy is evading. But the attack of the enemy is so fast that he cannot move away from him. The enemy continues its infinitely series. Kuo-K does not understand where so much force in it. Although he blocked the blow, but the feeling that his hand would fall off now, he didn't have time for battle. While the guy was distracted, he was hit in his stomach. The monster wants their battle to be interesting, so I wait for the guy to respond. Finally, the main character takes his hands. He tears his clothes and is about to show all his strength. Relieving is the style of the eye. Now it concentrates as much as possible and collects all energy inside. The fatalist does not think that the guy can surpass him, because he himself is his maximum strength. If the guy follows the death, he will be able to rise to the level above. If it does not work, it will die. But it is better to take the risk. In this case, the creature also decided to use all her strength. Finally, their fists meet each other. After a second, they begin to apply many attacks. But, unfortunately, our hero gets a strong blow directly into the jaw. However, the protagonist also was able to strike, the feeling that his body is now split. These attacks have pious effects, and the guy accumulates shock. He is well aware that the enemy pushes him to a difficult position, but even if so, I am not going to give up. From them, and even the earth under his feet begins to crack. Kuo-K collects all its strength. His fist burns with powerful energy. And then, in a second, there and again they encounter. Because of this, there is a huge black explosion. Everything around became black and white. The guy feels the energy of his enemy all over the body. Through the enemy, his house has become unclear why, but the main character was still glad because he was able to win. Suddenly he notices bright red eyes. This creature was very surprised to see the mortal here. Our hero just couldn't believe that it was true. It is a monster, meanwhile, does not understand how a mortal one who is addicted to life can cross the border of death. Okay, thought his enemy had already died, but it was not. Now the protagonist seemed to have a different breath, and he, like a predatory beast, continues to apply it. And then, in a second, the main character was able to break through and strike the most powerful blow to his enemy. The enemy was evil because our hero assigned himself the title of God. The fatalist beats our hero straight into the head, wanting to break it completely. But it was late. No one will be able to stop the main character. Kuo-K strongly grabs the enemy by the hand, almost tearing it. Realizing that the position is bad, the monster is about to cancel the magic of the call. He wants to send it back. The fatalist was shocked, because he had never felt a fear of man before. Meanwhile, the battle between Dracula and Korsak continues. In a second, Gorgol pierces the enemy and beats directly into the abdomen. The recovery was very slow. The situation was very bad, so Dracula used the form of bat. Now it is easier for him to evade arrows. While Gorgol is disassembled with Vlad, Lee Khan uses it and attacks it. Korsak did not expect to see that everything is well with our hero. In a second, he applies a strong blow to his face. From this blow, it flies directly into the wall, from which it cracks. Now, Lee Khan is going to finally finish Gorgol.